Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter-81-100. Chapter 81. Unable to see the future. The heavenly obstruction shocking star that Long Yu cast just now was almost frightened, and now immortal Shenzuo distorted the facts in order to regain his place, obviously intending to suppress Long Yu's arrogance. However, the voice of the next moment made the people present stunned. He said he has learned. The old voice swept the audience like a hurricane at this moment. The nerves of all the toads were tense at once. These words were not from Long Yu, but from the mouth of the great toad immortal. Grandpa, you said he has learned. Immortal Shenzuo couldn't hold back his breath. It has lived for more than 800 years, but it has not witnessed many successes and failures. They are talented and stupid, but in an instant, they say that they can learn the immortal mode. Isn't this a fool's dream? Boy, are you joking? Bit, you say that you have learned it as soon as you open your mouth, is this degrading us? Immortal Shenzuo couldn't hold back his breath. It can be said that Miaomu Mountain, Shibone Forest and Dragon Crypt can be called the three holy places, precisely because the immortal model cannot be copied, and each has its own characteristics. Long Yu, are you serious? Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, and was the first to lose his breath. Unlike other people, Minato Namikaze is well aware of Long Yu's abnormal learning talent. I thought that he would only show this advantage over ordinary ninjutsu. If it is said, even the immortal mode is easy to learn now. This would be too shocking. Don't you believe it? Long Yu rolled his eyes. Then I'll show you a demonstration first, and let you give up. Voice fell, and the nerves of all the toads, even Namikaze Minato, were suddenly tense. While staring straight at Long Yu, a hint of urgency flashed in the depths of his pupils. Together with the big toad fairy is no exception. Long Yu took a deep breath, and after using the system to instantly reach full level, he had more ways to use the immortal mode in his mind. At the moment when the body is completely relaxed, I feel the natural chakra flowing slowly around. That was flowing slowly at first stagnated at this moment. It's not possible. The big toad immortal was the first to lose his temper. The next moment, I couldn't help but suddenly opened my eyes, and when I entered the scene, even the great toad immortal was moved. All the toads present, as well as Minato Namikaze, even split their eye sockets. Fairy mode. Long Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and the power of nature freed around him, as if encountering an invisible big hand, was pulled away abruptly. At this moment, Long Yu directly turned into a giant black hole, swallowing up the force of nature with a radius of 10,000 meters. The mysterious patterns spread rapidly in the eyes, forming the posture of the toad fairy. The breath exuded is even more ethereal. If it is not visible to the naked eye, it is impossible to detect the existence of Long Yu with chakra perception alone. It can be said that the current dragon feather seems to be integrated with the heaven and the earth. It's really fairy mode. Immortal Shenzuo's eye sockets were about to split open, as if he had seen a ghost. He rubbed his sockets 7 or 8 times. Looking at the young man in front of him, he became a little unreal. A moment ago, he was full of mouths asking himself that his talent was not bad and that he could learn the fairy mode and show off 1 or 2 in public. However, now this face has been beaten too fast and too hard. The snapping sound, without questioning. By the way, Watergate, I forgot to tell you a cultivation method. Long Yu suddenly spoke up. When cultivating the immortal mode, you can use the experience of shadow clones to overlap, which can increase the speed of cultivation. Of course, this also depends on the individual. However, with your qualifications, you should be able to learn it in about 10 days. Moreover, after the fairy mode disappears, it can also be recovered in time through the clone. While talking, Long Yu sighed helplessly while looking at these toads whose brains were confused. I will demonstrate it to you personally, as a thank you for learning the fairy mode this time. Long Yu flipped his hands and instantly cast a shadow clone. This is the avatar technique that Namikaze Minato taught him that day. It is a high-quality avatar technique that was stripped from the second-generation Hokage's forbidden multi-shadow avatar. It can perfectly inherit the strength of the main body, but the amount of chakra has also decreased. Bang! The two clones appeared on Long Yu's side in an instant, and without any instructions, they instantly entered the immortal mode. Seeing that the three dragon feathers could be in immortal mode at the same time, the toad present gasped. Even the big toad fairy became unable to sit still. The next moment, seeing the main body of Long Yu, after releasing the immortal mode, the clone on the side was also released instantly. Immortal mode then reappeared on Long Yu's body. The sudden scene just became the straw that crushed the nerves. Even the great toad immortal was taken aback. You really are a monster, not only in immortal mode, but also in such a short period of time. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Said with great excitement. Looking at this old toad, the old meat was shaking with excitement. Long Yu was really worried that if it was stimulated to the point of having a heart attack, it would be a big trouble. Ahem, immortal big toad, your words are serious. My affairs on this road are all over. Next, Minato will take care of you. Goodbye. Long Yu smiled and waved his hand, released the reverse psychic technique, and returned to the ninja world. By the way, I forgot to ask you how long it took you to do. The inexplicable words caused the big toad fairy to fall directly to the ground. The violent scene made the expressions of all the toads change drastically, and they hurriedly stepped forward to help them up. We're not clear about the name Yuya. However, for the big toad fairy, it is a dusty memory. Now after thousands of years, the name is mentioned again. This is simply shocking. Grandpa, what happened? Who is that Yuya? Unable to hold back his breath, he asked eagerly. The toads surrounding him, even Namikaze Minato, showed curiosity. No, it's not something you can know. Immortal Big Toad sat back on the chair and said, as long as you know, you have no choice but to never turn your back on him. You remember, he's probably not a monster that exists in this time and space. No wonder I can't see his future clearly. The hurried voice reverberated on the top of Miaomu Mountain. Toad and Namikaze Minato, who were present, looked at each other. It would be too shocking for the dignified Great Toad Immortal to give such an evaluation. Moreover, this made them even more curious. What kind of identity is Long Yu? However, for Namikaze Minato, the most important thing to solve now is how to learn the fairy mode in a short time. Otherwise, after 10 days, it can't be done. It's a slap in the face. Bang! Uchiha Fuyu's house. A low burst of air came out, making it seem a little sudden under the dead night sky. White mist shrouded in the mist, and the figure of Long Yu appeared in it. Looking at the still lonely courtyard, Long Yu's brows couldn't help frowning. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal collision suddenly sounded. Long Yu raised his brows, and with a flick of his figure, he disappeared in place. Itachi, be careful, there are 5 people in the dark. Uchiha Fuyu shouted in a hurry. When he shot a shuriken with a sneak attack in the dark place just now, I thought about using Susanoo. Pity that the entire Uchiha clan is being closely watched because of the matter of Long Yu. If at this juncture, Uchiha Fuyu also exposed his trump card, that would probably push the Uchiha clan to the top of the storm. Moreover, under this kind of surveillance, it is possible to launch a sneak attack so smoothly. Whether this has anything to do with it, I am afraid it is worth thinking about. Water escape water dragon bomb. The sound of 5 tearing air broke out, and 5 water dragons burst out of the air, attacking all around at different angles. Uchiha Fuyu's face suddenly changed. In the face of such an attack, he was able to retreat completely. However, Uchiha Itachi can be called a genius in Konoha. However, that is also among the juniors. According to Uchiha Fuyu's speculation, Uchiha Itachi's current strength is comparable to that of Chunin. Would be too difficult to escape under the bombardment of these 5 water dragons. Susanoo. The familiar voice suddenly sounded, which made Uchiha Fuyu startled for a while, and soon saw a familiar figure appearing in front of Uchiha Itachi. Scarlet as blood, Susanoo, filled with the smell of disaster, exuded a terrifying aura. One step ahead, blocking Uchiha Itachi. Boom! 5 water dragon bullets instantly hit Susanoo's body. Under the huge impact, Susanoo, like an iron tower, did not move at all. The water drops all over the sky, falling like a downpour. Brother! Long Yu, why are you back? Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fuyu were taken aback, and they didn't expect that at this juncture, they would encounter Long Yu to save them. However, before they could react, the lightning flashed from Long Yu's body, and the whole person disappeared out of thin air. This speed is too fast, even the writing wheel I can't catch it, it's the technique of lightning. Uchiha Itachi was taken aback. However, compared to him, Uchiha Fuyu, at the moment Long Yu disappeared, directly displayed a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. With this superb pupil power, he could vaguely see Long Yu, as if he had turned into a lightning bolt, plunged into the darkness. That kid is back. According to the original plan, let's retreat quickly. A ninja with a mask said coldly. Abandoning these words, he turned and left without any hesitation. This time, they sneaked into Konoha in order to lure Long Yu to appear, and then sneak out of the village. However, just as he turned around and entered the figure first, his pupils contracted suddenly. You, why did you appear here? So the rumors are true. The ninja's expression changed dramatically, and while he was screaming, he took out a kunai with his backhand and stabbed it straight into Long Yu's chest. At such a close distance, the only thing he can do is to use this desperate move to force the boy in front of him back. Only in this way can he be able to save a trace of life. PFF'd. The hot blood tensed up, shining like fireworks. The masked ninja who shot out was stunned. Facing his desperate blow, the young man in front of him had no intention of evading at all. He didn't even raise his hand to block. In the eyes of the masked ninja, it was completely a madman's way of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, the last huge earthquake in his hand made him stunned. When the crisp metal collision sound came out, and the kunai in his hand, at the moment when it approached Long Yu's body, the circulating electric arc directly collapsed the kunai. The enormous strength made him able to clearly feel the stinging pain from his wrist when he was dying. Looking at the flying world, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects landing, the masked ninja saw Long Yu disappear into place out of thin air at the last moment. At this moment, he finally understood that the young man who had recently risen in the ninja world was not a rumor. Dad, where is my brother? Can you see clearly? Uchiha Itachi couldn't hold back his breath. All along, the person he respects the most is Uchiha Shisui. Moreover, when he was a child, Uchiha Itachi took Uchiha Shisui as his growth goal. However, after seeing the power of Long Yu with his own eyes, as well as the rapid rise of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, Uchiha Itachi's young mind was instantly conquered by Long Yu. It's over. Uchiha Fuyu said solemnly. Soon, they saw Long Yu flash out in the dark and land in front of them. It's over. Uchiha Itachi's expression suddenly changed. In his eyes, the time before and after was just 5 or 6 seconds. In such a short period of time, Long Yu killed all 5 ninjas who attacked by 55. This speed is too shocking. Uchiha Itachi's eyes, if it was him, he might not be able to escape this fate. Killed. Long Yu patted Uchiha Itachi on the head and said, go back and rest first, and leave the rest to me. Looking at Long Yu with a calm face, Uchiha Fuyu's face suddenly changed, and he said, you won't let one go on purpose, you plan to catch up to see who shot it. Long Yu, don't forget, now the Uchiha family is on the cusp of the storm, this time they can make a sneak attack so smoothly. I'm afraid there will be shadows of other people behind them. I hope you can think carefully and don't mess around. Put the Uchiha family in danger. In the face of other people, Uchiha Fuyu may have already shot to stop it. But after seeing Long Yu, powerful strength with his own eyes, Uchiha Fuyu did not dare to humiliate himself. Uncle, don't worry, others have come to the door. If we hide, we will only gain an inch. You can't let your aunt and the child in your womb be implicated. Leave these things to me, I'm not. Just anyone can deal with it. Long Yu laughed dryly. The thunder arcs on his body crackled, and the whole person disappeared like a ghost out of thin air. Chapter 82, Strengthening the Seal of Evil. Looking at Long Yu who had disappeared completely, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but said, Dad, do you need to inform Shisui? Although, after Ryayu and Namikaze Minato went to Mt. Myoki, Uchiha Fugaku told Uchiha Itachi about the battle. Even Uchiha Shisui's hidden strength was pierced. However, if it was before, Uchiha Itachi would definitely respect Shisui to the ground. But after hearing it with his own ears, after Long Yu defeated the three of them together, his respect for Shisui, although still there, was no longer as awe-inspiring as before. No need, if he insists on taking action. I think in the ninja world, there are very few people who can stop him. It's just that Long Yu didn't go to Miaomu Mountain to learn immortality. Why did he come back suddenly? Uchiha Fuyu raised his brows, showing a confused expression. Konoha village, outside the sealed gate. The night was dark, like black ink, lingering. A petite figure flashed out of the dark without warning. The front is the sealed gate. As long as I leave here, I can see that guy. Chaotic thoughts flashed in my mind, and the scenes of parting that day flashed quickly in my mind. Stay here, who are you? A cold shout suddenly sounded. Soon I saw a figure, flashing out in the dark, and stopping in front of the sealed gate. It's you, little girl. Sarutobi Samu raised his brows and said solemnly, Red Bean, this has been done 10 times already, and every time you have to push hard, saying that Orochimaru is back. Now, you broke out of the confinement room again, and you will give me a headache again. Looking at this stubborn little girl in front of him, Sarutobi Samu felt helpless. Ever since Orochimaru's defection, Midori Red Bean has been attacking and sealing the gate every once in a while. Threatened to find the trace of Orochimaru. However, the current Midori Red Bean has just been promoted to Chunin, and is only 13 or 14 years old, so no one cares about this. The first shock may also be regarded as nonsense. However, as time went on, things got sour. Every time Orochimaru comes back secretly, Midori Red Bean will make a fuss. The end, they will all be imprisoned in the thinking room. At the same time, it was gradually suspected that he couldn't bear the defection of Orochimaru, which caused confusion. Yes, Orochimaru is back. This time he stayed for a long time. I felt his breath just now and left the village. Red Bean said in a hurry. I have to say that in the world of Hokage, due to the war, the younger generation grew up quickly. Under the circumstances of this kind of plucking and growth, the Red Bean body has now reached 1.6 meters, wearing a mesh top, and on that small scale, it also exudes a girlish smell. Hongdu, don't be ridiculous, otherwise don't blame me for sending you to the thinking room again. Sarutobi Samu said displeased. Counting on the last time you hit the seal gate, this time you will be imprisoned for 30 days. That is regarded as vexatious, whoever touches it too much will also become, he has no good temper. If you don't believe it, then you'll be offended. This time I must ask Orochimaru to find out. Midori Red Bean shouted in a hurry. The shadow snake hand. A white snake suddenly appeared from the ground, and its speed was so fast that it quickly wrapped around Sarutobi Samu's right foot in a manner that could not cover his ears. The violent scene changed Sarutobi Samu's expression. In the first few shocks, Midori Red Bean was just a simple collision, and did not use ninjutsu. After all, there is a rule in Konoha that once a ninja attack is performed on the ninja guarding the sealed gate, it will be considered a treason. Therefore, from the beginning, Sarutobi Samu did not take Midori Red Beans to heart at all. I don't even think that a mere little girl will betray the village. However, this move at the moment was beyond his understanding, and when he realized it, the white snake had already opened its mouth and bit down on his neck. The feeling of dizziness hit my mind, facing the neurotoxicity specially made by Orochimaru. Sarutobi Samu only held on for 2 or 3 seconds, and then passed out. I finally figured it out, this time I have to ask him to find out. Across Matera Anko's pretty face, and walked towards the door. However, just as she stepped out, a bright figure appeared in front of her neck in an instant. You seem to have forgotten that the sealed gate is not. A person is stationed there. A gloomy voice came out, and it was obviously a ninja wearing an Anbu mask. As he said, for the safety of Konoha Shinobi Village. The sealed gate is usually guarded by 2 ninjas, divided into one bright and one dark. Seeing the sudden attack, Midori Anzu's face turned pale. Just that at such a close distance, she can't hide at all. To fail again this time quickly sprouted in the heart of Miter Washing Red Bean. However, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded. Sorry, she's not one either. A figure entwined with thunder light instantly appeared in front of Yuhong. The violent scene made the dark man's face change drastically. It's you. In the face of a character like Long Yu who even made a riot in the Hokage building, Anbu of course knows it. Seeing Long Yu's sudden attack, Anbu's ninja, in addition to being shocked, was hit hard on the back of the neck with a backhand. Bang! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground echoed. Seeing the Anbu ninja being solved instantly, Midori Red Bean couldn't help but be stunned. He hurriedly looked at the back in front of him, and his expression suddenly changed. This is the family emblem of the Uchiha clan. You are a member of the Uchiha clan. Midori Red Bean couldn't help but ask. Let's go quickly, and take action on the guardian ninja who seals the gate. This is equivalent to betrayal. Since the defection of Orochimaru, Midori Red Bean has been closed in the thinking room, rarely leaving a step. Little is known about the recent ninja war. Therefore, in the face of the recent strong rise of Long Yu, it is not clear at all. I didn't want to meddle in my own business, and I was able to sneak out of the village, but I heard you say just now that I can only take care of this kind of trouble if I can find the whereabouts of Orochimaru. I hope you didn't disappoint me. And reached out and rubbed the head of Miten Washing Red Bean. Hongdu was stunned, and quickly broke free from Long Yu's hand. His cheeks turned cold, and he quickly stepped back and said, How can you rub someone's head casually? And you said that you can sneak out of the village without a sound. This is a big joke. Except for the sealed gate, the entire Konoha village is closed by the perception ninja with a barrier all the time, even small. The leap of bugs can also be easily spotted. What's more, why are you looking for Orochimaru? Are you going to be his lackey? A series of questioning voices echoed between heaven and earth, and Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. It seems that you stupid girl, you haven't heard of my murderous name. Long Yu withdrew his hand and said, Let's go, they will wake up soon. If you still want to catch up with Orochimaru, you have to talk to me well, otherwise you will be spanked. You bastard, dare to tease me verbally. Midori Red Bean's character has always been thorny. However, looking at Long Yu's playful smile, he was finally discouraged. After seeing with her own eyes the figure entwined by lightning just now, she clearly knew that the young man in front of her was not simple. At least a little bit better than her. Yes, only a little bit. Midori Hongdu clenched his fists and comforted himself. If we leave now, we will become rebels, don't you really regret it? Regret what? Long Yu grabbed the slender hand of Mito Washing Red Bean, turned around and walked away quickly. Come on, I am the Uchiha clan, and I am good at hypnotism. They will wake up soon and forget what happened just now, so you finish the work as soon as possible, and when you come back, you will still be the ninja of Konoha. Midori Red Bean originally planned to break free from Long Yu's hand, but when he heard these words, he couldn't help but startled. This time, she went after Orochimaru's footsteps. However, it does not mean that he will leave with Orochimaru. Just now, she just acted with a sense of obsession, and now she calms down and pushes hard, but she can't bear the consequences. As the two left, 7 or 8 seconds later, the bodies of Sarutobi Samu and Anbu Ninja who had passed out unconsciously moved involuntarily. This is a high-level hypnotism, capable of performing subconscious activities similar to sleepwalking. Long Yu arrived before Midori Red Bean appeared. Originally planned to use hypnotism to make these two guards unconscious, but I didn't expect Midori Red Bean to collide at such a juncture. If she hadn't threatened to track down Orochimaru, Long Yu would not have gotten involved in this troublesome matter. Even if she is a well-developed little girl, she is no exception. Okay, your curse mark should be able to make you perceive the existence of Orochimaru. Now it's time for you to come in handy. Long Yu suddenly spoke up. Washing Red Bean suddenly changed, and even his footsteps could not help but stop, looking at Long Yu with eyes full of disbelief. It can be said that in Midori's eyes, the moment he became Orochimaru's apprentice, he became an experiment. When Orochimaru escaped, Midori Red Bean once stopped Orochimaru. Unfortunately, the final result was to be given an immature spell. I know a lot of things, but I'm not very good at explaining them. Long Yu said with a smile. Mitsuwashi Red Bean was suffocated, but before she could make trouble, the stinging pain from her neck made her face turn pale instantly, and she subconsciously raised her hand to cover the curse mark. Did you sense the presence of Orochimaru? Long Yu raised his brows. Take your hand away, a little sealing technique I know can temporarily suppress the pain for you. You can suppress the curse mark of Orochimaru, are you kidding me? Midori Red Bean gritted his teeth and said. Long Yu rolled his eyes. Believe it or not, this is your problem, and you don't want to be so hurt when you see Orochimaru that you don't even have the heart to speak. This incomplete spell was planted by Orochimaru on Midori's body. After all, as a disciple of Orochimaru, she went to many places with Orochimaru as a cover to cover up her eyes and ears. Although the memory was sealed by Orochimaru in the end, this spell was also planted with a perceptual seal that could not be approached. Closer you get to Orochimaru, the greater the pain will be. With Midori Red Bean's current strength, I am afraid that the moment he sees Orochimaru, he will become unable to bear the pain and instantly faint. Looking at Long Yu with a smile on her face, Midori Red Bean felt the tingling pain in her neck. She knew that what she said was not wrong. However, he didn't really trust Long Yu's ability to suppress Orochimaru's spell. This is the teacher she has always respected and one of the legendary Sannin. Just as this idea came into being, Long Yu moved. Second fingers of the right hand were wrapped in black flames, and at the moment before Midori Red Bean could react, they directly touched her neck. Strengthen the Seal of Evil seal. In the original book, Kakashi needed the assistance of the formation to be able to display the Seal of Evil and temporarily seal the seal on Sasuke's body. But for Long Yu, with Madara Uchiha's augmented eye, everything is just a breeze. Faced with the violent dragon feathers, Midori Red Bean's expression suddenly changed. However, just as she was about to move, she felt the tingling pain in her neck, which quickly subsided. After the success, Midori Red Bean was stunned. She had never imagined that the young man in front of her would be able to easily perform the sealing technique and seal the spell of Orochimaru. Okay, now that the pain is gone, it should be more convenient to sense the whereabouts of Orochimaru. Long Yu reached out and rubbed the head of Maiden Washing Red Bean again. This time, trust me, I didn't lie to you, I am a very powerful ninja. HMPH. Midori Red Bean returned to his senses and snorted coldly, but this time he accepted Long Yu's gentleness. After a pause or two, he turned his head and looked at the forest basin not far away. Orochimaru is over there, this feeling is very strong, the distance is not very far. Abandoning these words, Midori Red Bean rushed out first. Looking at this scene, Long Yu was instantly helpless. He suddenly remembered that Midori Red Bean's character was almost the same as Naruto Uzumaki in the original novel. 2 or 3 miles, on the basin outside, 5 figures stand quietly here. Lord Orochimaru, are you sure you will do this? That hateful boy will appear here. Shan Zongfeng's face was gloomy to the extreme. When I think of it, the partner who has been with him until death, oil girl takes the roots, he was easily kneaded into meat sauce in public. This vivid scene made him want to swallow Long Yusheng. Don't worry, with that kid's means, I believe he will arrive, but have you done what I asked you to do? Orochimaru smiled softly, his scarlet tongue swept across his dry lips. Master Orochimaru, don't worry, I already got that thing when you went to the residence of the Thousand Hands. Look of confusion flashed across Shan Zongfeng's face, and he took out a wooden box with his backhand and handed it over. With these things, can you really defeat Uchiha Ryu? According to Danzo-sama, that kid's strength may have reached the shadow level now. Chapter 83, The Art of Reincarnation of Dirty Earth. Before the failed combined attack in the Hokage mansion, Yamakase had imagined that he would be able to defeat Long Yu by using other means. In other words, it can be done with the help of the number of people. If one person can't do it, then prepare 10 tens. If 10 people can't do 10, then prepare 20. It is precisely because of this reason that the subsequent failure will lead to the oil girl taking the root. She was killed by Long Yu in public. Hee, Shan Zongfeng, you are still the same. Orochimaru smiled softly. If you don't believe me, then you must also believe in Danzo. Since he entrusted this matter to me, this proves that my strength is not. He can compare. What's more, don't forget, that trick was developed by the second-generation Hokage. After my hand has improved, the power is not. A mere Uchiha Ryu can resist. Speaking of this, Orochimaru's face flashed a ferocious look, his right hand grabbed his cheek, and the corners of his eyes were enlarged 7 or 8 times, and he said softly, his kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is destined to belong to me. The ferocious voice reverberated in the forest. Sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, making Shan Zongfeng's nerves tense all of a sudden. Don't worry, it seems that the death of the oil girl takes root. The death is a big blow to you, and even the most important field of perception has been ignored. The big snake king smiled grimly and said, this is my person. It seems that the prey has been hooked. Just as I guessed, he deliberately released the person back. Lord Orochimaru, our people are all dead. Stained ninja wearing an Anbu mask rushed out of the woods in a hurry. However, just as he appeared in front of Orochimaru, the sight of his eyes made his pupils shrink. A scarlet tongue, like a viper waiting for an opportunity, without any fancy, pierced straight through his throat. PFF'd. The blood tightened, and Anbu's ninja fell to the ground in shock. Haha, since your mission has been completed, there is no use value at all. Orochimaru smiled softly, looked at the dense forest not far away, and said, boy, since you're here, how long are you going to hide? The small voice echoed in the sky and the earth, and everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. Shan Zongfeng quickly formed seals with both hands, releasing the realm of perception. Whoosh! A sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded. A petite figure rushed out of the forest on the left. Seeing the incoming figure, Shan Zongfeng couldn't help but raise his brows. Speed is too fast. This is his only thought, and it is completely different from the Long Yu he has encountered. Shimmering snake hands. As Midori red beans appeared in Orochimaru 7 or 8 meters away. Dozens and hundreds of poisonous snakes erupted from the right hand, and rushed towards Orochimaru with a fishy wind. The violent blow made Orochimaru's expression suddenly change, and he snorted coldly, saying, Hondu, I didn't expect you to chase here, it seems that the teacher underestimated you. The last time we met was when the teacher left. You refused to go with me. I said that the meeting would definitely kill you. This time, there is no teacher-disciple relationship to be missed. Orochimaru, who was among the poisonous snakes in the sky, disappeared out of thin air. Appeared again, already behind Midori Red Bean. The body turned into a poisonous snake, and it quickly wound up, with a big mouth in the blood basin, and directly bit the neck of Mitsuruzu Red Beans. Too fast. The only thought flashed through Materazu's mind. Her idea was to subdue Orochimaru with a sneak attack and use the hidden shadow multi-snake hand. Unfortunately, it was too impulsive and completely forgot the gap between the two sides. Looking at the fishy wind rushing towards him, Midori Red Bean has only one thought in his heart now. How long have you been riding a horse without brushing your teeth? Red Bean, go to hell. Orochimaru laughed horribly. However, as soon as the voice came out, a figure surrounded by thunderlight rushed out from the ground. What a cruel teacher, this is the first time I have seen him. Long Yu smiled jokingly. However, I'm better at sneak attacking than she is. Spiral pill. Long Yu's right hand chakra circulated wildly, and then without any fancy, he smashed directly into Orochimaru's chest. Boom. The chakra, which was crazily compressed, was directly detonated like a volcano at this moment. The huge impact force was vented like a frenzy, turning into a torrent that directly overturned Orochimaru. In front of everyone's eyes, like a sandbag, it smashed heavily on a big tree dozens of meters away. Bang! The big tree that only adults can embrace was broken. Master Orochimaru. Shan Zongfeng's face suddenly changed. However, I didn't have time to think about it, so I quickly pulled away and retreated. Although he is determined to take root for the oil girl, as soon as he sees it, Uchiha Ryu has escaped his perception field, and he can still perform such a deadly attack on Orochimaru. The little fighting spirit that had sprouted in the first place disappeared in an instant. Hee, you don't have to make a fuss, he's not dead yet. And said, snakes can shed their skins. I have been waiting for you to join forces with Danzang and take the initiative to bring them to your door. It now seems that you can't hold your breath anymore. I'm afraid it took a lot of effort to deal with me. Let me guess, is it the reincarnation of the dirty soil, and the improvement is successful? The small voice, in this piece of heaven and earth, seems to be filled with magical sounds. Orochimaru, which fell in a large font in the ruins, wriggled terribly in the originally sunken chest. After a while, he, who was already going to die, stood up again, revealing a hideous cheek under the human skin mask on his face. Good boy, I thought Danzo was overestimating you, but I still underestimated. Orochimaru stuck out his scarlet tongue and said, since you know that I have obtained the forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage, why do you dare to chase after me? What is it that gives you such courage? Something Long Yu smiled playfully and said, if it's this pair of fists, will you laugh at it? Seeing Ryu and Orochimaru who spoke to you, Midori Red Bean suddenly found that he no longer had any sense of existence. Thinking of the conversation in front of the city gate, Midori Red Bean became unable to hold back his breath. You, who are you? When Orochimaru heard the words, he couldn't help but stunned, and then said with a grim smile, Hongdu, you don't even know his identity, yet you dare to hang out with him. It really makes me feel that you are still like when I left, silly and naive. Uchiha Ryu, the Uchiha clan has been hiding for 15 years and is the most outstanding, enchanting genius boy. Having the title of Scarlet Asura that shocked the ninja world, dare to fight in the Naruto mansion and kill the murderer of your colleagues, I think you will soon degenerate into a traitor and become a being like me. Quote. Speaking of which, Orochimaru grinned and stretched out his hand and said, actually, we are all like-minded people, it is better for you and me to join forces, possessing the technique of reincarnation from the dirty earth, and your powerful pupil technique, the entire Konoha ninja the village will fall into our hands. The slightly long-sounding voice made Miter Wash Red Beans stunned. She never imagined that the youth of the same age, whom she had always despised, would have such an identity. What's wrong? Long Yu smiled playfully and said, I've already said that, I have a famous reputation. However, I won't believe a fool's words like you do. Orochimaru, if you want this pair of eyes, then use your fists to talk things out. Your sneakiness is not as good as mine. Orochimaru's expression suddenly changed. You found out. Yes, of course I found out. Under my feet, there was such a big movement, and there were 3 statue-like figures in black robes who didn't move even when you were smashed. Do you really think I'm a fool? Iron Sand Boundary Law. A chain of dark iron sand shot out from the ground beneath his feet. The speed is so fast, like using hundreds or thousands of long spears, it brings a stern sound of breaking through the air. Be careful, run away. The face of Midori Red Beans changed suddenly. However, the moment the voice fell, Long Yu's hand was already pressing on her shoulder. Don't worry, I really don't care about this little trick. Long Yu smiled playfully. The blood-like scarlet quickly diffused in the pupils, and the next moment instantly occupied the entire eye socket. Susano. The scarlet pupil strength, filled with the smell of disaster, under the huge body stretching, it instantly turned into a giant of more than 10 meters. This time, Long Yu did not use Madara Uchiha's booster eye. However, it is enough to resist this iron sand boundary law. Bang! The spear transformed by the iron sand instantly stabbed Susano's illusory body. Under the huge impact, even the ground was overturned. However, Susano, who was standing in the ruins, was like an iron wall, not shaken in the slightest. Hundreds of iron spears were easily stopped. This is too great. Midori Red Bean's face was full of disbelief. Especially after meeting Long Yu's pair of 9-hook jade writing wheel eyes, he couldn't help but sigh. The brief contact of sight gave her the illusion that her soul was almost taken away. Is it Susano? It's not an ordinary Uchiha clan. It seems that you are the only one who can open this cursed eye besides Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru was shocked. However, without showing it on his face, he licked his dry lips and said, "These eyes will soon become my thing." No, it should be said that your whole being will soon belong to me. You know that I have been reincarnated by the forbidden technique, and you dare to come to die. I really want to see your desperate look. The slightly long-sounding voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Long Yu smiled playfully, and looked behind him. Only the 2 remaining black cloaks said, "Apart from the 3 generations of Kazekage, do you want to defeat me with the first and second Hokage, who are incompetent in combat power alone, and the second Hokage?" This is a joke. The face of Shan Zongfeng on the side changed drastically. Although he knew that Orochimaru brought a powerful trump card this time to deal with Uchiha Long Yu. However, he never thought that Orochimaru even summoned the 2 Hokage. Haha, Orochimaru, no wonder you called us out this time. It turned out to be a kick to the iron plate. A hearty laughter suddenly came out. Soon I saw 2 people wearing cloaks, finally revealing their true colors. As Long Yu said, this time Orochimaru dared to stand on the opposite side. The first Hokage and the second Hokage obviously became his confidants. Hey, big brother, you can see clearly, this is a member of the Uchiha clan. I didn't expect that such a tyrannical clan would appear during the time we left. It seems to be similar to Uchiha Madara. The second Hokage put his arms around his chest and said coldly. The gaze that looked at Long Yu was full of undisguised coldness. It can be said that if the first Hokage is an idiot, then the second Hokage is an iron fist, a character. Became Hokage by virtue of his great strength and prestige. However, no matter. Senju is still alive, or the second-generation Hokage era. Konoha's rapid revitalization is inseparable from the series of policies of the second-generation Hokage. If you exclude his paranoid personality, he is indeed a good leader. However, all of this is not important to Long Yu. The second generation of Hokage is indeed the same as the rumors, and it is playing with targets everywhere, but the Uchiha Madara you just said, I already killed it a few days ago. Long Yu smiled playfully. For those who are facing the reincarnation of the dirty earth for the first time, this ninjutsu seems to be incomprehensible. However, Long Yu knows the original book like the back of his hand, and to break the reincarnation of the filthy soil, except for the use of powerful seals. The second way is to cast illusion, and let the caster dispel it by himself. For the sealing technique, Long Yu now only has 2 or 3 minor techniques. To seal 2 Hokage and 1 Kage, this is simply not enough. The only thing that can be done is to press Orochimaru on the ground and rub it, and then let him obediently remove the reincarnation from the dirty earth. Boy, you said you killed Madara Uchiha. Shinsho Zujian was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly and said, no wonder I couldn't meet that guy during this period of time. It turned out that he was still hiding and living by stealing. This guy really isn't easy. Brother, now is not the time to be concerned about this kind of thing. Shinsho Tobirama said coldly. We don't know the authenticity of what he said, but according to Orochimaru, this kid is a curse. Since it is rare to come back, we must eliminate him. Seeing the dignified second-generation Hokage say such words, Midori Redbean's expression couldn't help but change, but he stopped talking, but was snatched by Long Yu. Long Yu, why didn't you ask Hongdu to explain it to you, and tell the two respected Hokage adults that I, Orochimaru, are a traitor, and you are the hero of Konoha, maybe they will believe it. The wound on Orochimaru's chest has recovered. However, the stinging pain on the wound made him want to swallow the dragon feather alive. Now that he can be preconceived and bite back at the dragon feather, it can make him feel aggrieved, and his mood will be a little better. Orochimaru, what are you talking about? Long Yu smiled playfully. A group of turkeys, are they worth my explanation? Just kill them all. Voice fell, and Long Yu took a step forward, disappearing out of thin air like a ghost. Chapter 84, Tower Giant. Appeared again, and has come to the back of Orochimaru. What a quick instant technique. Orochimaru's complexion changed drastically, and while withdrawing and retreating, he shouted in a hurry, why don't you stop him soon? Shinsho Hasuma and Shinsho Tobirama's expressions froze, obviously buried in the control spell in advance. Water escape water dragon ball technique. Wood escape wood dragon technique. Two Hokage made their move, it was the ultimate move, and the water dragon and the wooden dragon, which were dozens of meters away, strangled to the dragon feather as soon as they appeared. The art of psychic triple Rashomon. Orochimaru was not idle either, his hands quickly flipped to form a series of magic seals, and at the same time he showed a hideous smile. Boy, you've been fooled, your speed is very fast. But facing the three absolutely defensive Rashomon, and two shadow-level attacks, I see how you dodge. Bang! Orochimaru slapped the ground with his right hand. The moment the ground rumbled, the rock immediately. Flying upwards, the three Rasho gates appeared in the shape of a product, blocking Long Yu's three exits. At the same time, the wooden dragon and the water dragon attacked frantically from behind, forming a lure situation. The violent scene shook the nerves of Maiden Washing Redbean, and subconsciously made a move, only to see Long Yu smile. That's a pretty good calculation. Long Yu smiled playfully. However, a turkey and tile dog is a turkey tile dog. With absolute strength, no matter how hard the shell of the tortoise is hiding, it can't save you. Immortal mode. Long Yu's eyes glared, and the clone that had been prepared for a while, instantly cast immortal mode, and then dissipated out of thin air. Under the mad infusion of Shanju chakra, it is combined with Long Yu's thunder chakra. Poured into the limbs like a torrent. Roar. Accompanied by a roar raised to the sky, under the blessing of immortal chakra, Lei-Dun chakra's activation of the body exploded to the extreme. Originally, Long Yu, who was only 1 meter 7, quickly changed his body, reaching more than 2 meters. The muscles are highlighted, giving people a tower-like feeling. That instantly swelled to the extreme within the body. Long Yu clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand, and the thunder light exploded instantly. Under the crisp sound of crackling, there was no trace of fancy, and he directly smashed down the Rashomon who was blocking his way. Immortal art overweight violent storm. Boom! A punch fell, like thunder rolling in the sky, and it was instantly detonated. The violent thunder light is like a 9-day divine thunder pouring down. The endless power it contained, the moment it slammed into the gate, Rashomon, known as an absolute defense, sank under the eyes of the public. Bang! The sound of shattering sounded. The Rashomon, which had been struggling so long, crumbled. Under the eyes of many shocked, Long Yu directly clasped the neck of Orochimaru with his right hand, revealing a playful smile. Orochimaru, I caught you. Towards Chong. As soon as Long Yu grabbed Orochimaru's neck, without any fancy, he slammed down to the ground. Facing the violent scene and the blow that was completely unexpected, Orochimaru just had time to show his face, and couldn't react at all. Boom! The ground shattered in response to the sound, and endless thunder light soared into the sky, wandering between the heavens and the earth like a thunder dragon. The earth under his feet was even more overwhelmed, and the earth with a radius of 1,000 meters was overturned. In particular, the formation within 100 meters of Long Yu was directly lifted up and blocked in all directions. It collided head-on with the incoming water dragon and wooden dragon. For a time, the sand and dust rolled in the heaven and the earth, and the three Rashomon lost the chakra support of Orochimaru, and instantly collapsed between the heaven and the earth. The violent scene shook the nerves. In Susanohana, Midori Red Bean opened his mouth and could almost swallow an egg. Looking at the ruins in front of him, he finally couldn't hold back his breath. Is this a monster? At this moment, Midori Red Bean finally understood why Long Yu claimed to be fierce and famous. With such a strong lineup, she was able to directly hit the teacher she looked up to with one punch. Can match this level of strength. The eyes of the three shadows, such a resolute attack can be carried out. Who else can do it? Boy, you are courting death. Chinsho Tobarama's expression changed drastically, and he hurried out. In Chinsho Tobarama's eyes, although they are able to exert their strength now, there is not 1 out of 10. However, let a mere kid, under the eyes of the three shadows, smash the filthy earth reincarnation spellcaster to the ground with one punch. S.A. shame for him. Stop, Tobarama. Chinshujuma stopped talking, and looked at the figure of the dissipated sand and dust reappearing, with a look of surprise on his face. It turns out that you have the approval of the Miaomu Mountain Immortal. In the records, the Big Toad Immortal has the ability to see people's hearts and the future. If it teaches you the immortal mode, it proves that you are not a person of great evil, and Madara is sure. Looking at the dignified first Hokage, I gave this evaluation, too. This is completely different from the script. The first Hokage-sama, why don't you kill him quickly, leaving the people of the Uchiha family, but it's a disaster. The wind in the mountains is rushing. Now Orochimaru's figure is still shrouded in sand and dust. What's more, under this violent impact so close at hand, Shan Zongfeng couldn't believe that Orochimaru would be intact. Shut up. Chinsho Zujian's face suddenly turned cold, and the whole person's breath instantly pressed against the mountain wind. The violent scene made Shan Zongfeng's face change drastically. Feeling this rolling aura, there is simply an illusion of being in the abyss of the quagmire. Just that this feeling comes and goes quickly, and when the wind in the mountains recovers, everything has dissipated without a trace. Haha, I just scare you. Senju Hakuma laughed heartily. You kid, I don't know who you work for, but you colluded with Orochimaru. However, I advise you to leave quickly. That kid has Orochimaru under control. The inexplicable words made Shan Zongfeng and the others startled. But looking at the dissipated sand and dust, the pair of scarlet eyes like blood. There was also Orochimaru, whose entire head was shattered by a third, as if in a daze, and the hands that quickly flipped. Shan Zongfeng's face changed drastically. In a face-to-face, Orochimaru, who was regarded as an ace by Danzo, was defeated. The art of reincarnation in dirty soil, solution. If it was someone else, with only half of the head left, I'm afraid they would already be dead. However, what was in front of him was Orochimaru, and only one cell could be resurrected. An existence known as Hokage's immortal little powerhouse. Haha, I didn't expect this to be the most embarrassing battle, but with one move, even the forbidden technique was lifted. Thousands of hands burst into laughter. It seems that the Uchiha family has indeed produced a peerless genius. Boy, I want to ask, my precious granddaughter, how is she now? To outsiders, Senju is known as the great god of the ninja world. But in the Chinsho clan, he is Sun Chong. Broken 5, and gambling skills are learned from him. She left the village, she seems to like gambling, and she will lose every time she gambles. Long Yu touched the tip of his nose. For him, the strength of these 3 shadows reincarnated from the dirt may be good. But this is for others, facing Uchiha Ryayu. I'm afraid that even the complete Susanoo-whose defense can't break through. Rather than wasting time, it would be better to capture the thief first, and give Orochimaru a second. What shouting this guy? The Thousand Hands column suddenly turned to stone. Chinsho Tobarama on the side snorted coldly. If it wasn't for your old favorite, shouting, she wouldn't be like this at all. However, this is a digression. We may meet again next time, boy. If you want to get rid of us by this means, it will not be so easy. The eyes of the Uchiha clan, no matter what. Unknown how many times have seen it. For these words, Long Yu did not take it to heart at all, and said with a playful smile, the next time you meet, you will find that you still have to look up to me, but you will not be able to do it. Goodbye. HMPH. Chinsho Tobarama snorted coldly, but there was a feeling that he couldn't refute. Boy, let's go. Senju Hakuma and Senju Tobarama are obviously different. He laughed again, and his body collapsed like dust between heaven and earth. Who witnessed this scene, took the lead in turning around and running away. Long Yu, he escaped. Midori Red Bean hurriedly wanted to chase him out. As for who is right and who is evil, Midarashi Red Bean can't tell the difference. But the only thing to do now is to stop the mountain wind. Otherwise, let him escape back to the other side, the result is unimaginable. Don't come out, Orochimaru is not that simple. Long Yu raised his brows and directly abandoned the Orochimaru in his hand. The sound of thunder light crackling on his body suddenly rose, and the whole person disappeared like a ghost. Boy, die with me. Orochimaru, who had only half of his brain left, suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, scarlet snakes appeared on the ground with a radius of 1,000 meters. The slender body quickly inflated like a balloon, and it rolled back with the sky-high fire and air waves. Together with Orochimaru's body, it was directly blown up. Boom! The violent explosion wave rolled back, and the fiery flames directly ignited the surrounding trees. For a time, the whole world was plunged into a sea of fire. That could only be surrounded by a few people were cut off by the middle. Long Yu controlled Susanoo to walk out of the sea of fire. After looking down at the scroll and the vial in his hand, Susanoo dissipated. Thank you for saving me again. Mitanashian Red Bean regained his senses, his cheeks were slightly red, and he said, you are really amazing. But, teacher, is he dead? For Midori Red Beans, the whereabouts of Orochimaru is obviously more important. The 100-footed worm dies without being stiff. Orochimaru has developed the technique of immortal reincarnation. If you kill him 100 times, I am afraid that he can be resurrected. Long Yu said lightly. After dispelling the illusion, Orochimaru regained consciousness. Just because of his injury, it was obvious that he could not continue fighting, so he directly abandoned this body and detonated the hidden shadow snake hand that had already been lurking around. However, he underestimated Long Yu's strength from the very beginning, so he made a wrong step and made a wrong step. This so-called Big Bang attack is just a kid's thing. Give Susanoo a tickle. He's not dead yet. Midori Red Bean's face changed suddenly, and he turned around to continue his pursuit, but was stopped by Long Yu's probing hand. Stop chasing. With my methods, it's hard to catch Orochimaru, who is determined to escape, let alone you. Long Yu patted the shoulder of Mighten Washing Red Bean. It's not too early, you go back first, I have other things to deal with. Aren't you going? Midori Red Bean was stunned. After what happened just now, he had already regarded Long Yu as the backbone, and was conquered by his powerful strength. Indeed a bit unaccustomed to let her go back all of a sudden now. Are you afraid of that? Roots go back to the wicked to sue first. Long Yu, I can testify for you. The fight just now was very short, but Midori Red Bean was not a fool, and it was also seen that someone in Konoha was mixed with the betrayal Orochimaru. Now they are sneaking out of Konoha Ninja Village. If they are sued first by the wicked, the consequences will be disastrous. Don't worry, I don't care about this kind of trifle. Long Yu rubbed his head and said, I still have business to do, I'll find a toad to escort you back. The Art of Psychic. A series of magic seals formed in Long Yu's hands, and they slammed down on the ground. A puff of white smoke filled the air, and the iron-armed toad appeared first in front of him. It's a psychic beast. I heard that only by gaining their trust can the conditions for psychic be achieved. Midori Red Bean looked surprised. However, when she entered the scene, she was stunned. It's you. Iron-armed Toad was stunned, and said anxiously, No, you don't want to kill me. Looking at the dignified psychic beast, he stepped back as if scared out of his wits, and Mitsurugi couldn't help but said, You didn't really want to kill it last time, right? It. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, Of course I didn't, but I almost took it by mistake and took it to the whole family. Okay, I'll give her to you for the rest of the journey. If you have nothing to do, go back quickly. These words, the lightning flashed on Long Yu's body, and the next moment he disappeared into place out of thin air. Looking at Long Yu, who disappeared in an instant, Midori Red Bean stopped talking and looked at the iron-armed toad. He looks fierce, but he's actually quite good. It's just that the joke just now was a bit lousy. He tried to make me laugh, which scared you. Joketai-armed toad shook his head into a rattle, and said anxiously, He is a devil, and he really almost destroyed my hometown just now. That meteorite is so big. Looking at the hands of the iron-armed toad gesturing, I felt that if the hands were 5 kilometers long, it would really show the situation at that time. Other hand, after Ryu and Midori Red Beans separated, they chose the right direction and plunged into the canyon. This is the only way to the Sand Ninja Village, and it is also the main road of Kikyoyama. Usually, the Konoha Ninja Village will assign many ninjas to be stationed here. However, now the war between Sand Ninja Village and Konoha Ninja Village is already at a white-hot stage, and the result will soon be decided. Therefore, the number of Konoha ninjas stationed here has decreased significantly. However, when Long Yu came along the way, he didn't even see half of the dark whistle, which was too strange. Chapter 85, Iron Sand Realm Law. My lord, I am here. A familiar voice suddenly came. Soon the corners were seen. They all flashed out behind the rocks. Did you solve the nearby dark whistle? Long Yu stopped and landed in front of the corner. Haven't seen each other for a while, and Du's breath has obviously recovered a lot. It seems that many of the 444 hearts destroyed by Long Yu have found replacements. Sir, you asked me to investigate the whereabouts of the red sand scorpion, and I have found it. Du opened his mouth and explained, a little while ago, he passed by here and killed Konoha's dark whistle. It seems that he planned to escape the search of Sand Ninja Village and ventured into the territory of the Fire Country. It's better to have it delivered in person than we would have to look for it. Long Yu nodded and said, however, the 3 generations of Feng are probably dead, and the red sand scorpion may have made him a puppet. 3 generations of Cage were killed. Duo's expression changed slightly, and he said, The Lord, do we still need to hunt him down? Front corner, we must hunt down the red sand scorpion, everything is to get the Iron Sand World Law. Now that the 3 generations of Cage are dead, and the heart can't be used for him, it will not be of much use to continue to pursue. Especially the lunatic who even Kazage hunted, it's hard to get rid of. Don't worry, the goal is different, but he is still useful. This time I will go with you to pursue it. Long Yu faintly looked at the woods beside him. We have guests here. Who? All looked stagnant, and he did not find the existence of the target in his perception. Watch out for your feet. Long Yu smiled playfully, making Du's nerves tense suddenly. Caw 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 caw. A sound of wood biting suddenly sounded. Soon the ground was torn apart in an instant, and two figures emerged from the ground. Forearms are like long whips, straight to the corners, they are all wrapped around. At the same time, the bloody mouth opened wide, and a sharp blade stained with venom stabbed towards Zhao Du's chest. At the same time, another figure emerged from the ground, 6 arms suddenly opened, the organs in the chest were activated instantly, and a death hug came towards Long Yu. One shot of the ninjutsu black secret technique. Bang! Black entrance swallowed Long Yu in an instant. The corners on the side are no exception, they are directly entangled by the forearms, and the poisonous blade in the puppet's mouth stabs directly into the chest. Tuden earth corner, hardening. Zhao, all of them looked down, the right hand hidden in the sleeve suddenly squeezed, and the skin color on the body surface changed instantly. When the crisp metal collision sound came out, and the sharp blade stained with venom broke directly. Breakthrough in the wind. Zhao, the grievances behind Do burst out instantly like a spider web. A cyan face appeared, and the violent hurricane immediately exploded like a tide. The puppets wrapped around the body were instantly torn apart and scattered between the heavens and the earth. As for the black ants that caught Long Yu, they burrowed directly into the ground, emerged from the forest floor more than 10 meters away, and landed next to a ferocious figure wearing a black cloak and lying on all fours. It's the same as my goal, it's good to catch one first, and the other one seems to be a good puppet. I didn't expect you to show up. Corner, no worries. He was always indifferent, but instead revealed a playful smile. Even I can't deal with it. It's a fool's dream to solve the adults. The scorpion of the red sand was startled for a moment, then glanced at the black ant queen, clasped his hands together, and shouted sharply. Then I'll kill him first and see what he can do. The defense power of black ants can easily block a dozen or so tons of impact. Black secret technique with bayonets at the ends of the limbs. The limbs of the crows scattered around, instantly ejected the chakra blades that were contaminated with venom. Stabbed directly to the abdomen of the black ant. Dang! The crisp metal collision sound echoed in the sky and the earth. Looking at the sharp blade that was directly submerged, the face of the red sand scorpion suddenly changed. In his expectation, these 4 sharp blades, together with the sharp blade of the black ant's body, can easily tear apart the dragon feathers and splatter blood under the combined strike of the black ants. However, in the scene in front of him, let alone blood, there was not even the slightest smell of blood. Bang! A deep crashing sound came out of the black ant's body. The red sand scorpion hurriedly looked at it, but it was a fist wrapped in thunderlight. The cracked sawdust looked very unsightly under the thunderlight. Who was boasting by himself the moment before, capable of withstanding the impact of more than 10 tons of force. Being easily broken by a fist, this slap in the face is too fast. Will it give you a peaceful nap? The indifferent voice came out of the black ant's body. The next moment, Long Yu grabbed the shattered crack with both hands, and exerted force with both hands. The black ants were torn in half. Long Yu took a step forward, stretched his body, and looked at the stunned red sand scorpion. You appeared in person, and it also saved me a lot of effort. Long Yu smiled warmly and said, come on, be my subordinate, and I'll bring you delicious and spicy food. These words, Long Yu almost had the shadow of a white beard. But under absolute strength, I am afraid that when I am my son, someone will agree. Be your servant. The red sand scorpion couldn't help but stagnate. I thought that you came to me for the 3-generation wind thing. However, it's impossible to make me your subordinate if you ruin me. I escaped from Sand Ninja Village because there wasn't even a decent powerhouse there, and I couldn't even have the desire to hunt. Speaking of this, the red sand scorpion opened its mouth instantly, and the poisonous thorns shot into the dragon feather head on like a torrential rain. Looking at the fast approaching attack, Long Yu smiled genially. That means the negotiation failed, and it must be resolved with fists. Voice fell, the thunder light flashed, and Long Yu stepped out. The next moment, the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost, causing the poisonous needles all over the sky to fail. Behind. The face of the red sand scorpion changed dramatically, and at the moment when the nerves were tense, the voice came floating. You guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward. Long Yu smiled playfully. 5 fingers of the right hand were suddenly clenched, and under the thunder light, they slammed down head-on. Recurrent storm. Boom. It was like a thunderstorm falling from the sky. The huge impact force shattered Fei Liuhu. The ground under his feet was even more overwhelmed and collapsed. The cracks like cobwebs quickly rolled back around. Debris splashed around, like pear blossoms in a rainstorm, more or less stained with venom. However, once he got close to Long Yu's body, he was directly thrown out by the lightning bomb. There was absolutely no way to add a single scar to Long Yu. Sir. Zhao. They all fell on Long Yu's side in an instant, trying to suppress them, but they were stopped. Quote. An empty shell, this is a puppet he manipulates. Long Yu looked at the big tree on the left with a smile on his face. If you want to leave, I hope you still show some strength, otherwise you can only be my subordinate. You. The red sand scorpion walked out in the dark, wearing a black cloak, with scarlet blood-like hair, very eye-catching. Eyes turned, locked on Long Yu's body, and said coldly, You are the blood-colored Asura widely rumored in the ninja world during this period of time, Uchiha Long Yu. I didn't expect that a person like you would collude with the betrayal. For the red sand scorpion, Long Yu's current prestige can fully act as the hero of Konoha. Now, instead of colluding with the notorious ninja like Kaku, the subversion between the front and the back is a bit too big. Hee, in my eyes, this is a talent, just like you. Long Yu smiled playfully and said, How are you thinking, do you want to continue fighting? The scorpion of the red sand couldn't help but startled, not expecting that Long Yu would give such a reply. Was not the first time that he and Zhao met, and they had joined forces in some missions, and it was clear how taboo the ninjutsu mastered by the latter was. Now instead being praised by Long Yu as a talent, the result seems to be a bit of a gap. Talent. The red sand scorpion smiled playfully. However, if you want me to surrender just by talking, this is a bit underestimating me. I just got this thing, and I plan to treasure it. Now, it seems that it should make you look at it with admiration. For the newly acquired 3 generations of Cage, it can be said that it is the second most treasured item in the hands of the red sand scorpion. After all, there is no value of a puppet that can be more exciting than a shadow-level puppet. Is it? Long Yu smiled playfully, and said, I just plan to send him to fight. Let's see if your puppet technique is stronger, or my forbidden technique is stronger. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the reincarnation of the dirty soil is instantly full. Of the system sounded in my mind at the right time. This is the scroll that Long Yu grabbed when he hit Orochimaru in the head, and the improved version of the reincarnation of the dirty earth is recorded on it. Although it is not the ultimate version in the hands of the future, but for the current Long Yu, this is not enough. In addition, the bottle that was found was marked with the cell extract of the 3rd generation of Cage. Forbidden. Zhao. They were all startled, and then they saw the red sand scorpion, and the expression changed slightly. He took out a scroll with his backhand and opened it directly. There is also a shadow word in the center of the mysterious magic seal depicted on it. Facing the dragon feathers who don't know the depth, the red sand scorpion obviously intends to strike first. Come out, my art. The red sand scorpion shouted sharply. Surgical seal in the hand changed, and the sound of gas explosion suddenly sounded. A puppet wearing a black cloak appeared out of thin air. On the joints of the mouth, there was even a crackling sound. This is a human puppet made with 3 generations of Cage. Corner. I can see the clue in an instant. A hint of pride flashed across the scorpion's face, and he shouted sternly, You guessed it right, but you will soon become my collection. Iron Sand Boundary Law. 5 fingers twitched, and the puppet of the 3 generations of Feng Ying instantly burst into flames. The dark iron sand spit out from the puppet's mouth, and a trace of stagnation appeared. The next moment, like a pear blossom in a rainstorm, it attacked the 2 of Long Yu head on. For a time, the world turned into pitch black, and the corners of the corners all changed their expressions slightly. Long Yu disappeared out of thin air and appeared in the dense forest dozens of meters away. Thousands of birds. The thunder splattered, as bright as fireworks, and an exclamation sounded suddenly. "How did you know I was here?" A ninja at the root, his nerves suddenly tense. "I thought that the 3 powerhouses of Long Yu had no time to discover his existence. I never thought that the gate of hell had already opened at the moment when I regained my senses. I guess. In the land of fire, Danzo's minions are definitely not small. Moreover, this is the only way to go not far from Kikyo Mountain. Danzo will never let go of ambush chess pieces here, and at the rear, he will control everything on the battlefield. What's more, the sound of Long Yu's punch that broke Fei Liuhu just now was not small. It is not difficult to alert these minions to come." PFF'd. Blood splattered. Li Guang's right hand wrapped around it, instantly pierced through the chest of the root ninja. "Murderers, people will kill them forever." Looking at the sacrifices delivered to the door, Long Yu took out the bottle containing the 3 generations of wind shadow cells with his backhand, and his hands flew like wheels quickly, forming a series of spell marks. Bang bang bang. The iron sand instantly penetrated the ground. "Zhao, they have already withdrawn and retreated with the help of the ground resentment." Seeing Long Yu facing his proud treasure puppet, and daring to attack the root ninja distractedly, a gloom flashed on the face of the red sand scorpion. "This is contempt for his artwork. Okay, I'll see what forbidden art you have to fight against my treasured puppet." The red sand scorpion roared loudly. The moment when the 10 fingers swung and flew, endless iron sand burst out from the mouth of the 3 generations of Cage. Iron Sand Realm Endless Sand Gun. Roaring together, the black iron sand in the sky instantly turned into hundreds of thousands of dark spears. The 5 fingers of the red sand scorpion caught it in the air, showing a closed posture, and shot towards the dragon feather. Of attacks obviously excluded Zhao, all intending to kill Long Yu with one move. Reincarnated from the Forbidden Earth. Long Yu folded his hands suddenly, and smiled playfully at the incoming iron sand. Bang! The thunder-like rumbling and crashing sound rolled back into the forest with a radius of 10,000 meters. A huge air wave was raised, and a large amount of dust was rolled up. When the scorpion and horns of the red sand were seen clearly, the pupils shrank suddenly. The long spear transformed by the iron sand in the sky, 3 meters away from Long Yu, was blocked by the same iron sand wall. Behind the iron sand wall, there was a half-opened coffin, exuding a terrifying aura. "Scorpion, I didn't expect you, this guy, to really make me a puppet." A familiar voice came from inside the coffin. As the coffin board was kicked away, a figure wearing a cloak of wind and shadow walked out slowly. This is the 3rd generation of Wind Shadow. Corner. All pupils shrunk suddenly. Looking at the familiar and unusual figure in front of him, and the puppet in the sky. Is this a different kind of me doing myself? Necromancer. The red sand scorpion's expression also changed. He did not expect that Long Yu would use his own body to repay his own way, summoning 3 generations of Feng Ying to fight against him. Looking at the 3 generations of Feng Ying with a thin and angry face, the scorpion of the red sand couldn't help laughing. "Haha, I didn't expect that you also know the alternative eternal art, but you thought that a dead person in the summoning district could defeat me, so I'm sorry." The red sand scorpion took out the huge scroll behind him with a backhand, and said with a sinister smile, "Come on, let me show you the method I used to kill the 3 generations of Cage. Chapter 86, Beyond Cognition. Red Secret Skills 100 Machines Exercise. Scroll was stretched out in response, and dark figures shot out like sharp arrows. Of puppets instantly turned into a torrential rain, densely packed and shrouded in the sky. All kinds of weapons, stained with venom, scythes like death gods, and huge sharp blades, etc. In the sun, the cold light flows. Let the whole world be filled with Sen Han's murderous intent. Zhao, there was a dignified expression on his face, and he couldn't help but look at Long Yu and said, as expected of a character that adults like, it is enough to hunt down the shadow level with this single hand. Humph. The 3 generations of Feng snorted coldly and said, the dignified Feng, so quickly, was regarded as a puppet and summoned a second time, but it is better to see you than to see Orochimaru. I hate you and the scorpion even more, the scorpion who randomly transformed my body into a puppet. And I believe that you will be able to teach me a lesson, you are more reliable than Orochimaru. Yes, it feels strange to be praised by a dead man. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. I originally planned to settle this matter in a low-key manner, but, with such a fuss, it seems that a quick solution is better. Quick battle and quick decision. The red sand scorpion's expression was stagnant, and then he roared with a hideous face. Well, I also want to see how you face me with this trick, just relying on a waist, how to fight quickly and quickly. Hundreds of machines perform the strangulation of the heavens. Roaring again and again, 10 fingers suddenly pressed down, the puppets in the sky, like a torrential rain, attacked head-on. Facing this dark scene, Ko, Dewey Sandai's cage also had a solemn expression on his face. They said that they were relying on Long Yu, but when they really faced this lineup, they would inevitably be a little nervous. Looking at the fast-approaching puppet, Long Yu moved. Jugo Jade's writing wheel eyes suddenly turned, scarlet like blood representing Calamity's pupil power, which exploded like a tide. Roar! A roar like a frantic roar came out of Susanoo's mouth. As the huge body of 100 meters was displayed, the puppet that rushed from the sky was directly overturned by most of the moment when the 6 arms flew. Looking at the attacks that rained down like raindrops, it felt like hitting an iron plate. The expression of the red sand scorpion suddenly changed. Looking at Susanoo in front of him, a ruthless expression flashed on his face, and he tore his clothes with his backhand. I can't do it without tearing clothes. If it was a woman, Long Yu would gladly accept it. But looking at the knots in the wood, I don't know if there are any. The scorpion with the handle still washed and fell asleep. Sure enough, when I faced off against me, I sensed something was wrong. The look of the 3 generations of Feng changed dramatically. This kid is really crazy. His appearance hasn't changed for so many years. It turns out that he has transformed himself into a puppet. Uchiha Ryu, let me play, maybe it will come in handy. In the face of hundreds of Taoist puppets, as well as the scorpion who used himself, the 3 generations of Feng were obviously unable to hold back their breath. Hee, I have to say, it's your honor to be able to see my ultimate art. Didn't you say that you need to fight quickly? What can you do now? The red sand scorpion's face was hideous. Your special pair of writing wheel eyes and such powerful means are very suitable for my collection. For the red sand scorpion, all special and beautiful things are short-lived. Especially the existence of human beings with birth, old age, sickness and death, to retain this perfect moment, only through human puppets. At least, that pair of scarlet blood-like special writing wheel eyes, to the scorpion, is completely a treasure. Hee, if you want it, you have to grab it with your strength. Long Yu smiled playfully and said, however, if I were you, I'd better think of a way to solve this trouble first, and then talk to me about it. Long Yu pointed to the sky. Soon, a huge black shadow projected down with a rolling gesture. The inexplicable depressing breath spreads out like a hurricane. The piercing sound of breaking the air gave people a feeling of tearing the eardrums. Especially the strong wind pressure falling from the sky makes people feel like suffocation. The strange scene made Zhao, all 3 of them suddenly tense. And to have time to think about it, I hurriedly looked up at the sky, and when I caught sight of it, my eyes were split open. A huge meteorite with a diameter of 5,000 meters fell from the sky with a 10,000th-like posture. For anyone, if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Boy, when you fought against Orochimaru just now, you didn't use all your strength. 3 generations of Kazekage asked eagerly. Originally, in his eyes, Long Yu, facing the 3 shadow levels, could instantly break through the defense of Orochimaru, and defeat Orochimaru with lightning speed. This was beyond his comprehension. I thought it was because of Orochimaru's carelessness. But in the face of the current scene, the 3 generations of Fengying know clearly. In the face of the battle of Orochimaru, even if Long Yu didn't use tricks, it was enough to crush the 3 shadow level strengths that were not 1 in 10, and then took the head from Orochimaru's neck. You need a bull's knife to kill a chicken, and you also need to see what kind of chicken. This scorpion is a little more likable than Orochimaru. Long Yu smiled playfully. Well, if you are still alive under this blow, I will let you be my subordinate. These words, Long Yu backhanded the dirty earth and reincarnated, grabbed Du by the shoulders, and the lightning flashed from his body, turning into a thunderstorm and swept out. Looking at the 3 generations of wind shadows, Long Yu left the battlefield in an instant, and his body was slowly dissipating, and looked at the human puppets densely covered in the sky. There is also the scorpion who is in it, with a shocked face. His face is more and more blue. He originally thought that the betrayal of the Red Sand Scorpion would bring a huge threat to Sand Ninja Village. But now compared with Long Yu, this so-called threat is just child's play. Such a powerful strength in front of him, in the eyes of the 3 generations of Kazekage, only the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha in the handbook records can do it. This is an existence that can shake the ninja world by stomping his feet. Now suddenly another one appears, and this time there is no strong checks and balances. World of ninjas is going to change. Scorpion, if you are not dead, and you are still thinking about your old love for Sand Ninja Village, remember to tell Chio that Sand Ninja Village must not provoke this lunatic. If you can do this, using my body to transform into a puppet, I definitely don't care. The hurried voices echoed between heaven and earth. Of Kazekage's body dissipated like dust. Hearing these unexpected words and the huge meteorite rolling down from the sky, a trace of madness flashed on the face of the Red Sand Scorpion. The Red Secret technique is ever-changing. The Red Sand Scorpion roared again and again. Hundreds of puppets moved in an instant, spreading out quickly like a big net. At the same time, he opened his hands, and his wrists suddenly split into 4 pieces, and the contained spell was infused with chakra frantically. An instant, it turned into thousands of puppet hands, and went straight towards the meteorite in the sky. Hundreds of puppets, coupled with the sand and iron circles of the scorpion and the 3 generations of wind shadows. The attack from the sky collided with the meteorite that fell from the sky. Boom! The huge impact, like a frenzy, rolled back. The torrent like a Category 12 hurricane directly overturned everything in the surrounding 10,000 meters. Some century-old 100-year-old trees were even broken in the middle. Fleeing to 6 or 7 kilometers, the outer corner, Du, stopped, and hurriedly performed various ninjutsu to defend against it. Compared with Long Yu standing quietly in Susanoo, he performed the 5 elements of ninjutsu, facing the impact of this huge wave, still has the feeling of being overturned at any time in the raging wave. This person is really incomparable. Earth escape iron shield wall. Corner, both hands fly, frantically squeezing chakra. Layers of soil walls bulge in front of them, forming a strong defensive line. When the 10th layer of defense was built, a shocking roar suddenly sounded. Ground shattered in response to the sound, and the huge impact force caused the soil wall to shatter instantly. Jow! I just felt like I was hit by a heavy hammer and flew out. For a time, the heaven and the earth seemed to be whining, and under the flying of countless rubble, Jow, Du, who had used the earth escape hardening method, also felt a tingling pain all over his body. I don't know how long it took. Jow, all pushed away the gravel that was covering his body. Seeing Long Yu who was still standing quietly in the ruins, he didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly looked at the canyon. Of the sight left him dumbfounded. The huge world, the dust that rolled backwards scattered with the wind. Looking at the passage leading to Kikyo Mountain, it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. At this moment, it was razed to the ground, which was completely beyond Zhao Du's expectations. He asked himself to use all the means, all the resentment of the heart, and I am afraid that it would not be able to cause such a huge impact. Is this a god? They all looked at Long Yu in shock. Okay, let's go receive new companions. Long Yu suddenly spoke up. Zhao, I couldn't help but startled, and hurriedly looked at the ruins. I saw a figure in a state of embarrassment, even with a broken arm, struggling to climb out from the periphery of the deep pit. Recalling the strike that seemed to destroy the world just now, Scorpion was still shocked, looking up at the footsteps that suddenly appeared in front of him. Congratulations on surviving. Long Yu smiled warmly. Do you choose to be killed by me, and then summon through Forbidden Rebirth, or surrender now and become my subordinate? The Red Sand Scorpion was stunned. He is an invincible figure in the Sand Ninja Village, and he dares to murder the 3 generations of Cage. It is also based on its own puppets and powerful means. In the eyes of the Red Sand Scorpion, this is enough to look down on the heroes. Pity that facing all of Long Yu's so-called whole cards, it was completely reduced to child's play. I am willing to surrender. The Red Sand Scorpion was deflated like a balloon. However, as a puppet master, all the puppets in my collection have been destroyed, and I have no strength. Is this still useful to you? Hee, don't worry. Long Yu let out a dry laugh, a pair of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes suddenly turned, and the blood quickly faded like a tide. Everything around him was twisting as fast as the surface of the water. The next moment it was torn apart and shattered. Everything became clear. Looking at the 3 generations of Feng still standing beside Long Yu, the Scorpion of the Red Sand was stunned. It's illusion. In the eyes of the Red Sand Scorpion, he is a puppet, and his 5 senses are different from ordinary people. It would be very difficult to pull him into an illusion. Pity that this time he met Long Yu, who has moon reading and amplifying eyes. Scorpion, I didn't expect you to lose too. Sandai Feng said coldly and quietly. Unfortunately, you underestimated the enemy from the beginning, and after seeing that I was summoned by the psychic, there was a flaw in your mood, which caused you to fall into the illusion. However, if you encounter that scene, I'm afraid I, like you, will be completely unable to get out. Facing him, you won't lose unjustly. Remember what I said to you in the illusion space. Don't let Sand Ninja Village provoke this monster. Leaving these words, the 3 generations of wind shadows dispersed like dust. Scorpion glanced at the puppet scroll that was still intact, and Scorpion couldn't help but be silent. The trick just now, is it real, or is it caused by illusion? Scorpion couldn't help but speak. When I thought about the powerlessness that I felt in the face of Tiansheng, my heart seemed to be clenched tightly by an invisible big hand. Guess. Long Yu smiled playfully, patted Scorpion's shoulder and said, if you can't guess, you can let go and try it, but this time it won't be so easy to fool the past. These words, Long Yu looked in the direction of Konoha Shinobi Village. He really wanted to know if the current Konoha Shinobi Village would turn upside down and expose his tricks. It's almost time. I'll go back to Konoha first, you can be on standby at any time. Looking at the dragon feather that disappeared out of thin air as soon as the lightning flashed on his body, the Red Sand Scorpion said to his mouth, but he still swallowed it back in his stomach. Don't doubt the strength of your lord, it was not only you, but I was also caught in the illusion, which means that the lord still has spare power. Zhao, everyone glanced at the Scorpion. I don't care about you. I just don't want you to be cleaned up so quickly that I will feel lonely. Konoha Village, seal the gate. A petite figure rushed in from the door. Glanced left and right, and found that there were no other whistleblowers, so he tiptoed to the dark place. However, just after taking 2 or 3 steps, a familiar voice sounded. Hongdu, you are finally back. The muscles of Mitsuwashi's body were tensed, and he hurriedly followed the sound to look at the crowd, which made his expression drastically change. The new teacher. After Orochimaru left, Midori Red Bean was assigned to the team of Sarutobi Shinosuke, the eldest son of the third Hokage, known as one of the 8 colors of Konoha, due to the curse mark. However, this time with him, there are also senior advisors such as Danzo, Yamazakaka, and Sandai Hokage. Hehe, Jiraiya, what else do you have to say? Danzang clenched the cane in his hand, and said with a gloomy face, didn't you say that you have sent that kid to Miaomu Mountain to learn and practice? Just now, maybe it was a one-sided statement from the mountain, but now Midori Red Bean has really rushed back from outside, which should mean that I didn't frame him on purpose, right? After receiving the report from Yamakakata, Danzo decided to strike first. Chapter 87. My Danzo can't be wrong. After all, if the 3 generations of Hokage were to know that he colluded with Orochimaru, they would inevitably be monitored again in the days to come. That has been built so hard will also be destroyed. Danzo, these are just your one-sided words. Zilai also said with a heavy expression, I know very well how difficult it is to cultivate in Miaomu Mountain. Furthermore, your one-sided remarks alone cannot prove that he has left the village. HMPH, can't the words of Shan Zongfeng be used as evidence? Jirai also don't forget, you haven't been in Konoha Ninja Village for a long time, this time is it too lenient? Danzang snorted coldly. Enough. Sarutobi Hizen snorted coldly. Now Midori Red Bean has returned, and Hanbu, who I sent to confirm Long Yu's whereabouts just now, has also returned. Let's listen to his report first. Voice fell, and a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Hokage, at the garrison headquarters meeting, Uchiha Ryayu was found, and he was meditating on chakra. Danzo's expression suddenly changed. It's impossible, he clearly escaped from Konoha Ninja Village. This is what Yamazaki saw with his own eyes, and Midori Red Bean can testify. Oh. Hizen looked at Anko and said, Anko, tell us honestly, Shan Zongfeng mentioned that you and Long Yu appeared outside Konoha Ninja Village together, is this true? For a time, everyone's eyes fell on Hongdu's body, causing her face to turn pale. Who is he? Midarashi Red Bean gritted his teeth and said. She knew very well that it was Danzo's villain who complained first. Although Midori Red Bean had thought about it, he pierced the matter directly. However, her words are mild, and compared with a big man like Danzo, what she said is probably fart. It is not good, it will bring trouble to Long Yu. Thinking of this, the figure of Long Yu flashed in Midori Red Bean's mind. In her eyes, rather than saying that Long Yu is a bad person, it is better to say Danzo and Shan Zongfeng. Bastard, he learned to talk nonsense at a young age, and Shan Zongfeng took her down for me and sent her to the torture department. Danzo's face sank, and he shouted angrily. This time, the collusion with Orochimaru was revealed, and it can be said that Midori Red Beans are important witnesses. Regardless of where is Long Yu, the first thing is to solve her first. It's Danzo-sama. Shan Zongfeng's figure flickered, and he was about to shoot first. Thinking of what happened just now, it was a shame for him. Stop. Sarutobi Hizen snorted coldly. Jiraiya, who was beside him, took the first step and stopped in front of Shan Zongfeng. Danzo, since Long Yu is still in the garrison's garrison, you may cause injustice if you act indiscriminately. Sarutobi Hazana's face showed a warning color. Danzo's face couldn't help but sank, looked at Midori Red Bean who was close at hand, and said coldly, Sarutobi, this matter is about Konoha's safety. With his methods, he can sneak back one step earlier than Midori Red Bean. Yes. To find out about this matter, just catch him and hand it over to the torture department to find out. Are you crazy? Sarutobi Hizen's face changed drastically, and he roared sharply. HMPH, just think I'm crazy. Everything I do is for the safety of Konoha. I just sent everyone from the roots to raid. Leaving those words, Danzo flickered, and rushed out with a mountain wind. Crazy. Recalling the scenes that happened in the Naruto building, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. The face of the powerful Susanoo. What means does Danzo have to deal with it? Catch up and don't let things get worse. 3 generations of Hokage's face sank and hurried to catch up. In the face of foreign aggressions like the 4 major countries, Hiruzen Sarutobi was already very busy. Now Danzo is still going his own way. How can this make him calm down? Of the guard where the Uchiha clan is located on the edge of Konoha Shinobi Village. Especially the forest road leading to the headquarters, except for the Uchiha clan, there are not many Konoha ninja activities on weekdays. Where Uchiha Fuyu is located is guarded by the entrance, next to it. Long Yu, they are here. Uchiha Fugaku, standing outside the courtyard. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from the surroundings, I couldn't hold my breath anymore. Well, you go back, don't come out. Long Yu raised his head and glanced around. When Long Yu left, 2 shadow clones were specially arranged here to collect immortal chakra, one of which has been lifted. Only this one remains now. Can you just rely on a shadow clone? Uchiha Fuyu couldn't hold his breath. However, he is very clear that this is not just a personal grudge. Once he intervenes, it will become an excuse for Danzo and even Konoha to reject their Uchiha clan. Don't worry, I can do it alone. Long Yu said lightly. Uchiha Fuyu's expression was startled, and dozens of black shadows quickly rushed in all directions. Only you. This lineup is not enough. Long Yu smiled warmly. The eyes of the root ninjas falling from all directions changed slightly, showing a posture of encirclement, trapping Long Yu within. In the face of even the oil girl taking the root, such an existence that such elites can easily crush with one hand. No wonder they weren't nervous. However, Danzo had already made arrangements for this scene. Go. The root ninja who takes the lead, as soon as his footsteps fall, his hands are quick. The dozen or so ninjas following him stepped forward. The art of fire escape and fireball. The great breakthrough. The thunder walk. Quote. Dozens of ninjas made their move in unison. Attack, like a raging tide, rushing towards Long Yu. The majestic gesture instantly alarmed Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui in the room. Was startled. As for the inside of the stronghold, a sealing technique was obviously applied, which completely blocked the sound of battle. Susanoo. Long Yu's 9-hooked jade writing wheel eyes turned in vain, and the scarlet pupils that exuded aura of calamity quickly spread out, turning into Susanoo, who was more than 10 meters tall. Shadow clone, although it can retain a certain strength of the main body. That pupil power can exert is obviously less than 1/10 of 10%. Boom. The violent air waves rolled back, flames splashed, lightning flashes, etc. Ravaged the world. If Long Yu hadn't been prepared and stayed away from the courtyard where Uchiha Fuyu lived, I'm afraid this wave of shocks would have destroyed the outer wall. Moreover, as the mansion of the head of the clan, it obviously also has a seal enchantment. Dad, what is this? What's going on? Uchiha Itachi's expression changed. When has he encountered such a battle? Moreover, it still happened in the territory of Konoha Ninja Village. Danzo is finally in trouble. I don't know how long you will deal with it. Uchiha Shisui's expression also changed. Looking at Susanoo, who was under attack, the remaining dozen or so ninjas also moved instantly, their hands clasped together suddenly, and the chakra was frantically extracted. Boundary King Kong blockade. A chain of chains made of chakra condensed, turned into a piece of training, and entangled directly towards Susanoo. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, Susanoo's body was tightly bound. Long Yu, this is a sealing technique that can even bind the 9 tails. Today, for the safety of Konoha Ninja Village, you should just go ahead and capture it. Danzo's roar suddenly sounded. Soon I saw a figure flashing out of the dark place, and under the rapid flip of both hands, it suddenly pressed directly in the void. The art of psychic. Bang! A large white fog rose into the sky, and the rolled-up hurricane spread out like a wave. Woo! A deafening long howl suddenly sounded, and the whole body was pale yellow, and the huge behemoth with a slender nose raised appeared in front of everyone. Dad, is this an elephant? Uchiha Itachi's face changed, looking a little surprised. No. Uchiha Fuyu's expression changed. This is Danzo's psychic beast dream taper. This is a rare wind-escaped spirit beast. It seems that Danzo's plan is real this time, and I don't know if Long Yu can handle it. Roar! The dream taper roared in the sky, and a huge wave of air rolled back. Let this piece of open space roll up with sand and dust. Uchiha Itachi's expression tightened, and he quickly grabbed Uchiha Fuyu's hand. Dad, are we going to shoot? After listening to these words, Uchiha Fuyu's face changed slightly, but before he could speak, Uchiha Shisui said first, Itachi, this is a matter of Long Yu, and my uncle is also concerned with the overall situation. For these remarks, Uchiha Fuyu was silent. He clearly knew that the dragon feather in front of him was just a clone. The real him was led out of Konoha Shinobi Village. At this juncture, Danzang is in trouble, if he sees it through. I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. Long Yu, you can't escape today. Danzo threw himself on the head of the nightmare taper. Wind and hurricane breakthrough. The magic seal was quickly formed, and the chakra in the mouth was poured frantically, and Danzang opened his mouth and spit it out. At the same time, the dream taper at the foot also shot. The attacks of the two converged in an instant, and a powerful hurricane wave erupted. In particular, the wind blade hidden in the hurricane cut off all the trees and rocks along the way. The tens of meters of root ninjas all around also moved in an instant. It's just that this time, under Danzo's wind-done offensive, the ninjutsu they used was mainly based on fire-done. The fire follows the wind, and the wind helps the fire grow. As soon as the attacks of the two converged, the fire was soaring into the sky, and even the clouds accumulated in the air were directly reflected in red. Immediately drowned Susanoo. Danzo, are you crazy? 3 generations of Hokage and others hurriedly arrived. In the distance they could feel the sky-high fire and fiery waves. Hurry up and put out the fire. Jiraiya's expression also changed. He didn't know why Long Yu appeared in such a place when he was studying immortality in Miaomu Mountain. But if the relationship is completely deadlocked, everything he has done will be wasted. HMPH, Jiraiya, you are still too naive, now is a good opportunity. Danzo roared angrily. Where is the seal class? Cast the 6 Chiong barrier to trap Uchiha Longyu. Surrounding area was already ready, and the 6 people who were waiting for the order, jumped out in an instant and landed in 2 directions. With the formation of a series of magic seals, the purple magic circle centered on 6 people and 6 quickly linked together to form a purple seal enchantment. After everything was completed, the raging flames dissipated. Susanoo, who was full of cracks all over his body, was exposed. Seeing this scene, everyone's nerves suddenly became tense. Uchiha Itachi couldn't hold his breath, grabbed Uchiha Fuyu's hand tightly, and said anxiously, Dad, if you don't do anything, brother will be in danger. Stop the water, you won't stand idly by, right? Facing Uchiha Itachi's request and Danzo's smirk, Uchiha Fuyu was helpless. He couldn't tell them at this juncture. Emil, under the operation of God, the dragon feather in front of me is just a shadow clone. Danzo, quickly remove the barrier. 3 generations of Hokage shouted anxiously. Otherwise, don't blame me for doing it myself. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen who had caught the Hokage robe, Danzo's expression sank, and he said sharply, Hizen, don't be so confused, you are very aware of how dangerous this kid is. Don't use your so-called kindness to bring hidden dangers to Konoha. Now this kid is suppressed by me. If you are willing to join hands with me, you will definitely be able to win this kid. The 3 generations of Hokage suddenly became angry, and was about to burst into battle clothes when an unexpected figure appeared beside Jiraiya like a ghost. The sudden scene made everyone present stunned. Eye sockets were almost split, looking at the person in front of him, full of disbelief. Long Yu, aren't you in the enchantment? He was also the first to lose his temper. Danzo's actions seem to be very violent, but a series of attacks are set up, but they are intertwined. Under this kind of offensive, even a tailed beast can be trapped. However, now Long Yu appeared in front of them at this juncture. Is it too fast? No way, you are obviously banned by me, why are you here? Danzo's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly looked at the sea of fire in the barrier. Caught the eye was another, Uchiha Ryu, who was under the cracked Susanoo. Let go of my avatar, what's coming at me? Long Yu smiled playfully. The small voice, at this moment, seems to be filled with magic sound. Who participated in this shot had a stiff expression. Emil, a resolute attack that can't even defeat a clone, this is too shocking to the world. Bang! Inside the barrier, Susanoo in the flames shattered, and the dragon feathers in it, turned into a white mist, and collapsed between the heavens and the earth. Looking at this scene, Danzo and the others were stunned. Just now, they still had a little bit of fantasy. The dragon feather in the fantasy barrier is real, and what is in front of you is just the clone of Long Yu acting as a guise. However, all of this turned out to be in vain. It's impossible, I can't go wrong with Danzo. Danzang's expression turned ashen. Meng Taper, kill him. Chapter 88, The Demon Defying the Sky. It was originally intended to be a one-shot kill method, but now it has failed. This gap is too big. Roar! The Dream Taper roared up to the sky, opened its bloody mouth, and the endless power of devouring rolled back in its mouth. The violent power was like a tidal wave, shrouding Long Yu and the others. In the face of repeated defeats, Danzo was obviously going berserk. Be careful, this Dream Taper has its own space in its body and can devour anything. 3 generations of Hokage urgently reminded, hurry up and disperse. No need. Long Yu smiled warmly, and the double surgery seal flew over, like a phantom, dazzling people. The fiery chakra gathered in the mouth, and the next moment was swallowed. The art of fire escape how fireball. Flames soared into the sky, and the huge fireballs with a diameter of more than 10 meters gathered together in an instant. At a close distance and with a strong suction, the moment the flames ignited, it was directly swallowed by the Dream Taper. The wind helps the fire grow. Under the round eyes of the Dream Taper, its body rapidly expands like a balloon. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, it exploded. Boom! Endless flames soared into the sky and rolled back with a tyrannical wave. The violent scene caused the 3 generations of Hokage and others to use defensive ninjutsu. After everything returned to calm, there was only a deep pit with a diameter of several tens of meters, and scattered pieces of meat, and there was no trace of the Nightmare Taper. This scene made everyone stunned. In their eyes, the aloof psychic beast was solved by a fireball of Huo Dunhao. Although, this fire escape is special and bigger, but this is too much of a child's play. Save people, hurry up and save Danzo-sama. A root ninja suddenly called out. Soon he saw Danzo wrapped in flames, lying on the edge of the forest in the distance. Kept rolling on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on his body. Water escape, water rush. The face of the 3rd Hokage suddenly changed. As a ninjutsu professor, the speed of the 3rd Hokage's seal was like a phantom, and it was completed first. He opened his mouth and spat out a large wave of water, pouring it on Danzang head-on. In an instant, the flames surrounding him were directly extinguished, revealing a slightly charred body. There was a burning smell in the air. The traces of the explosion and the scattered flames around it are even more shocking to see. Faced with Danzo lying on the ground, whose life and death are unknown, everyone did not dare to take a breath. As the leader of the route, the first advisor of Konoha Ninja Village, with the help of dozens of people, he even summoned the powerful psychic beast, the Nightmare Taper, but was defeated by one move. Although this How Fireball is a bit special. But this was too shocking. Come here, send Danzang down and guard me strictly. From now on the routes immediately. Dissolution, all personnel will be reviewed by Kurama Luling, and if there is no problem, arrangements will be made. A series of orders were issued quickly. After many people subconsciously glanced at Long Yu, they bit the bullet and got out of the list. Uchiha Fuyu also hurried over with Shisui and Itachi. Long Yu, don't be impulsive. Uchiha Fuyu held down Long Yu's shoulder and hurriedly persuaded. Faced with these words, there was a hint of urgency on the faces of everyone present. In their eyes, Long Yu's strength is too strong. If it is attacked at this time, I am afraid it will turn into a fierce battle. Hee, uncle, you are overthinking it. This is Danzang teasing me. How can I be willing to kill? It doesn't make sense. Danzo, who is covered in black. This world is too boring. I can have a little gadgets, and it won't be too lonely. I hope he doesn't die. The small voice, as if infused with a magic sound, made everyone's spine shiver. In their eyes, they thought that Long Yu would not be able to swallow this breath, and would explode into trouble. However, at this moment, they suddenly woke up. Long Yu never took Danzo in his eyes from beginning to end. Just like a strong man, don't mind a few more jumping clowns. Itachi, let's go. Long Yu rubbed Itachi's head and turned to walk away. By the way, the road that Danzo destroyed will be repaired by you. The cheeks of those present couldn't help twitching, looking at the big pit with flames still remaining in front of them. This is riding a horse to stand and talk without back pain. Haha, Long Yu, don't worry, love, we will handle it, you go to rest first. He also laughed heartily. In his opinion, this is the best way. Brother, shall we go for a walk in the village? Uchiha Itachi grabbed Long Yu's hand with a look of hope. Itachi, didn't we agree to go to Shuriken? Uchiha Shisui suddenly spoke up. However, he was quickly stopped by Uchiha Fuyu. Let them go, let's deal with it here. I hope those guys in the stronghold will notice, otherwise your long-standing proposition will probably be broken. Uchiha Fuyu's face was solemn. Uchiha Shisui looked stagnant and said, Uncle, if one day you are given a choice, will you stand by Konoha or his side? Faced with this question, Uchiha Fugaku was silent. It can be said that when what happened just now, this choice appeared in Uchiha Fuyu's mind. However, it has not been decided yet. Watching the departure of Ryu and Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya and Sandai Hokage looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Jiraiya, didn't you say that you sent him to learn fairy magic? The third Hokage couldn't hold back his breath. Mito Kazuo and Kaharu were also confused. Zilai also smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. I have already contacted Miao Mushin, and there will be an answer soon, but I sincerely hope not, otherwise this kid's talent would be too terrifying. These words fell, the expressions of several people present became solemn. Immortal, that is a legendary technique, which is superior to ninjutsu. Being able to learn ninjutsu is already 1 in 100. And the one who can learn the immortal art is 1 in 1,000,000, and the difficulty of it can only be achieved through various practices. It's only been a day since Jiraiya sent Long Yu to Miaomu Mountain and now. If you really learned the magic, it would be too shocking to the world. No, it should be said that it is a monster against the sky, and it is not an exaggeration. Okay, this matter will be handed over to Jiraiya to deal with. Next, we need to deal with the matter of Danzo. Don't make mistakes at this juncture. The 3 generations of Hokage reminded in a deep voice. I checked just now, Danzo's injury is not fatal, I think that kid has seen it right from the start. Turning to bed, Xiaochun said with a pale face, if that's right, then this kid is really scary. Other hand, Long Yu, led by Itachi Uchiha, came to the commercial street. The second time he has visited this small street after crossing. However, compared with the era in the original book, in the period of war, all materials and personnel were in short supply, resulting in very few people who could spend extra. The huge commercial street is sparsely populated, not to mention the people who can consume. Brother, let's take a detour. Uchiha Itachi suddenly spoke up. Long Yu raised his brows. Just as he was wondering, he saw 7 or 8, a Uchiha clan man dressed as a security guard swaggering through the market. Liangzi, today is the last date. If you don't pay the security management fee of 10,000 yuan, it will be very difficult for us to do it. The tall and thin ninja who took the lead stopped in front of a shop and spoke first. Are you afraid of them? Long Yu looked at Uchiha Itachi. In his understanding of the original work, Uchiha Itachi is not a coward. After all, this is a ruthless man who dares to do even the genocide. Uchiha Itachi was silent for a moment, then said, Dad told me to try my best not to conflict with people, especially the people in the clan. Don't conflict. Long Yu looked at these gangsters, the gleeful guards. He finally knew why the Uchiha clan, in Konoha Shinobi Village, were becoming less and less welcome. A mouse droppings ruined a pot of porridge. Even the 10,000 yuan security management fee, dare to say it. This looks more arrogant than robbing. Everyone, this public security management fee has been increasing every month recently, which is too much. It was originally only 2,000, but now it has become 10,000. Ryoko is a widow in her early 30s. Long Yu remembered that Ryoko's husband had already died during the first conflict on Kikyoyama. Moreover, her daughter seems to be the little fan girl of Itachi in the original novel in the future. HMPH, now is an extraordinary period of war. For the sake of our Uchiha clan, the garrison is always ready for battle. As a clan member, if you don't support it, will outsiders be convinced? Uchiha, who took the lead, shouted sharply. This violent shout, immediately. It attracted the attention of the surrounding merchants and some passers-by. However, in the face of the infighting of the Uchiha clan, they obviously have the mentality of watching a play. Especially those merchants who have just been blackmailed, are even more fortunate, and some are even gnashing their teeth and cursing. Can you raise your hands? It's a time of war. It's good for everyone to have enough to eat. If I pay the security management fee of 10,000 yuan, my daughter will starve to death. Ryoko hurriedly begged. Damn, so you told me just now that you didn't, and now you say that you can figure it out. Could it be that you don't support our Uchiha clan's guard duty? Uchiha Kage shouted in a hurry. So many people are looking at you, you're so cold to our guard team's heart and damage our prestige. For the sake of the family, I'll give you another chance. If you don't hand it in, don't blame us. Get started. Soon as these words fell, all the guards immediately became fierce and wicked. Ryoko's face turned pale all of a sudden, and she begged urgently, Uchiha Rong, for the sake of my husband working with you, can you give me another month of grace? My daughter still has to pay for school fees, I really can't make it. Facing the scene in front of her, Ryoko couldn't help but took a few steps back and leaned against the door behind. Uchiha Kagura's face was gloomy to the extreme, listening to the mocking voices around him, as well as his eyes. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the depths of his pupils, and he shouted sharply, Okay, if you dare to interfere with my work, then we will do it ourselves. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you dare to break the rules. This is a shame for our clan. The voice fell. Uchiha Kage directly reached out and caught Ryoko. Don't. Ryoko's face turned pale. She is just an ordinary person, and it is precisely because she has no ninja talent that she opened a small shop in this place. After all, not everyone is as perverted as the Matekai father and son, and in order to become a ninja, he has tempered his taijutsu to the extreme. In the face of this group of wolves and tiger-like guards, Ryoko had no choice but to retreat. He could only watch helplessly as the group of people approached quickly. You don't touch my mother. A childish cry came. Soon I saw 4 shuriken blazing out from the street on the left. Uchiha Kagura and the others suddenly changed their expressions, and they never thought that someone would dare to attack their garrison in Konoha Ninja Village. However, in the face of such a naive way of attacking, with angry expressions on their faces, they took out kunai with their backhands and directly blocked the shuriken. Seeing that she took the lead and landed in front of Ryoko, a little girl who was only 8 or 9 or 8 years old, Uchiha Kagura, who took the lead, had a gloomy expression to the extreme. This time, he personally led the team, but was blocked over and over again, which was a shame for him. "Mom, are you all right?" Uchiha Izumi hurriedly grabbed Ryoko's hand and asked. However, before Ryoko could answer, Uchiha Kage's angry cold shout came from behind. "Bastard girl, in the public, dare to take action on our guards. This is a big crime of betraying the village, take it down for me." The two Uchiha clansmen immediately reached out to Uchiha Izumi and caught them. Seeing this scene, Ryoko panicked, and hurriedly hugged Izumi Uchiha, and said anxiously, "No, you misunderstood. Ryokwan didn't offend your heart, you look at the same clan, forgive Izumi, I will give you the money." "Mom, don't, I can fight, I've entered the ninjutsu academy now, and I can protect you, just like Dad did back then." Uchiha Izumi broke free from Ryoko's embrace, looking at the two approaching fellows, his eyes lit up involuntarily. "Itachi, hurry up and help me." In the ninjutsu academy, Uchiha Itachi is outstanding, but surpasses other peers. It became the object of many people's attention early in the morning, even Uchiha Izumi is no exception. However, in the face of this request for help, Uchiha Itachi hesitated. In Long Yu's memory, Uchiha Itachi was a diamond single dog. When he exterminated his family, he was indifferent to seeing Uchiha Izumi being killed by Uchiha Obito with his own eyes. If you have to find a word to describe Uchiha Itachi, it is the best brother. "She asks you for help, won't you help her?" Long Yu said with great interest. Uchiha Itachi's expression froze, looking at the two guards who rushed towards Uchiha Izumi like wolves like tigers, shook his head and said, "Dad said, to avoid disputes with the clan, as the eldest son of the clan leader, more to lead by example." "Is it?" Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, "I do and have so many rules and regulations." "Quan, you mean that? The genius son of the Fuyu patriarch. He doesn't seem to want to help us." Ryoko obviously heard Uchiha Izumi mention Itachi. However, looking at Uchiha Itachi, who was still standing in the same place, indifferent, his face darkened. Chapter 89. Yo, the garrison is really scary. In her eyes, Uchiha Fugaku is the captain of the garrison. Even he didn't restrain his subordinates, let them do their best, let alone his son. The disappearance is gone, the mother is gone. Uchiha Izumi's pupils shrank suddenly. Soon as the urgent cry fell, Uchiha Kage and the others moved, and an unexpected figure, like a ghost, appeared in front of Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi. Yo, the guards are really scary. Long Yu smiled playfully. Right foot was like an iron whip, mixed with lightning. He swept across the sky towards the two clansmen. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Two members of the security team, too late to think about it, subconsciously raised their hands to block. Crack, boom, the dull collision sound, coupled with the crisp sound of bones breaking, echoed, giving people a kind of creepy feeling. Looking at the two figures, like cannonballs, they swept out and smashed heavily on the tree more than 10 meters away. The huge impact force made the tree cut off in the middle. The two guardsmen, with a puff, opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of blood, and passed out directly. The violent scene made everyone's face turn pale, looking at the figure in front of him with a warm smile on his face, bathed in thunderlight, a rumor flashed in his mind. It's the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Longyu. There were ninjas in the arena, and they couldn't hold back their breath and exclaimed. As soon as these words came out, Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi's nerves were shaken. Since the destruction of the Hokage building, the 3 generations of Hokage have issued a gag order, but the fierce name of Uchiha Ryu, under the intention of Danzo, has already become the incarnation of the devil. The whole Konoha ninja village have a feeling of being at a distance. However, these deeds spread for a short time, and Long Yu rarely appeared in public, so very few people knew him. You are Uchiha Ryu. Uchiha Kage's expression changed. In the face of other people, he may be able to be tough, but the figure rising like a comet in front of him is not. He can challenge it casually. Hee, I heard that you are charging security management fees, and that you are betraying the village by taking action against the garrison. Long Yu smiled warmly. Look at me, I accidentally shot 2 members of the guard team into the air, my betrayal. The small voice seemed to be filled with magical sounds at this moment. Everyone present, their cheeks twitched involuntarily. Who were watching the fun just now became silent. This is a ruthless character who even dares to destroy the Hokage building and kills in front of the whole village. In the face of such existence, who would despise themselves for living too long? Uchiha Kage's face turned pale. Not long ago he heard that Uchiha Shi was seriously injured by Uchiha Longyu. Originally, I didn't care about it, but now when I face it directly, I understand what invisible pressure is. In the moment just now, he couldn't even see the way Long Yu was moving. Not to mention fighting. Long Yu, you are too funny. We were just joking. As a model of our Uchiha clan, how dare we disrespect you? If there is nothing wrong, we will go first. Uchiha Kage said in a hurry. The guards behind him also quickly joined in. The young man in front of him killed people in front of Hokage, not to mention injured a few of their guardsmen. Money to spend, you have to spend your life. Abandoning these words, the members of the security team present couldn't wait to turn around and leave. Ryoko holding Izumi Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief. However, after thinking about the incident, the guards will come back to find a place. After such tossing, I am afraid it will get worse, and my mind can't help but tighten. Stop, don't you plan to apologize before leaving? Long Yu said with a smile. The nerves of the people present were suddenly tense. Looking at the smiling Long Yu, they finally understood what a fearless ruthless man is. Hit someone and make an apology. This is simply domineering. Long Yu, don't go too far. Uchiha's face changed. This time he has lost face and become the laughingstock of the family. Now Long Yu also asked him to apologize, which completely demolished his descending steps. Facing the gazes from all around, Uchiha Kage couldn't help clenching his fists. Stop it all for me. A slightly old voice came suddenly. Soon I saw 3 old men with gray hair and wearing Uchiha clan robes approaching. The 3 elders of the Uchiha clan. Didn't they say that they would never step out of the Uchiha station casually? I heard that these 3 people have 3 goose jade writing wheel eyes, and they are the existence of elite Jonin. There are also rumors that they have the strength comparable to the Penumbra. Some old ninjas in the field came one after another. As one of the Konoha clan, and even Uchiha, who is known as the strong clan in the ninja world, there will always be strong people in every era. It's just that there is a gap in the strength of these powerhouses, although the 3 old men in front of them are not as dazzling as the strengths of Uchiha Itachi and Shisui in the original work. However, for ordinary ninjas in Konoha Ninja Village, has a wheel eye, and powerful fire ninjutsu, as well as illusion. Of the Uchiha clan, with a little talent, has a much higher chance of becoming a strong man than other ninjas without dying. This is also the advantage of the bloodline limit. Elder Huo, Elder Long, Elder Yu. Seeing the appearance of the 3 elders, Uchiha Kage seemed to see a savior, with a happy expression on his face, and hurriedly greeted him. However, as soon as he approached, the headed Elder Huo raised his hand and threw it directly. Clap. A crisp slap suddenly sounded. Make everyone's nerves tense. You bastard, who gave you the power to charge management fees indiscriminately here? I have seen what happened just now. Uchiha Ryu shouted angrily. Elder. Uchiha was stunned, covering his hot half cheek, unable to speak. This kind of thing hadn't been supported behind the scenes, they wouldn't dare to charge public security management fees so brazenly. Moreover, I learned from Uchihaishi's mouth that the support behind this is also related to the three elders in front of him. HMPH, how old are you, to do such a thing? Even our old face will be lost. Elder Long shouted angrily. Now hurry up and apologize to Long Yu and everyone, or my clan rules will serve you. The awe-inspiring voice made the expressions of the members of the garrison present instantly change. The Uchiha family has always claimed to be a big family, no matter what. Is it self-respect, or the rules of the family? It is even more imposing than the rules of Konoha Ninja Village. If Elder Long really pursued it, he would probably be beaten to death as well. Hee, Elder, you are too funny. They should apologize to Ryoko and Izumi. I'm just nosy. Long Yu smiled warmly. No, dare not. Ryoko hurriedly waved his hand. Elder Long piled up a smile and said, Is this the spring? We three old men have also heard that there is a good girl in the clan, and she was really brave just now. Why don't you apologize quickly? Uchiha Kage and the others looked ashen. It's just that, not to mention the three elders, just staring at them, Long Yu, has already made them dare not make mistakes. Everyone looked at each other, their faces were unwilling, but they bowed their heads and apologized. I'm sorry, we've gone too far, this will never happen in the future. Really sorry. The merchants present were stunned, and looking at the usually arrogant guards, they took the initiative to lower their proud heads. For them, this was simply unexpected. Hee, Long Yu, look at this matter, can it be considered like this? Elder Long said with a smile on his face, I will guarantee that there will never be such a problem of illegally charging management fees, and pricing will be based on the original market rules. It can be said that the power has been superseded and transferred to the outskirts. The marginalized Uchiha clan, the so-called garrison work, is similar to the current patrol police and urban management. Manage street security and so on, the real executive power no longer exists. It is for this reason that the dissatisfaction of the Uchiha clan has grown stronger. In order to avoid the ultimate detonation of the conflict, the three generations of Hokage have always adopted the Wairo policy, and turned their eyes away from such excessive management fees. It's just that people didn't expect that Uchiha Kage planned to make a fortune in war, and at this juncture, the management fee of 2,000 was suddenly raised to 10,000. This kind of high-priced management fee requires 7 or 8 tasks in the ninja to be able to collect enough, not to mention the lonely Ryoko. Since the elders are asking for mercy, if I still bite and hold on, I don't seem to give the elders face. Long Yu said with a smile. However, I'm still making a fool of myself. I'll cover this store in the future. Don't let me see forced buying and selling. Otherwise, I don't mind killing a few more people. The faint voice of words fell, and the next moment, the violent murderous aura rolled back on Long Yu's body like a frenzy. The powerful murderous aura swept through the audience like a hurricane. Some people with slightly inferior strength, and even ordinary people, heard a roar in their minds. Facing Uchiha Kage and the others who were suppressed by Long Yu's breath, his face turned pale, and with a thud, he couldn't help falling to the ground. While his forehead was covered in cold sweat, his eyes looking at Long Yu were full of horror. At the moment just now, it gave them the feeling that they were in the midst of a raging wave. Like a small boat that could capsize at any time, as long as Long Yu had a thought, they would surely die. However, that's not to blame for their blunders. With Long Yu's control over the kaleidoscope shaker's eye, and his own strong mental willpower, just one look is enough to be as powerful as the murderous aura released by Orochimaru in the original book. Especially with the superposition of the power of the booster eye, the threat of the spirit is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. Long Yu, don't be impulsive, I think they will understand if you cage them, and you will never trouble them in the future. Elder Long's expression was stagnant, and he rushed to relieve the siege. The sudden burst of breath just now, for him, is also tense. There is a kind of, the illusion of being under death. If it wasn't for Long Yu to disperse this murderous intention in time, I am afraid that at that moment, he could not help withdrawing and retreating, pulling a sufficient safety distance. Hee, Elder Long, you are really out there. I just remind you, you don't have to take it to heart. Long Yu patted Elder Long on the shoulder and said, it's all gone. Seeing this kind of behavior that didn't care about seniority at all, the three elders' cheeks couldn't help twitching. However, when I thought of the purpose of this time, I still managed to hold back my displeasure. Cage you all to go back to the station first, this time you will be punished. Elder Long scolded. However, in the face of this painless scolding, the members of the guard team quickly fled from this ghost place. In their eyes, clan rules can still be perfunctory. But facing the blood-colored Asura Long Yu, it was like walking on thin ice, and he lost his life accidentally. Watching the group of guards flee, the surrounding merchants also suppressed their curiosity, glanced at Long Yu in horror, then turned and left. Seeing that the huge street was suddenly empty, Long Yu looked at the three elders with great interest, and said, there is nothing to do without going to the Three Treasures Hall. The three elders came out of the clan specially, don't tell me it's for the sake of the style of punishing the garrison. You bastard, Long Yu, don't go too far. We are still the elders of the clan. In front of outsiders, we will give you face, so now you should keep the respect you deserve for the elders. Elder Yu, who had not spoken for a while, suddenly scolded him coldly. In Uchiha Yu's eyes, they can be regarded as the heritage of the Uchiha clan. An old family is like a treasure. This is the capital of relying on the old to sell the old. Idiot. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, Itachi, you are hungry too, let's go. Idiots Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi were stunned. In their eyes, the elders are high above. If it was Konoha advisors, what were they more afraid of than the elders? That must be the elder of the Uchiha clan. Dragon Yu. Elder Yu suddenly exploded with anger, but was interrupted by Elder Huo, who was silent and did not speak. Among the three elders, Elder Huo is known as the Great Elder. With his turbid old eyes, after reflecting Long Yu's figure, he clenched the crutches in his hand and said, Long Yu, are you interested in becoming the patriarch? A small sound swept the audience like a hurricane. Uchiha Itachi's steps could not help stiffening, and even Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi's expressions froze. For them, this amount of information is a bit too big. Uchiha Fuyu has been in power for a long time, and he has always done things without much fault. However, what he has been adhering to is the way of the mean, which makes many radical and Uchiha people feel dissatisfied. It's just that, for a long time, the strength of Uchiha Fuyu is stronger than that of the three elders when they were young. It can definitely be called the first person in the same generation. Therefore, only he can be qualified for the position of the patriarch. Chapter 90, The Silly Son of the Landlord's Family. However, the fierce name of Uchiha Dragon Feather Scarlet Asura is rising like a comet. He is famous on the battlefield. In the Konoha ninja village, he made a big noise at the Hokage building and retreated. Just now, he was still pressing Tuanzang's head, burning his body with fire, and his life and death were uncertain. With all these achievements, the three elders could not imagine that they could not be held accountable and suppressed. It is for this reason that after they got the information, they rushed here quickly. Patriarch. Long Yu raised his brows. Although he expected it, he didn't expect these three old men to come to the door so quickly. Yes. Uchiha Ryu nodded and said in a deep voice, as long as you are willing, we can recommend you to become the patriarch and compete for the next Hokage seat. With your aptitude, strength and means, plus the heritage accumulated by our Uchiha clan, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The slightly sloppy voice, which can be called sweet and sweet, made Uchiha Itachi, Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi's faces change dramatically. This is a rebellion. Overthrow the current patriarch and let Uchiha Ryu take over. Great shame for any patriarch. No one will accept such results. For a time, Uchiha Itachi and Ryoko clenched their hands subconsciously. Looking at the 15 or 16-year-old boy in front of him, he was unexpectedly recommended as the patriarch. If you hadn't heard it with your own ears, you'd be willing to believe it was all true. I am sorry, but I have no interest in the matter of the patriarch or not. As for Hokage, a lot of trouble, I still like to wash and sleep. Long Yu smiled warmly and said, also, I don't like to be a human puppet even more. Since the three elders have nothing else to do, please come back. Uchiha Yu suddenly became angry. However, he was quickly stopped by Elder Huo's detective and said, we are also advocating this matter, and you don't have to object too quickly. It's not too early, our three old bones still have things to deal with, so we left first. Abandoning these words, Uchiha Fire took the lead to turn around and lead the team to leave. After Elder Yu glared at Long Yu, he quickly followed. With the departure of the three of them, the field became empty. Brother, do you really not want to be the patriarch? If you want, I can try to persuade Dad to give you the position, as long as you don't do it. Uchiha Itachi couldn't hold back. It was learned from the mouth of Uchiha Fuyu that he, Shisui and Nika's Minato joined forces. But I can't even touch the corner of Long Yu's clothes, if I really grab it. Uchiha Fuyu's voluntary abdication is better than being embarrassed in public. What is there to sit in this patriarch's position? There are a lot of troubles, and I have to take into account the goddamn family dignity of those guys. I don't want it. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, only your dad would take up this kind of shit. Aren't you hungry? Let's find something to eat. Looking at Long Yu, who didn't care about the position of the patriarch, Uchiha Itachi, Ryoko and the others were stunned. Mom, aren't we going to cook? Why don't we keep Itachi and the others to eat? Uchiha Izumi said in a hurry. Gaze subconsciously crossed Itachi and landed on Long Yu. Liangzi was slightly startled, with a hint of hesitation on his face, and said, Long Yu, thank you for saving our mother and daughter, but I don't have anything good to entertain at my house, only an old hen. I hope you don't take offense. Uchiha Itachi was clearly aware of the situation of Ryoko's house, and subconsciously looked at Long Yu. You are making medicine. Long Yu raised his brows, looking at the medicinal herbs scattered around, looking a little surprised. In the original work, the hospitals that appear are mostly medical ninjas and Western medicine. Rarely does this herb appear. Even if there are, many are already sold as pills. Now that the medical ninjas in the village are all on the front line, I happen to be fighting in the hospital and I know the distribution of some herbs, so I found some time to dig some herbs in the forest and opened this small shop to get a good meal. Ryoko squatted on the ground and picked up the scattered herbs. Raised her brows and met Uchiha Izumi's gaze, making her blush and hurriedly bow her head. Do you really mind if we stay for dinner? Uchiha Izumi's cheeks were slightly red, and he nodded. I hope to thank you. Then leave this meal to me. Long Yu reached out and rubbed Izumi Uchiha's head, making her whole body stiff like an electric shock. Was the first time that she was violated by someone other than her mother. Can you do it? Ryoko was startled for a while. In her eyes, the Uchiha family has always been relatively strong, especially men, and they are even more dismissive of cooking and housework. For someone like Long Yu who took the initiative to ask to cook, this was the first time I had seen him. There's no way, I'm stubborn, I'm not used to your food. Long Yu smiled warmly. For miso soup, salted soup base, etc. It really doesn't suit the taste of Chinese people. Watching Long Yu Lisuo take the old hen raised at the door with Liangzi and couldn't help but look at Weasel. Itachi, does your brother really know how to cook? My mother did it. She also cooked for people in the hospital. Uchiha Izumi couldn't hold back. Ryoko also had an urgent look on her face, first whether it was a guest. But if she let the only old hen in her family go to waste. This made it difficult for them to gather any more food to thank Long Yu. Uchiha Itachi looked hesitant and hesitantly said, I don't know either, but I heard that brother's cooking skills are better than eel ramen. Minato-sama also said that if my brother hadn't been delayed by the ninja, I'm afraid even Eel Ramen wouldn't be able to match the cooking skills. You can't even beat an uncle with your hands. Uchiha Izumi was stunned for a moment, then curled his lips. Itachi, I didn't expect you to lie. In this commercial street, Eel Ramen is the most popular shop. Yes, Quan is right, you little brat visited my shop last time, why are you talking bad things behind your back again? A female voice came from behind. Uchiha Itachi's expression was stagnant, and he saw that Ayame came running at an unknown time. Looking at the aggressive little girl, Uchiha Itachi said with a livid face, "This is what they said, I don't know either." HMPH, disgusting! Exclamation mark quote. Calamus glared and said, "I won't welcome you in the future. Izumi, I'll find you next time. Today, the 3 generations of Hokage will visit my ramen shop. Even 3 generations have come to patronize, and some people say that our family's ramen is not, hee. Leaving those words, Iris turned around and ran back to the store. That are only 4 rooms apart, I can already see the hand fights. Uchiha Itachi knew that this time he was the one who came out of his mouth. Itachi, don't take it to heart, Calamus is not malicious. Uchiha Izumi explained in a hurry, also, is there really no problem with your brother? If not, I still have a little money and can invite you to eat ramen noodles. I'm afraid it's not good, brother, it's hard to cook. Uchiha Itachi hesitated. Looking at these 2 hairy children, with a worried look on their faces, Liangzi smiled sweetly. Okay, Longyu is our honorable guest, how can you show such an expression? Let's go in and help. If we help, we might be able to make a delicious meal. Listening to this suggestion, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi glanced at each other, showing a look of resignation. In Itachi's eyes, even if the food cooked by Longyu is too difficult to swallow, it must be wiped out for the majesty and face of the elder brother. People fight for a breath, Buddha fights for a mouthful of fragrance. Never let Ichiro Ramen's Calamus be underestimated. Seeing the completely different momentum for a moment, like Itachi, who is going to die, Izumi, Uchiha and Ryoko couldn't help but be stunned. Thoughts, the 3 of them pushed open the door of the kitchen, and when they entered the scene, their pupils shrank suddenly. The hen that was bled and shaved in just a few minutes, Longyu threw it into the sky. With a swipe of his right hand, he took out the kitchen knife, and under the flow of lightning, it quickly swept past like a thunderbolt. Sheila, the hen was split and opened in an instant, turning into a large piece, with traces of purple arcs circulating on it, locking the gravy it should have, and exuding a meaty smell. The art of fire escapes the palm of your hand. Longyu's right hand was full of fire, and the fiery flames entwined in the palm of his hand, and then pressed it on the clay pot beside him. That had been boiled on a warm fire instantly boiled, and the speed was astonishing. Is this a combination of ninjutsu and cooking? Ryoko exclaimed. In front of her was the first time she had encountered it. Especially the kind of clean and neat approach, it is even more amazing and dazzling. At this moment, there was a hint of urgency in Ryoko's heart. She desperately wanted to confirm whether Longyu was really like Konoha with golden glitter, Minato Namikaze said. On top of cooking skills, I can overwhelm Eel Ramen. Brother, you boil the water, what kind of miso soup are you going to cook? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help it. The Calamus came just now. Looking at Uchiha Itachi, who was hesitant to speak, Longyu smiled dryly. I heard it all, Aunt Ryoko, do you have any noodles at home? Trace of embarrassment appeared on Mian Liangzi's face. During the late period of the war, the business was not too bad. Most of the food that could be found was sent to the front line. This has greatly increased the price of flour. She and Izumi Uchiha still eat wild vegetables and some coarse grains most of the time. No. Longyu frowned, not expecting that the dignified Konoha ninja village would be in such a difficult situation under the chaos of war. Although it may be only a few, it also represents the living index of the lower class people. Long Yu, I still have some money here, I'll buy some back. Ryoko scraped a few copper plates from her body and handed it to Izumi Uchiha. Looking at this scene, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, "No need, someone will send it after a while. Boil this soup first. Someone will deliver." Ryoko and the others couldn't help but startled. Uchiha Itachi couldn't hold back his breath and said, "Brother, who did you give it to? Why didn't I go back and get some? I remember there are many at home." Looking at the stupid son of the landlord's family, Long Yu was helpless. How in the original work, Itachi Uchiha, who was still very smart, turned on the halo of a silly son after meeting him. This is probably an education issue. In the original work, Uchiha Itachi appears to be very independent under the pressure education method of Uchiha Fuyuke. However, now because of the appearance of Long Yu, Uchiha Itachi has more to rely on. When the elder brother becomes the one who relies on the elder brother, then the end is to become Sasuke Uchiha. This kind of elder brother treasure exists. It seems that this disease has time to be cured. Isn't it a show to say that there are more at home in front of the poor? I don't need it, you can just watch it here. Long Yu reluctantly opened the lid of the pot. A seductive refreshing scent, accompanied by the diffused water vapor. "Mom, isn't this the peach we picked a few days ago?" Uchiha Izumi said urgently. "Isn't this a medicinal herb? How can it be used for cooking, and the fragrance smells very good." "This is the main ingredient of my cooking, 5-fingered peach-soaked chicken." Long Yu smiled warmly and put the chicken cut into large pieces into the pot. This so-called 5-fingered peach is not a real peach. It's just a mulberry plant with leaves that look like 5 fingers and fruits that look like peach, only the size of a finger. After watching Long Yu immerse the chicken in the hot water, he quickly turned it out on the shelf. A lot of ingredients were put into the soup pot. "Prepare me sesame oil, ginger and shallots." And Izumi Uchiha were stunned when Long Yu reported a series of materials. In their cognition, cooking a meal is not that particular at all. It is good to be able to cook and swallow and fill the stomach. Looking at the bewildered crowd, Long Yu gave up his thoughts and went to prepare the materials by himself. Of Aikyle Ramen, the third Hokage took off his hat and sighed helplessly. After the end of the Third War, he officially retired and handed the position of Hokage to Minato Namikaze. However, he was only in his early 50s, and he was still in his prime. He asked himself that he was still very confident in his own combat power. Unfortunately, what happened one after another made him feel really tired physically and mentally. The thought of the nightmare Taper, who had been restrained in one move and exploded to death, and the charred Danzo, was so painful that it became a mush. "Lord Hokage, it looks like you are in trouble again." He rolled up the curtain and said, "What kind of miso ramen do you want to eat this time?" 3 generations of Hokage recovered, looked at the menu item, and said helplessly, "Let's have a char shao ramen. I don't have a good appetite recently, and I want to change the taste, so forget it." During this period of time, the 4 major powers attacked, and they also encountered Long Yu, who rose like a comet, and Danzo's reckless suppression. For the 3 generations of Hokage, it is completely exhausted and lack of appetite. Originally, I was looking at the greasy miso ramen and the burnt Danzo. At this moment, it seemed that 2 heavy flavors overlapped. Let the 3 generations of Hokage, there is a kind of urge to nausea. "Dad, I already said Hokage-sama, I will definitely want char shao ramen." "Lord Hokage, this time it is still more than enough." Chapter 91, Take the initiative to deliver to the door. As soon as the words fell, Ayame sent the char shao ramen that had been prepared in advance. The turbid sugar water, with a layer of lard floating on it, deliberately added more fatty pork char shao and floated on it. This made the 3 generations of Hokage smile helplessly. It seems that the ramen reservation should have been pushed back from the beginning. Now, I'm looking for trouble to eat. However, feeling the big watery eyes of the Calamus, his face was full of urgency and hope. Third Hokage smiled helplessly and picked up the chopsticks. Lord Hokage, do you think my ramen is the best? Calamus asked impatiently. Iris, you are so rude. Scolded. Lord Hokage, don't take offense, this girl just heard that Uchiha Itachi said that Long Yu can make food that beats eel ramen, so I feel a little uncomfortable. If I offend Hokage-sama, don't take offense. 3 generations of Hokage couldn't help but stunned, and immediately shook his head with a smile. I have also heard that that kid can cook, but eel ramen, in the Konoha ninja village, and even the entire ninja world, there are people who come here, how could it be that kid can compare? Lord Hokage is right. Calamus couldn't help laughing, and the anger in her stomach dissipated instantly. Oh, I'm all about things. 3 Hokage laughed dryly. However, before the words were finished, a faint refreshing fragrance dissipated with the wind. The chicken flavor of the clear soup with the medicinal herbs penetrated into the nostrils of people as if it were all-pervasive. The sudden fresh smell made the 3 people present couldn't help but take a deep breath of air. 3 Hokage's fingers twitched involuntarily. This horse is a big move for the index finger. Hokage-sama. The voice of the Calamus suddenly sounded. The 3 generations of Hokage and Handa, who were immersed in the taste of clear soup and chicken, quickly recovered. It is different from their traditional taste of thick soup as the base of the soup. This scent has a more subtle and elegant fragrance, which is very different. However, when he thought of the gaff of the index finger and the Calamus's gaze, the 3 generations of Hokage hurriedly coughed. Cough me, this fragrance is not really fragrant. Looking at the 3 generations of Hokage who were incoherent, Ayame snorted and looked at Ryoko's shop in dissatisfaction. This special scent made me think of that terrifying boy first. No way, he didn't make it. Calamus hurriedly shook her head and said with a pout, Dad, are you hiding and making some special dishes? If you do this, it would be unkind if you don't tell me in advance. Looking at the Calamus with a real face, he beat his face with helplessness. At this juncture, to say such words is undoubtedly rubbing his old face on the ground. However, in the face of the scrutiny eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage, Shuba can only shake his head helplessly. No, this is the first time I smell this fragrance, it makes people feel the feeling of appetite. The huge ramen shop seemed a little dead. Faced with this increasingly strong taste of fragrant chicken soup, the 3 people present couldn't help but glance at each other. There was an inexplicable urgency in his eyes. I am eager to know, where does this smell come from? Cough, why don't we go and see? Handbeat couldn't help but coughed. At this time, not many people will come to patronize, we can go to the door. Yes, it's okay. 3 generations of Hokage quickly agreed, and subconsciously looked at the Calamus. Now 2-1, with the 2 in favor, the hammer is also struck. HMPH, just go, I don't believe he can really make something that tastes better than eel ramen. Calamus snorted coldly, turned around and walked out the door. Seeing this scene, the 3 generations of Hokage couldn't wait to stand up. Especially when I think of Jiraiya's report. Uchiha Ryu tamed the 3 tails with the help of food. Hokage-sama, you said that we suddenly visited, if it is empty-handed, I am afraid I am a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but speak. However, the last sentence, Shida did not say it, but the 3 generations of Hokage were very clear about what to express. Eat for nothing, you always have to bring some souvenirs to be confident. Here is the ramen I just pulled, and I usually send some to Ryoko. Seeing that the back of the 3 generations of Hokage has disappeared in the corner. Hands, he took the pulled noodles with him, and quickly followed. Long you might as well let me buy some noodles and wait like this, the child is alive. Ryoko swallowed a mouthful of saliva, noticing her gaffe. Just looking at this pot of chicken soup exuding a tempting aroma, I really couldn't help it. For a hungry person, the greatest sin is the food that can be seen and smelled. It's impossible to get a good taste when it's within reach. Especially Uchiha Izumi and Itachi, They were still suspicious a moment ago, but the moment the six-fingered peach soaked in chicken, the moment the fragrance of the soup filled the air, they fell directly. Compared to those thick-flavored miso soups, the two are completely opposites. It gave them the look of a hillbilly who had never seen the world in town. If it wasn't for some self-control, I'm afraid all the yawns would flow out. Quan, I'm here to play with you. The voice of the calamus came from outside. However, as soon as the voice fell, it entered by itself. As soon as I came to Uchiha Izumi's side, I couldn't help but look at the soup pot. Iris, do you smell the fragrance? Uchiha Izumi is a little better. Usually, a chorus often secretly sends the remaining seasonings, noodle soup, ramen and other materials in the store to Uchiha Izumi. It can be said that the change in Uchiha Izumi's expression now is the portrayal of her on weekdays. Just that the current calamus obviously doesn't care about this, and hurriedly pinched his nose and said, "What is this smell? This smell is far worse than the smell of my miso soup." Which symbolically pinched his nose and sniffed everywhere. His face was really fragrant. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. "You're old man, haven't you brought ramen?" Three of Ryoko who were present at the ramen couldn't help being stunned. They never thought that Long Yu would make such an idea. "What do you say ramen my dad won't bring?" Iris glared at him. In her eyes, it was very good that this soup could be touched by hand. If they also bring ramen, it will bring down their identity as a ramen. "Calamus, what nonsense are you talking about?" He walked in quickly with his hand behind him, raised his hand and tapped the calamus on the head. Long Yu is really embarrassed. This girl is being petty, she is not usually like this. "This is the ramen I made myself just now, and some thin slices of beef, I hope you don't laugh." Looking at the pot of ramen noodles and thinly sliced beef, put it down, and stared eagerly at the soup pot behind Long Yu. Ryoko and the others were stunned. "It's really delivered to the door." "Haha, as a qualified chef, you also have the attributes of a foodie." Long Yu gave a dry laugh, no surprise at all, and took the ramen directly. "3 generations, since you're here, come in and sit, I don't eat people." "Hee, you are really good at this, kid. I thought you were very talented, but I didn't expect that even your cooking skills were attractive. No wonder Jiraiya and Minato have such a high evaluation of you." The 3 generations of Hokage rolled the curtain and walked in. The hand on the side was completely unable to hold back his breath, and said, "Long Yu, leave this ramen to me to cook, my craftsmanship is okay." Talking, he couldn't help but reach out and grab ramen. "No need. My noodles are not for cooking." Long Yu shook his head. That had already been prepared, a lot of water vapor was coming out. "Put the ramen in it directly, sprinkle some water at the same time, and cover it in full view." Steamed noodles. The hand was stunned. In his eyes, this is the first time he has encountered such a thing. However, Longfeng did not answer and took out a basin of ice water that had been prepared. At the moment when the steam rises rapidly and the noodles are soft, a cold river comes directly. After tossing the spoon a few times, sprinkled too much water and put it directly into the big bowl. The next moment, I poured the 6-finger peach chicken soup that had already been prepared and had been removed from the grease, and a fragrant chicken soup smell of medicinal herbs completely filled the entire store. Looking at the chicken noodle soup in the clear soup that night, the 3 generations of Hokage and Shuta took the lead and couldn't help it. They held up, and took a sip of the chicken soup from a big bowl. An indescribable fragrance and warmth of medicinal herbs quickly spread in the stomach and opened. "Nice soup." 3 Hokage and Shuta shouted in unison. Soon I picked up the noodles in the bowl and couldn't wait to send it to my mouth. At the moment of nibbling with the soup, the tough and dry gluten brings a chewy texture. It's completely different from the usual soaked noodles. And with this fragrant chicken soup, compared with the richness of miso, this bowl of chicken noodles in clear soup makes people appetite. Good noodles. Long Yu, what kind of cooking is this? It's completely beyond my cognition. The hands are in a hurry. All this in front of him opened up a new world for him. It's a herbal meal. Long Yu said lightly. He has always had confidence in Huaxa's cuisine, and even if he is faced with eel ramen, he will be able to overwhelm him. Medicine. 3 generations of Hokage and others couldn't help but startled. They have heard of various local delicacies, but this is the first time they have heard of this medicinal diet. The combination of medicinal herbs and food creates a delicious food that regulates the body. This is medicated diet. Long Yu said lightly. It has the functions of conditioning the spleen and nourishing the lungs, removing dampness and relaxing the tendons, and coughing with tuberculosis. However, in the face of Long Yu's remarks, everyone present was obviously confused. Only Shuda's expression changed drastically, and he said anxiously, I understand, this is the principle I have always pursued, saving people with food, and I never thought that the combination of medicinal herbs and staple food could be so delicious. Where did the chicken go? Shredded chicken. Long Yu turned around and brought out a pot of shredded chicken. Chili oil, with special ginger spice, as well as the aroma of vanilla and 5-fingered peach, gathered together, filled the air, and made the sound of swallowing saliva in the field. It is different from the 3 generations of Hokage and hand fight. Uchiha Itachi and others haven't had a chance to taste it yet, and looking at the chicken soup ramen and shredded chicken in front of them, their appetite has increased greatly. If it weren't for the existence of Long Yu and the 3rd Hokage, I'm afraid it would have already erupted. Eat, everyone is hungry. That Duzui was holding back, and said, you don't eat it, but it's not your turn. Don't eat. Calamus shook his head stubbornly and said, I won't eat this thing if it's too bad to eat. The Calamus must not be rude. He shouted in a hurry. However, just as the voice fell, a shouting voice came quickly from a distance. Boss, you're not a brother enough. You didn't say it earlier, you cook for me, and I kill you, like the kind of blood you see. Black Shadow came galloping from a distance, and the speed was so fast that it crossed dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, and landed in front of the Calamus first. Looking at the chicken soup ramen, his eyes widened, full of urgency. Boss, she doesn't eat, I eat. Well, good soup. Wow, good face, Grandma. Boss, it's not good for you to hide from me. If I didn't wake up earlier, it would feel like I missed 100 million. Who devoured like Erha? Even the 3 generations of Hokage were stunned. Hokage-sama, what is this? He couldn't help but ask. 3 generations of Hokage coughed dryly. This seems to be a reduced version of the tail beast. In the face of a meal is the kind that sees blood with a knife. 3 generations of Hokage simply do not know how to explain. Of this tailed beast is probably really lost, completely subverting everyone's cognition. The tail beast of the human pillar weapon. Hands beaten. Looking at Mitsuha, who was completely bent over by the food. He finally knew how great the charm of food was. Itachi, this noodle is delicious, you're right, it's much better than eel ramen. Uchiha Izumi hurriedly picked up his ramen. The 3 tails who were eating the bowl and staring at the thief, waiting for an opportunity to attack. This made their nerves tense. It was delicious. This chicken soup, what other shredded chicken? Long Yu, this medicinal diet is really surprising. It can regulate people's body, and its achievements are enough to be compared with Tsunade-sama's great deeds in researching medical ninjutsu. Ryoko and the others were incoherent while eating. The huge dining room, the 5 people, 5 and 1 beast were devoured, especially the 3-tailed, Chirp, Chirp, and Echo. Only the stubborn Calamus pursed her lips and looked at the scene in front of her eyes turning red. If everyone else said it was unpalatable, she would be in a better mood. But now even the father has fallen, and even the tailed beast has thrown away the morals. This undoubtedly magnifies the temptation of medicinal diets infinitely. Thinking of the ignorant competition just now, the small grievance in my heart was directly magnified infinitely, and hot tears rolled in my eyes. Eat it, it's yours. A bowl of ramen noodles lay flat in front of the Calamus, which made him startled. Chapter 92, The Last Ace. Looking up at Long Yu, the tears in the eyes of the calamus rolled out of the corners of the eyes without any money. Yes. Iris said aggrievedly. However, before the words were finished, Long Yu gently wiped away the tears and said, "Don't say sorry, as a man, but you don't want to be sorry by a woman. Hurry up and eat the noodles, otherwise this idiot will be tough." Robbed. Long Yu used the head of his chopsticks, and threw the claw that the thief had poked out. Suddenly, there was a sound of wolf cries and howls in the dining room. The big eyes were staring, and tears were flowing, giving people a miserable feeling. "Don't pack it for me, there's still it in there, go and take it out yourself." Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. Looking at this dignified tailed beast, it was reduced to a meal and bowed down, with a miserable face. Even the 3 generations of Hokage suspect that he is dreaming. This world has changed. However, compared with the 3 generations of Hokage, he looks at the usual carefree and grumpy calamus. Now his eyes are tender and shy, and he sometimes peeks at Long Yu, with that affectionate look. Let the hand hit a kind of, an inexplicable illusion. His precious daughter, Tama, was cheated by a bowl of ramen. The time to exchange a bowl of noodles for a meal for the son-in-law quickly passed in the snatch. 3 generations of Hokage put on the Hokage hat and looked at the excited hands, and they were also very surprised. "Long Yu, you really gave me the recipe for this medicine." He grabbed Long Yu's hand with his hands and was so excited that he almost fainted. "I completely forgot the thought of escaping the tiger's mouth with the calamus just now. It can be said that 100,000 people are willing to call their son-in-law with their hands now. It's Washa herbal diet." Long Yu emphasized again. When he was on Earth, his parents ran pharmacy and gourmet restaurants. Now that we are in the world of Hokage, we must carry forward the Chinese cuisine. So it was written down directly. Yes, this is Washa medicinal diet, this is simply the work of the gods. Shuda couldn't wait to flip through the recipe of the medicine and diet in his hand. Looking at the various delicacies above, he was so excited that he passed out of a coma. Ayame and Uchiha Itachi hurriedly stepped forward to help them up. Seeing the excited hand beating and chanting words in his mouth, Chenpu said embarrassedly, "Brother Yu, I'll take my father back first. Your kindness, I will definitely pay it back in the future." "I don't need it. If you want to promise me, I can't refuse it." Long Yu reached out and rubbed the calamus's hair. This kind of gesture, immediately. Calamus's cheeks were flushed, and she couldn't help lowering her head. That mosquito-like, Not many people heard it. Faced with the scene in front of him, the 3 generations of Hokage hesitated for a moment before saying, "Long Yu, I have a task in hand that I want to delegate to you." Task. Long Yu raised his brows. On the cusp of such a storm, Long Yu was an unstable factor for the entire Konoha village. Now that the 3 generations of Hokage have actually delegated a task to him, this is probably something abnormal. "Yes, I think this task is the most suitable for you." 3 generations of Hokage smiled dryly. "Tomorrow morning, you come to the Hokage building to find me, and I will tell you the details of the task. However, I would like to know why you didn't kill Danzo today." Voice fell, and the atmosphere in the field suddenly increased a little dignified. Ryoko and others don't know what happened for the time being, but they are very clear about Danzo's name. Now that the 3 generations of Hokage have broken this kind of thing in public, the meaning is different. If you don't kill him, maybe it's useful to keep it. Long Yu smiled genially and said, "It's like the 3 generations of Hokage who tolerate Danzo, don't they have ideas too?" Voice fell, and the 3 generations of Hokage were stunned at first, then shook their heads and said, "You think too much, I'm just a moderate, and I don't want to let the contradictions get out of hand. Remember to come to the Hokage building tomorrow to find me, and thank you for your hospitality today, this herbal meal is really different." Abandoning these words, the 3 generations of Hokage raised their hands, turned and left. "Brother, are you taking this mission? Seeing the 3 generations of Hokage go away, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help asking. In the eyes of Itachi, facing this kind of mission issued by Hokage himself, it is extremely dangerous. Now the existence of Long Yu is very embarrassing in Konoha Ninja Village. Case the 3 generations of Hokage deliberately delegate some dangerous tasks, such as letting Long Yu go deep into the enemy alone. Perhaps to assassinate some powerful country, this is completely the Longtan Tiger's den. Even if Long Yu really has a strong self-protection ability, such a task with ulterior motives would seem too much. Don't worry, I'm also idle, I hope there is something to pass the time, not to mention that the 3 generations of Hokage are not idiots. Long Yu patted Itachi on the shoulder, turned around and left. Boss, wait for me, I smelled the fox smell of 9 tails just now, do you want to show it to me? 3 tails fell on Long Yu's shoulder. Don't go. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, you're afraid that you won't be able to fight, so come to me to help you out. No, boss, don't be wronged, God is a guide, I don't have such thoughts. Mitsuha raised his fingers and swore. It seems that during this period of time, it has learned a lot in human society. Other hand, in the Konoha hospital, the large army of medical ninjas had fallen out. Jilai also stood outside the door, his expression also dignified. Who was half leaning against the wall, drinking wine, she fell into silence. Jiraiya, you haven't told me what happened. Of his mouth, and said drunkenly, who is so bold to hurt an old stubborn Danzo? This kind of burn area can easily be life-threatening. This time, Tsunade came back to pay homage to Susan, who died not long ago. I just didn't expect that at the critical moment, I would encounter such an unexpected event and be forcibly invited to Konoha Hospital. Although, the current Tsunade already has hyperphobia, but in the huge ninja world, her extensive medical knowledge is still unmatched by anyone else. Are you hungry too? Zilai also sighed. Let's go to Yil Ramen and sit and chat. During this time, a monster appeared in the village, and it has reached an uncontrollable level, so I hope you can stay in the village. Monster. Tsunade's expression was stagnant, and the alcoholism also dissipated for a while. Of Jiraiya's unrequited love, Jiraiya must show off in front of Tsunade after learning the fairy. In the eyes of the outside world, the strength of the 3 ninjas is neck and neck. But Tsunade is very clear that if Sanin wants to choose the strongest, I am afraid it must be Jiraiya. Now in the village, there are teachers and your precious apprentice, Minato. Could it be that we can't deal with it together? Tsunade frowned, and followed Jiraiya and left. However, as soon as Jiraiya and Tsunade left, a shadow like a ghost flashed into the ward where the operation had just been performed. From incandescent lamps is a bit dazzling. Originally, Danzo, who was lying on the hospital bed, opened his eyes as if he had been bandaged into a mummy. You finally came. Why did the mission fail? I gave you the scroll of reincarnation and the cells of the 2nd generation Hokage in order for you to win. Danzo's voice was very hoarse. However, there didn't seem to be much pain on his face. Haha, I'm fortunate to have you fused with the 1st generation cells in advance. If you lack a strong recovery ability, I'm afraid you will die. Orochimaru stuck out his scarlet tongue, but his face was extremely pale. Of Danzo intact, but immortality reincarnated, so that his current strength would not survive 2 or 3. If it weren't for the partnership with Danzo, and the mountain stroke urgently asked for help, Orochimaru would not take the risk of bringing it into Konoha Ninja Village again. HMPH, if you gave me that thing earlier this time, I would have killed that kid already. Danzo's expression became hideous. You didn't see that kid's arrogant appearance, as if he had my life and death in his hands, making me almost unable to disguise. Seeing Danzo, who has always been wily, would behave so rudely, Orochimaru's expression sank, and a rare dignified expression appeared on his face. Danzo, I forgot to tell you something important. That kid has learned magic. From the very beginning, after learning that Zilai also had the intention to send Long Yu to study the fairy art, Orochimaru decided to get rid of Long Yu before that. However, he never imagined that the immortal art, which has always been hailed as more difficult than ninjutsu, would be learned by Long Yu so easily. This time before and after, but not half a day. Is everything you said true? Danzo's expression changed drastically. It's a monster. If he really completely learned the magic in such a short period of time, it would be too variable for our future plans. Before Jiraiya, before getting the information from Meow Mushin, we can only implement the final plan first. Even if Konoha Shinobi Village is caught in the war again, we must eradicate that kid as soon as possible. Having said that, Danzo looked towards the corner of the room. A young figure flashed out instantly and said, "Lord Danzo, I have already brought the scroll you asked me to prepare." Okay, as expected of the trump card I hid. I originally planned to let you grow up a little more and have more combat experience before I let you out, but the death of the root, I don't have many generals under my team, so I have to work hard. You looked at the young man in front of him with a satisfied expression on his face. Orochimaru followed the sound, and his eyes brightened quickly. Danzo, is that the kid? I didn't think that the plan was really successful. It made you a bargain. No wonder you were able to combine with the first generation cells so quickly. It seems that this kid has a lot of credit. Hehe, if it wasn't for you, if you gave up this child in advance, I wouldn't be able to get the successor of the first generation of would escape ninjutsu. Danzo struggled to sit up and laughed. This is my last trump card, the arm I want, have you brought it? Danzo untied the bandage on his body, except for some burn scars, there were no other serious injuries. Don't worry, I have already brought what you asked for. If I didn't care too much last time and let that kid benefit, I wouldn't lose so fast. Orochimaru took out a scroll, and there was a ferocious look on his face. When I thought of it, the dignified Sannin, who was still in the aftermath of reincarnation from the filthy earth, was instantly defeated. This is downright shame. Don't worry, as long as the plan is launched, the kid will be attacked by the enemy. No matter how strong a person is, how strong can he be? Danzo took the scroll and laughed horribly. For this arm, he spent a lot of effort and killed how many Uchiha clansmen. It is even suggested that in this time against the Mist Ninja Village, the Uchiha clansmen, who have always been excluded, will be sent to the battlefield. Only regret is not getting Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Okay, let's start the operation now, let this kid start the plan. Orochimaru glanced at Tianzang and said, your body is starting to mix with the cells of the first generation, but to a certain extent, there is still a certain degree of exclusion. So, it will take a while. Ikyle Ramen, Jiraiya and Tsunade walked slowly. Tsunade, who was still smelling of alcohol, frowned and looked a little absent-minded. If that kid appeared on the battlefield sooner, then wouldn't he have to go to the battlefield or die? A ridiculous thought flashed in Tsunade's mind. As a ninja, but the strongest method is still limited to the attack of the spiritual level. Once you get close and you can't fight back in time, there is only one way to end. If this dragon feather does not lie dormant, go to the battlefield early. With the blood-colored Asura, Konoha's golden gleaming reputation, he might not die at all. Thinking of this, Tsunade couldn't help clenching his fists. Tsunade, have you listened to me? That kid is so powerful. If he can use it for Konoha Ninja Village, it will definitely increase the village's strength to a new level, and maybe even bring the entire ninja world to an end. Jirai also looked back at Tsunade. Tsunade regained his senses, stared at Jiraiya and said, you don't plan to let Uchiha's kid be Hokage, right? That kid's character is rebellious, so what if he has great strength? For the huge ninja world, the biggest contribution is medical ninjutsu. Only by developing medical ninjutsu to the extreme can you become Hokage. This is the existence that is useful to the village. A little bit of strength, could it be that I and you can't be Hokage? Listening to this to the end, it becomes, a hysterical voice. Although it seems a little vexatious, but Jiraiya is also very clear, Tsunade thinks of breaking again. In the Second Ninja World War, due to the lack of medical ninjas, the rope tree could not be treated in time, and finally fell on the battlefield. Afterwards, Tsunade advocated that she should make every effort to develop medical ninjutsu, and she even became the first person in the ninja world medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, the Third Ninja World War, the Battle of Kikyoyama just broke out, and Dan also died in front of Tsunade. Even medical ninjutsu is completely useless. In the end, Tsunade got hyperphobia and left Konoha Shinobi Village. If I didn't come back to worship the rope tree, I heard from Jiraiya that such a big event happened, and even Danzang dared to do it, I'm afraid they wouldn't stay too much. It tastes so fragrant, could it be a new ramen made by hand? Zilai also sniffed fiercely, feeling the fresh smell in the air, and walked up quickly. Chapter 93, Medicinal Diet Spectrum. Jiraiya-sama, and Tsunade-sama. He was startled at first, and then his face showed surprise. You guys came just in time, I discovered this huge secret about medicinal food, you guys hurry up and try this chicken noodle soup. The secret of medicinal food came naturally and couldn't help but be startled. But for Tsunade, the meaning of these words is different. Medicine is related to medical ninjutsu and can be mixed with food. The meaning is completely different. To adults, don't stand here, hurry up and taste it. Serve 2 bowls of noodles by hand. Seeing the clear noodle soup and the wafting fragrance, Jiraiya was the first to pick up his chopsticks. Tsunade, who uses alcohol, is no exception. 1 mouthful of noodles and 1 mouthful of chicken soup. Instantly, the pupils of the two of them contracted suddenly, and after looking at each other, they devoured. When the last mouthful of chicken soup was exhausted, Tsunade and Jiraiya couldn't help but burp in contentment. This soup uses peach. Tsunade, as a leader among medical ninjas, broke through in an instant. Looking at the bowl of ramen that was left without a drop, he slapped his face with his hands and said proudly, "Yes, the teacher said that this is a 5-fingered peach, which can strengthen your body, but I found out that the teacher is hiding some key secrets. After I woke up just now, I found that the amount of chakra in my body increased a little, and the flow speed became a little faster, my body was still warm, people became more energetic, and things became more refreshing. To adults, if you don't believe it, you can explore the body. If an ordinary person consumes medicated food reasonably, he will definitely be able to keep his body healthy and invulnerable to all diseases. If a ninja takes it, I am afraid that it can enhance the control of chakra, the speed of production, etc." Chang's voice echoed in the ramen shop. Jiraiya and Tsunade were stunned, they were suspicious that they had spoken. But the best way to verify right now is to visit your body for changes. The two of them glanced at each other at the same time, and then they all started the perceptual ninjutsu to investigate the body. Especially Tsunade, as a medical ninja, has precise control of chakra. In the perception of the body are even as subtle as the cells. 7 or 8 minutes later, Tsunade and Jiraiya opened their eyes instantly, their faces full of disbelief. In the body from the bowl of medicinal food just now was only a trace. But as Handa said, long-term conditioning will definitely make a ninja's starting line surpass his peers. Perhaps this approach will not be effective in a short period of time. However, it has far-reaching effects on the rise of a village. After 10 or 8 years, the strength and physical quality of the new generation can definitely be improved to a higher level. Thinking of this, Tsunade found that this medicinal meal was so terrifying. Tsunade. Jiraiya's voice also became solemn. If medical ninjutsu is to save lives and heal wounds, then this medicinal diet is transformation. Let ordinary people, ninjas, and even the strength of the village undergo a qualitative change. For a village, compared with medical ninjutsu, medicated meals are even more profound. Jiraiya, I don't need you to tell me, I also know the horror of this herbal diet. Don't forget that the old lady is a medical ninja. Tsunade said in a low voice. Since her death, she became interested in something. In particular, the researcher behind the medicinal diet is also a teacher in the mouth. This thing must not be passed on. Zilai also nodded cautiously, and looked at Shiba. Hand fight, we want to meet your teacher. The person who can develop this medicinal diet is very important to the rise of Konoha. Zilai, let's take a trip in person. We can research the medicinal diet so that the food and medicinal materials can be perfectly matched. It should be an elderly man. We can see the sincerity of Konoha by going there in person. Tsunade suddenly spoke up. Faced with this alternative medical approach, she was really interested. Zilai also nodded in agreement. I'll report this to the teacher in advance. You can't spread this medicine by hand for the time being. For the development and safety of Konoha, you have a great responsibility. Ha. Jirai, who had serious faces, were also stunned. I knew you guys would look like this. In fact, when the teacher was cooking the herbal meal, Hokage-sama was also there. And, do you think that I alone can discover the beauty of this herbal meal? This is entirely due to Hokage-sama. Having said that, the 3 generations of Hokage walked out of the back kitchen of the store, holding the medicinal recipe given by Long Yu. Tsunade hurriedly went up and snatched the recipe away, and as he flipped through it, the shock on his face grew stronger and stronger. Teacher, who came up with this medicinal recipe, I want to visit him in person. For Tsunade, it is not difficult to mix herbs and staple foods. The difficulty lies in how to maximize the taste and medicinal properties of this medicinal diet and become a delicacy in the world. Haha, it's rare that even Tsunade is interested, so the old man won't give a shit. 3 generations of Hokage laughed dryly. This medicinal meal is actually something of Uchiha Longyu. The small voice seemed to be filled with magical sounds at this moment, causing Tsunade and Jirai to be stunned in place. In their eyes, Lien Shoda is also honored to be able to develop something far-reaching such as medicated food, and it should be the old Xingzun above Shenshi. Now I actually told them that this heaven-defying recipe came from the hands of a young man. This is too shocking. I already knew you didn't believe it. The 3rd Hokage laughed helplessly. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen him cook with my own eyes, and wrote down the recipes alone and handed them to the hands at random. Silent, just a moment ago, she also accused Long Yu of not being qualified to be Hokage. But now with the combination of strength and contribution, looking around the entire ninja world, I am afraid that only a few people can compare with it. Teacher, I want to see Long Yu. Tsunade hesitated for a moment and said. Zilai also looked stagnant, looking a little surprised. In the beginning, Tsunade was very picky about Long Yu and didn't take it seriously at all. The current performance has subverted Jiraiya's cognition. I know what you think, but now that you are on the cusp of the storm, you should not meet him for the time being. I have already arranged a task for him, and there should be results soon. 3 Hokage said. Tsunade's face changed slightly, but he finally nodded in agreement. Then let me study the dietary recipe of this medicine first. Tsunade had already taken the recipe for the medicinal meal, and turned to the eel ramen kitchen in fascination. Seeing this scene, the 3 generations of Hokage smiled helplessly and gave his hands an apologetic look. Jiraiya, does Meow Mushin still have any information? 3 Hokage eyes turn in vain. Still a hint of urgency in his heart as to whether Long Yu has learned the immortal art. Not yet, that group of toads are doing business, unless the big toad immortal feels a sense of it, they will rarely take the initiative to see it. Also helpless. Of course he can reverse the psychic and enter Meowmu Mountain. It's just that at this juncture, he can't leave casually, and can only wait for news here. Okay then, I hope Danzang can calm down a bit after this toss. I suspect that Long Yu kept his life, and I'm afraid he has some thoughts behind his back. The 3rd Hokage let out a faint sigh. Okay, the matter of the dietary recipe of this medicine will be handed over to you and Tsunade for the time being. I have already classified it as a forbidden technique and cannot be spread casually. I'll go back first and arrange tomorrow's tasks. There are so many headaches these days. Abandoning these words, the 3 generations of Hokage slowly left. Jirai is not surprised that medicinal food is classified as a forbidden technique. After all, this is a means to raise the strength of the entire village, and even the ninja world, to a level. Of course, if Long Yu knew that his unintentional actions would cause such a big shock, it would definitely be unexpected. Of Naruto is obviously different from Earth. The natural power of heaven and earth has changed the medicinal materials, and it contains a trace of the power of heaven and earth, which will make the effect of medicinal diet infinitely magnified. Speechless all night. The morning sun shrouded the entire Konoha ninja village like broken gold. Long Yu stretched his waist and pushed open the door. During this time, he lived in Uchiha Fugaku's house. Although it is convenient in name, but Long Yu knows that this is Uchiha Fuyu, and he is worried that something big will happen to him. Xiao Yu, you got up really early. Itachi went to school early for the first time in the past. I hope this time, I won't use the shadow clone to perfunctory things again. Uchiha Makoto put breakfast on the table and said with a smile. I heard that today, it seems to be the senior graduation exam. She has heard about what happened yesterday. But as a virtuous domestic helper, she knows exactly what to ask and what not to. Thank you, Auntie. Long Yu took the breakfast and replied politely. Just as he picked up the bread, he saw a dark shadow fall in the courtyard. Long Yu, I am Anbu under Hokage-sama. This is your task scroll for today. Ninja, after handing the scroll to Ryu, disappeared again. Uchiha Fugaku was obviously startled by the sudden appearance of Anbu. Seeing that he was only here to dispatch the mission, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. During this period of time, because of the matter of Long Yu, any wind blowing the grass made Uchiha Fugaku almost startled with a heart attack. Long Yu, what mission is this? There was a hint of worry on Uchiha Fuyu's face. He was afraid that something would happen to Long Yu, but he was also worried that he would be treated unfairly. I'll take a look first. Long Yu untied the scroll, looked at the content on it, and smiled helplessly. Long Yu, what's the matter? If the task is too much, I will go and help you get 1 or 2. Uchiha Fuyu's nerves tensed. The moment I saw the scroll, I couldn't help but be stunned. Graduation examination for freshmen. Right, the task that the 3 generations of Hokage prepared for Long Yu was a freshman assessment. The third ninja war seems to be drawing to a close. But as a result, thousands of people's lives are piled up. At the same time, they are constantly being recruited, and these new students go to the battlefield. Long Yu, are you sure? If not, you can push this task away. Uchiha Fugaku was also a little surprised. However, facing this kind of freshman graduation assessment, he also felt a headache. No, it's very interesting. Let me give this group of bastards a profound graduation assessment. Long Yu smiled warmly. He drank the milk in one gulp, took the bread and left. This scene made Uchiha Fugaku shudder uncontrollably, and a chill grew on his spine. Thinking that Long Yu likes to act out of common sense, he couldn't help but quickly followed. Konoha Ninjutsu Academy was the first to establish a standardized teaching base when the second generation of Hokage was in power. Teaching by professional teachers, the scope of knowledge coverage will be larger. However, since it is a greenhouse guide, in such a time of war, it is more difficult than the blood fog of Kirin village. There is also the prevalence of martial arts in Yunnan village, and the stubborn stone test in Yannan village, and the elite route of Sand Ninja village is obviously inferior. However, in the long run, the development of the ninja school will become more comprehensive, so that everyone has the opportunity to become a ninja. Itachi, you're not coming to class this time, are you? In front of the gate of the ninjutsu school, Izumi Uchiha suddenly appeared. A pair of watery eyes kept looking behind Itachi, and clenched a lunchbox in his hand. Don't look, my brother is not here, he is still sleeping. Uchiha Itachi said with an expressionless face. In the original novel, he was single by virtue of his strength. Except when acting as the pet of the younger brother, there will be other expressions. Usually, his face is cold and he can't be interested in anything. Itachi, what nonsense are you talking about? I didn't wait for big brother you. Uchiha Izumi lowered his head and blushed. Today is the graduation exam of the senior year, do you want to see it? Itachi, don't go too fast, can I go to your house after school? Since today was the graduation exam, dozens of students gathered on the playground early in the morning. It's just that during the war, when the manpower was completely insufficient, even most of the teachers of the ninjutsu school were recruited. This time, there are only a few people who can come to take the class. Among them, the temporary headmaster of the ninjutsu school is Sarutobi Shinosuke. Nara Shikahisa and Yamanaka Kaiichi, the head teacher and teacher of the pig deer butterfly, the two are also the brains of the Konoha shinobi village, so they are at the same time making plans in the rear. There is also a part-time school teacher. There are really many people who graduated this year, 48 people in total. Yamanaka Kaiichi is 2 or 3 years older than Namikaze Minato. Of freshmen in front of them, who were still fighting, the excitement on their faces made them feel helpless. Oh, the number of people seems to be a lot, but according to the changes on the battlefield, this is a drop in the bucket, not to mention that if they really want to grow up, I am afraid they will need a trial of blood and fire. Nara Shikaku sighed helplessly. Recalling that they graduated at the same time as them, hundreds of people have now entered the battlefield, and very few can come back alive. As the brains of Konoha Ninja Village, they clearly know that the establishment of the ninjutsu school is to give everyone the opportunity to become a ninja world. Chapter 94, Affiliate. Also increased the delivery of the number of ninjas. Unfortunately, in the face of the elite route taken by the other 4 villages, it has fallen behind. Okay, don't worry too much. Now that the war is coming to an end, they may not need to go to the battlefield. Sarutobi Shinosuke said. There are also many outstanding students in this class of freshmen. What Shinosuke said is not wrong. If we let the students hear our conversation, I'm afraid it will break things. Yamanaka Hai regained his senses and looked around the field. In my class, there are a busy, flying bamboo dragonfly, Mizuki, Gangzi Tai, and Uruka Ueno. Haha, when it comes to top students, I have more classes than you. Nara Shikahisa gave a dry laugh and said, Fujiwo Genma, Kazuki Izumo, Inazuka Yoshino, and Sarutobi Asuma. Their strengths are all first-class existences. Among the freshmen, they can definitely be called outstanding. Looking at the 2 teachers, who directly turned on the tout mode, Sarutobi Shinosuke shook his head helplessly and said, why is the invigilator consultant yet to come? You said, Lord Jiraiya and Lord Tsunade are both in Konoha, who will be the invigilator this time? In the previous graduation assessments, in order to maintain fairness and openness, Hokage will select people with outstanding strength and prestige from the clan to invigilate the examination. Last time, it was Minato invigilating the exam. I still remember how many freshmen cheered when Konoha's golden light flashed on the stage, and they even had to hold back their strength to perform. Yamanaka Kai said with a big smile. That class of freshmen graduating is probably the most lively one. Time passed quickly under the conversation of the 3 of them. Looking at the time for the assessment, the invigilator had not yet arrived. S. brows furrowed involuntarily. 3 teachers, long time no see. A pretty voice suddenly sounded from behind. Sarutobi Shinosuke Trio 3 were startled at first, and when they saw the person coming, they couldn't help but startled. Kushina, you are the proctor this time. Yamanaka was startled for a moment. It can be said that Uzumaki Kushina is not much different in age from them, and it is also the same age as Minato Namikaze. However, because of her status as Renzuli, she has been trapped in Konoha Ninja Village all the year round. Her strength and prestige are obviously a bit insufficient compared to previous invigilators. Don't get me wrong, I am here to carry out the task of maintaining order according to the order of Lord Hokage. Uzumaki Kushina clearly guessed their intentions and explained anxiously. Maintaining order, Yamanaka Hayi and the others couldn't help but startled. Kushina, you mean, the people who came this time have created a sensation that even Minato can't compare to? Sarutobi Shinosuke frowned and said. Now in the minds of the new students of Konoha Shinobi Village, I am afraid that even the prestige of Jiraiya and Tsunade-sama cannot be compared with Minato. Nara Shikahisa on the side couldn't help but nodded in agreement. In the rumors of the outside world, Minato Nami is not only powerful, but also handsome and gentle, and he is the first in the nympho list. These advantages alone, it is no longer comparable to ordinary people. Don't look at me, I was also temporarily notified, otherwise I wouldn't have to leave the bed early in the morning. Uzumaki Kushina yawned. As a human pillar, he does not need to perform tasks and cannot leave the village yet. It felt like being held captive. Teacher, I'm here to apply for early graduation. Uchiha Itachi's voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, it was like a hurricane passing through, making everyone stunned. In their eyes, Uchiha Itachi is a first-year freshman. In a ninjutsu school, it's a 3-year system. Individually talented ninjas with outstanding strength. For example, Kakashi, Minato Namikaze, etc. all graduated 1 year early. However, like Uchiha Itachi, the first-year freshman asked to graduate, and this was the first time I saw it. Which arrogant Uchiha kid. Last time we couldn't beat a shadow clone, next time we must take revenge. He's only in the first year, and he plans to apply for graduation early. Does he think he can be better than Kakashi? Kakashi graduated early 2 years ago, and at that time, it was a shock to their group of first-year freshmen. After all, that was White Fang's son, different from the outcast Uchiha clan. Itachi, the last time you used a shadow clone to come to school, it was already a big oversight, and now you want to graduate early, which is not in line with the rules. Sarutobi Shinosuke frowned. As the principal, he is also the eldest son of the 3 generations of Hokage. Facing a little kid who was only 6 or 7 years old, he actually used a shadow clone to fool the class under his own eyes. The reason is that the subjects studied are too boring. Is a shame for their teachers. Now I still promise Uchiha Itachi to participate in the graduation assessment and graduate early. It is even more slapped in the face. Yes, this hateful Uchiha clansman is not qualified to participate in the assessment. It would be an insult to the school if a person who uses a shadow clone to attend classes can be allowed to graduate early. Quote, quote. A series of objections sounded one after another in the field. The rise of a Uchiha Shisui, known as a genius. This has deepened their hostility towards the Uchiha clan. Finally, Uchiha Shisui looked forward to leaving. Now there is another Uchiha Itachi arguing with them that this is something they absolutely do not allow. He's eligible to graduate. The sudden voice made everyone's nerves tense. But the moment they saw the person coming, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. It's Scarlet Asura, Uchiha Ryayu. The exclamation came out among the graduates, like an invisible big hand, tightening the heart. Sarutobi Shinosuke's expression froze. He had contact with Long Yu. Is also the eldest son of the 3 generations of Hokage, of course he knows his horror, and said anxiously, Uchiha Ryayu, it seems that this is not a place for you to come. Brother. Uchiha Itachi was also surprised, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he saw Long Yu's right hand slammed. The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, and a black shadow swept out of the sky. Enemy. S expression became tense, and he exclaimed anxiously. However, he soon saw Kushina flickered and grabbed the scroll first. Stop calling, this is the Hokage appointment letter. Uzumaki Kushina casually threw the scroll to Sarutobi Shinosuke and looked at Ryayu. You're the rumored one, the big bad guy. You're pretty good looking. It's all right. Long Yu smiled warmly and said, I'm the graduation examiner this time, so whether Itachi can graduate or not is up to me. These words fell. There was an uproar in the field. Is this a relationship account? This is too much. Quote. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, why let this kind of person serve as the graduation invigilator? Who would be convinced if such an abuse of power? A group of graduates were in a state of commotion. Sarutobi Shinosuke blushed and couldn't help shouting sharply when he thought of the gaffe just now. Uchiha Ryayu, you have also seen it. It's not that we don't want it, it's that everyone doesn't agree. Uchiha Itachi is only 7 years old now. If he is allowed to graduate, it won't help much. In the eyes of Sarutobi Shinosuke, Uchiha Itachi would graduate early because of Long Yu's words. This is downright shame. Then what do you mean? Is there something wrong with my vision? Long Yu smiled warmly. If I say that everyone here is rubbish, do you take it? A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. Under everyone's eyes, Long Yu took a step forward. Violent murderous aura rolled away with a tenacious posture. Wherever they went, let alone those graduates whose muscles were stiff and trembling. His face was as pale as paper. Sarutobi Shinosuke Trio 3, their expressions also changed, they are joinin'. But the breath in front of them gave them the feeling that it was like a sharp blade against the throat, which could kill them at any time. Long Yu, are you crazy and dare to run wild in the ninjutsu school? This matter spreads out, and even the 3rd generation can't forgive you. Sarutobi Shinosuke growled in a hurry. In the face of this bloody murderous aura that seemed to be substantive, he had to resist with all his strength. At this moment, he finally understood why Uchiha Longyu got the title of Scarlet Asura. Hee, I'm a graduate invigilator. Longyu smiled warmly. Of course I am qualified to decide the items of the exam. I announce that today's assessment project is to leave the gate of this playground alive. The voice suddenly became cold and severe, like a biting cold wind. Blood was like a tide, instantly occupying Long Yu's eyes. The 9-go jade writing wheel eyes turned in vain, and crackling thunder arcs spread all over the body. Alert, immediately. Hair. Sarutobi Shinosuke was stunned. He never thought that Uchiha Ryayu would choose to attack at the ninjutsu school. Once this outrageous behavior spreads, it will definitely make people intolerable. However, as soon as these words were spoken, a figure entwined with lightning flashed past him in an instant. His hands were like electricity, and before Nara Shikahisa and Yamanaka Kai started to move, one hand clasped their faces. Without any bells and whistles, it smashed directly to the ground. Boom! The huge impact made the ground crash. And Nara Shikahisa's heads shattered. The blood spurted out, as bright as fireworks, which made the scalp tingle. This speed is even unable to keep up with even India. Killed. I don't know who cried out in surprise, making Sarutobi Shinosuke's face pale. The whole person was like an electric shock, and hurriedly pulled away and retreated. At the same time, the hands quickly formed a seal and displayed the technique of psychic. The technique of psychic ape demon. Sarutobi Shinosuke slammed the ground with his backhand, and the tyrannical chakra poured frantically. Bang! A low sonic boom resounded, and a monkey figure appeared under the white mist. Boy, it's been a long time since I was called. What happened? The ape demon walked out in the white fog. As the strongest psychic summoned beast in the ninja world, except for the immortals, the monkey demon has always been the killer of the 3 generations of Hokage. It is a secret psychic beast signed by the Sarutobi clan. It can be said that Sarutobi Shinosuke can become one of the 8 colors of Konoha, and the Saruto demon has played a key role. Ape demon, now is not the time to gather old people. Sarutobi Shinosuke looked at Kaiichi Yamanaka and Shikahisa Nara who were dead and could no longer die. His face turned pale, and he shouted sharply, I try my best to delay the time, I will send a distress signal first. Is that the Uchiha Ryayu known as the blood-colored Asura? The ape demon met the pair of scarlet blood-like eyes, and the hippie smile disappeared. I'll turn into a wishful golden hoop, and temporarily suppress him, so you can delay time. The monkey demon roared angrily, knowing that the situation was serious. His hands clasped together suddenly, and at the moment of forming a magic seal, he turned into a wishful Vajra. Please. Sarutobi Shinosuke hurriedly glanced at it. In his eyes, it was not a problem for the ape demon with the indestructible body of King Kong to buy a little time. Go. The ape demon roared, and on the Rui golden cudgel, two smart eyes suddenly turned down. It turned into a black shadow and swept straight towards Long Yu, and wherever it passed along the way, it made a loud noise, like tearing cloth. The short tens of meters was just a blink of an eye, and when everyone reacted, the ape demon had already slammed into Long Yu's abdomen with Wan Jun's posture. Give me up. Seeing that Long Yu seemed to be stunned, standing in the same place dumbfounded, the ape demon roared angrily when he saw the time, which was originally 10 centimeters in diameter, suddenly ballooned in size. It transformed into 3 or 4 meters thick, so that the explosive force of the impact went up several floors. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded through the sky. The huge air wave turned into a hurricane and rolled away. Even the ground beneath my feet seemed to be unable to withstand the impact, and cracked like a cobweb in response. Under the rolled-up dust, the scene that gradually revealed made Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutomo stunned. The illusory fingers rested on the wishful diamond stick, which was more than 10 meters in size. Seemingly fierce and unparalleled, the impact with Wan Jun posture was easily resisted by the fingers in front of him. The cruel words he said a moment ago, at this moment, were like an invisible slap on the cheeks of Sarutobi and Sarutobi Shinosuke. Not only did the face slap come quickly, but it was also slapped loudly. Is this your best effort? Long Yu smiled warmly. It was disappointing. Have you ever tried the feeling of being pressed and rubbed on the ground? The low voice, at this moment, was like the death of the god of death, which made everyone's nerves suddenly tense. The scarlet blood-like pupil power surged wildly under the rotation of the Jugo Jade writing wheel. Blink of an eye, it turned into 3 heads and 6 arms, a full 30 or 40 meters, a huge Susanoo. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at the Rui King Kong stick that had skyrocketed in size just a moment ago, facing Susanoo in front of him, it was like a child's play at all. The scarlet pupil power, which represents disaster, is jumping, giving a godlike posture. The 3 heads and 6 eyes turned in vain and locked on the Rui diamond stick. Without any bells and whistles, he pressed down suddenly with a dashing stance. Chapter 95, You Can't Don't Mean Others Can't. Ape Demon, hurry up and escape. Sarutobi Shinosuke growled in a hurry. Unfortunately, everything seems to be in vain. The movement of the 6 big scarlet hands, the ape demon's escape route was completely blocked. Under its frightened gaze, it quickly zoomed in. Boom! The big hand suddenly pressed, and the playground with a radius of several hundred meters collapsed. The huge impact force made the Rui King Kong stick, which is known as the indestructible King Kong, directly rubbed on the ground. Under the head-on blow, the 10-meter-long Rui diamond stick was directly buried in the soil. This is almost in line with what Long Yu said just now. The Rui diamond stick was completely pressed on the ground and rubbed. Bang! The sand and dust that shot up to the sky rolled and dispersed. And looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke. This look, immediately. It made his face pale, and before he had time to think about it, he pulled away and quickly retreated. Kushina, as the most powerful weapon in Konoha Ninja Village, you must stop Long Yu. I will inform the 3rd generation now. Abandoning these words, Sarutobi Shinosuke ran away in full view. The violent scene made everyone who stayed in the arena startled for a while. Even Uzumaki Kushina is no exception. As soon as he made his move, he instantly killed the 2 masters of Shangnan, and when he raised his hand, he directly suppressed the so-called strongest psychic beast. This is too shocking, as if there is an invisible big hand tightening the heart. Little girl, don't shoot randomly, you can't provoke this person. The voice of the Nine Tails came out from within Kushina's consciousness. If you want to die, you can go anyway, but if I remember correctly, these terrifying eyes are comparable to that person. Uzumaki Kushina was stunned. Was the first time she had seen the Nine Tails, who had always been fearless, and when she saw Hokage, she would clamor for a fight, and she would be stunned in seconds. However, I can't blame the Nine Tails, if there is an experience of being teased by Madara Uchiha like a pet. No one wants to relive those days. No, I can't watch other students get killed. Uzumaki Kushina shouted anxiously. Of his figure, he rushed towards Long Yu first. Sealing Technique King Kong Blockade. This is the bloodline-bound ninjutsu secretly passed down by the Uzumaki family. In addition to Kagura's eyes, this one is the most powerful. In the peak period of the Whirlpool Kushina, it was able to stabilize the tail of the beast. Even the Nine Tails can suppress it. It is for this reason that the Nine Tails human pillar power will be inherited by the people of the Uzumaki family for generations. Pity that in the generation of Naruto Uzumaki, due to the lack of guidance from the predecessors, neither Kagura's mind, nor the celestial body could take the initiative to awaken. Even the sealing techniques such as the diamond blockade were completely lost. Otherwise, if you have the three major items of the Uzumaki family, the so-called genius can only stand in front of Naruto Uzumaki. Looking at Chiba, a chain, like a cobweb, entwined with a fierce attitude. Long Yu's whole body was filled with thunder, and it shot out like a sharp arrow, instantly passing through the attack of the diamond chain. Since you want to play, I'll ask Susanoo to accompany you, but don't stop me from killing. Sarutobi Asuma was born to be rebellious, especially because his father was Hokage and his older brother was one of Konoha Hachiki. This caused him to be 4 or 5 years older than the others, and he entered the ninjutsu school only at the age of 4. Even after becoming an adult, because of disagreement with the 3 generations of Hokage, he left Konoha Ninja Village and became one of the 12 ninja protectors. It can be said that Sarutobi Asuma, who is about 14 or 15 years old, is only passing through the ninjutsu school to obtain a qualified ninja status. His own strength has already reached the level of Chunin, which is infinitely close to the level of Special Jonin. However, the thoughts of Asuma Sarubi at this moment were the same as those of others. Facing the person in front of him, he had already been shocked by the tyrannical murderous aura, and was frightened by the violent killing. The body fell into the situation of being killed for a moment and facing the attack, it was like a shadow of death, and the eye sockets were almost split. Move me. A hysterical roar, roaring in my heart. However, no matter how he struggled, his whole body was like a stubborn rock, and it just shivered autonomously. Are you going to die? Messy thoughts flashed in Sarutobi Asuma's mind, watching the bright sharp blade rapidly dilate in his pupils. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air suddenly sounded. A young figure appeared in front of him one step ahead. When the crisp metal collision sounded in vain, and at the moment of collision, sparks sputtered. It's Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Asuma and the others looked stagnant, and just doubted fairness, and when they did not suppress Uchiha Itachi, the words that floated in their ears made their nerves suddenly tense. I didn't expect that you used pain and fear to drive away. At least this performance did not disappoint me. Long Yu smiled warmly. However, your 3 hooks alone are not enough, otherwise you will not block my attack. Uchiha Itachi was stunned, and a ridiculous thought flashed in his mind. However, a large hand wrapped in thunderlight pierced through his chest like lightning. Game over. Long Yu smiled playfully. Hot blood splattered, and Asuma Sarutobi, who was close at hand, even smeared his face. That even his own cousin could kill him, the graduates present couldn't help but roared in their minds. For a time, without Uchiha Itachi's obstruction, Long Yu was like a wolf entering a flock. With the sharp blade in his hand, every time he unsheathed it, he could take a life. In a pool of blood. Crazy, Uzumaki Kushina's face turned pale. A move, he took 48 lives, which was a heinous crime. Too late to entangle with Susanoo, and the moment he looked at Long Yu, his heart suddenly shook. Okay, let's go. Long Yu took a step forward, and his figure was like a thunder light, appearing in front of Kushina. Looking at the lightning speed, the speed is like a ghost, and even the naked eye can't keep up. She finally understood why there were rumors in the ninja world that the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryu had already overwhelmed the golden flashing wave Fung Minato. Help, come on, Uchiha Ryu is killing the graduates. A hysterical roar echoed through the school. The silhouettes of Anbu flashed out in the dark, along with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Just as they were going to go to Yield Ramen and continue their research on medicinal foods, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Ninosuke, what happened? 3 generations of Hokage also fell from the sky. It can be said that as long as the ninjas stationed in Konoha came, even Uchiha Fugaku, who had been following him, was no exception. Hokage-sama, you have appointed Uchiha Ryu to be the graduate Invigilator. It was a complete mistake. Sarutobi Shinosuke's face turned pale, grabbed the wrist of the 3rd Hokage, and roared anxiously. That guy, in the name of the examiner, made an exception to propose Uchiha Itachi to participate in the assessment. I just objected, and he shot and killed Yamanaka Kaiichi and Nara Shikahisa. You guys hurry up, I just asked Kushina to stop him. If you slow down, I'm afraid all 48 students will be killed. Everyone present was moved, even Uchiha Fugaku. However, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, there is also a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Uchiha Fuyu instantly saw the clue. Shinosuke, you have fallen into illusion. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the 3 generations of Naruto and other powerful and experienced ninjas said in unison. Voice fell, everyone who was originally just guessing reached a consensus in an instant. Let me come. Uchiha Fuyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Under this kind of public gaze, he did not dare to display the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. However, as long as you know that Sarutobi Shinosuke has been hit by an illusion, and has left the space domain of the caster, the 3-hooked jade writing wheel eye alone is enough to forcibly break it. The blood-colored light suddenly turned in his pupils, and at the moment when the 3-hooked jade appeared, Uchiha Fuyu shouted in a cold voice. Give me the solution. Anger like thunder, roaring echoed in Sarutobi Shinosuke's mind. The tyrannical pupil power is like a tide, straight into Sarutobi's mind. With the whole body shaking, Sarutobi Shinosuke let out a muffled groan, and a trace of scarlet blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. The negativity that had enveloped him was gone. Anxiety, despair, irritability and other symptoms disappeared. Looking at the appearance of the 3 generations of Hokage and others, it also became extraordinarily clear. It's really an illusion. Sarutobi Shinosuke touched the blood that should have been on his body. Now there is no trace of it at all. No way. Sarutobi Shinosuke turned around and hurried to the playground. Seeing this scene, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt nothing. A freshman's graduation assessment can be tossed like this, and he can also apply such powerful illusions. Even Sarutobi Shinosuke, known as one of the 8 colors of Konoha, was recruited, not to mention those new students. Lord Hokage, I'll teach that bastard a lesson. Uchiha Fuyu said in a hurry. But soon a meal came, rolling eyes. Fuyu, stop acting, let alone you, even if we add up, I'm afraid we won't be able to teach him a lesson. Said reluctantly. This time, I'm afraid it will be the most hellish graduation assessment in history. I don't know if anyone can survive it. In case of death of consciousness, it will be a headache. Tsunade said. Originally, she planned not to meet with Long Yu for the time being, but she never thought of it, because this kind of thing would bring up the time to meet. Let's go, since everyone's here, let's go and have a look. I hope that kid didn't make things too serious, otherwise the parents behind those students may have to toss again. The third Hokage felt a headache. A group of people rushed to the entrance of the playground, looking at Sarutobi Shinosuke, who was standing at the entrance dumbfounded. There are also people in the playground who are like dementia, standing in the same place, deep in illusion. While secretly letting out a sigh of relief, Tsunade's face changed slightly. To be able to let so many people fall into the same illusion space at the same time, his illusion skills are simply amazing. If we don't have mental preparations in advance, I'm afraid we won't be able to get out for a while. Tsunade couldn't help but say. Uchiha Ryayu, are you crazy to use illusions on these students? Sarutobi Shinosuke roared. Out one step, he swept straight towards Long Yu, who was leaning against the tree trunk. However, as soon as he walked out of the 7th or 8th step, Zilai also came first and stopped in front of him. Lord Jiraiya, why did you stop me? Sarutobi Shinosuke hurriedly tried to break free from Jiraiya's hand. Unfortunately, this hand was as motionless as cast steel, and no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. Don't be impulsive, he will kill you. Zilai also looked at Long Yu. Was deeply touched by the warm smile on the latter's face. He will kill me. This is Konoha Ninja Village. In front of the 2 adults and Hokage, he dares to kill me. Sarutobi Shinosuke said in a hurry, even if he kills me, how sure is he that he can escape Konoha? Speaking of which, Sarutobi Shinosuke subconsciously looked at the 3 generations of Hokage. As the eldest son of the Sarutobi family, he believes that the Hokage's Sarutobi hidden will never watch him be killed. 50%. Sarutobi Hizen said in a deep voice, he has a 50% chance of killing you, and a 50% chance of leaving Konoha Ninja Village safely. He has too many cards. We don't know the depth of Long Yu at all. I'm afraid this 50% is still optimistic. However, I believe that Uchiha Ryayu has no plans for Konoha. Sarutobi Shinosuke was stunned. It was the first time he had seen his father give such a high rating. This is Konoha Ninja Village, could it be possible to leave safely after killing someone? Okay, let's go check the situation first. The third Hokage patted Sarutobi Shinosuke on the shoulder. However, as soon as they took a step, they saw figures coming from all directions. Lord Hokage, what happened? My son, I don't know who Oshwanjian, took part in the graduation assessment today. So is my son Gang Ziti. Lord Naruto, what happened to the flying bamboo and dragonfly? What happened to my Inuzuka flower? Quote. Seeing the dozens of parents who appeared in an instant, Sarutobi Shinosuke's face flashed with joy. Parents, you have also seen that this Uchiha Ryayu used illusions on students without authorization. Even I can't break this test, let alone these ordinary students. Noisy. Face of the 3 generations of Hokage sank, and he never thought that at this juncture, Sarutobi Shinosuke would contribute to the flames. What's more, the 3 generations of Hokage found that Long Yu seemed to be very confident. You have to throw things away. If you can't do it, it doesn't mean others can't. Long Yu glanced at Sarutobi Shinosuke lightly. I can't even bear illusions. Going to the battlefield is a real dead end. Now I'm just helping them make decisions as soon as possible. If you can wake up automatically, you will meet the graduation standards I require. If you can't wake up, then I'm sorry. To graduate, you can only wait for the next class. A small voice, revealing an undeniable taste. Chapter 96, Has your child committed suicide? Sarutobi Shinosuke's expression suddenly turned blue, and when he was about to speak, a voice suddenly sounded. Brother, I'm awake. Uchiha Itachi opened abruptly, and the 3 goose jade writing round eyes exuded a fascinating smell. He has succeeded, and he is indeed a genius of the Uchiha family. When he was only 7 years old and 7 years old, he opened the 3-hooked jade writing wheel. Looking at the Uchiha family, I am afraid that even adults can't compare with him. Don't forget, there is an even more terrifying existence dormant here. 15 years later, only when did he know when he opened the wheel? The huge playground, dozens or even hundreds of pairs of eyes fell on Long Yu. While everyone was amazed, for Sarutobi Shinosuke, it was a slap in the face. Especially what Long Yu said just now was like an invisible slap. His cheeks couldn't help blushing. He looked at Uchiha Ryu, his expression changed, and he shouted sternly, "No, this must be Uchiha Ryu deliberately favoring Uchiha Itachi, otherwise, with a little kid, how could he be an illusion? Break free." Face of the 3 generations of Hokage sank, and he shouted in a hurry, "Shinosuke, what are you doing?" "Dad, it's not me who is fooling around, it's Uchiha Ryu. He used illusions that even I, the principal, couldn't get rid of to attack these graduates. This is simply a lunatic. Who can break free?" Sarutobi Shinosuke growled in a hurry. Furthermore, from the very beginning, Uchiha Ryu planned to make Uchiha Itachi graduate exceptionally, so deliberately releasing water is no exception. "I don't believe that as a joinin, the headmaster of Konoha School, I can't compare to a student." A hysterical roar echoed in the heaven and earth. The expressions of the parents present could not help but stagnate. In their eyes, as Sarutobi Shinosuke said, even the dignified joinin and the principal of Konoha School couldn't do it. Not to mention, these are generally 8 or 9 or 8-year-old freshmen. Now that Uchiha Itachi can break through in the illusion, it will undoubtedly become intriguing. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, a smile appeared on Sarutobi Shinosuke's face. The next moment, it became extremely stiff. "Teacher, I'm awake too." The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be filled with magic sound, echoing in the heaven and earth, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Everyone's nerves suddenly tightened, and they hurriedly followed the sound, and what they saw was a bad boy, Asma Sarutobi. He even respectfully greeted Long Yu with a teacher-student salute. "I'm awake too." Luji Huo Xuanjian also suddenly opened his eyes. "Me too. I also came out of the illusion." "Why are you all faster than me, teacher, and I came out too." "Cut, who was afraid just now and didn't dare to commit suicide." "How embarrassing, how dare you say it and show it off." Quote. The voices that came out one after another, and the young men who opened their eyes one by one. At this moment, it seems like a chain reaction is happening. The smile on his face was completely subverted by the ferocity that Sarutobi Shinosuke said, "Impossible, Uchiha Ryu is not in the illusion space, and he wants to kill you. Why are you able to come out, and you don't have the slightest idea? Hate him." Sarutobi Shinosuke growled anxiously. Figure, he displayed the technique of instant body, and appeared first in front of Sarutobi Asma. He was about to ask questions, but was stopped by Narashikahisa and Yamanaka Kaiichi. "Nanosuke, we have to admit that the illusion space created by Long Yu is powerful." Yamanaka Hiei glanced at Long Yu warily. "However, we must also admit that he made these students feel a sense of death in advance, which is a transformation of their spiritual mood. It can be said that they experienced a life and death, and then experienced a courageous decision to commit suicide. This will not only improve their survival rate in the Third Ninja War. As long as they survive, I am afraid they will still be the graduates with the most powerhouses in the past." Everyone in the field was stunned. In the beginning, as parents, they came to ask the teacher for guilt. Unfortunately, everything in front of them subverted their cognition. It's impossible, he must have let you out on purpose, otherwise this illusion space cannot be destroyed at all." Sarutobi Shinosuke looked grim. Looking at the 48 students and 2 teachers, they also came out of the illusion space. Is a shame for his dignified school principal. "Brother, Mr. Long Yu didn't let us out on purpose, it was Itachi who told us how to do it," Sarutobi Asma said with a respectful face. "The test this time is courage. After being killed, reshape the body again, and then muster the courage to face life and death, and make the final choice. This is the ultimate goal of the teacher." Having said that, Sarutobi Asma looked at Long Yu and said, "If I were to evaluate it, the graduation assessment this time is more important than what I have learned in 3 years. Yes, when we first graduated, how could we deal with the enemy on the battlefield, but now we are not afraid. After this experience, I won't be frightened like I was just now. Cut, don't you really think that there are such powerful beings as the teacher on the battlefield? Don't forget, the teacher is known as the Bloody Asura. The scene suddenly boiled over. Seeing that he hated Long Yu at first. There are students with jaw, and their attitudes are instantly one-sided. Left, a teacher on the right. This ride is like a dream. Haha, have you seen it? My son Feiju Dragonfly has passed the most brutal graduation examination in history, and his future achievements are definitely greater than that of my old father. Shangnan is just around the corner. One parent was the first to laugh. Cut, wait a while, I have to go to the party. I have already prepared a speech. My steel is iron, hard to break through the blood-colored Asura's illusion space, and successfully stood out in the cruelest graduation assessment in history, becoming the leader of the genin. The parent standing beside him said unconvincingly. For a time, the huge playground was instantly occupied by the sound of boiling show-off. There are also some outrageous dialogues flying all over the sky. Has your son tried suicide? How many of your sons committed suicide? How did your son commit suicide? Looking at these bizarre conversations, even the 3 generations of Hokage and other high-level executives looked at each other in dismay, and could only smile bitterly. Even they did not expect that the most cruel graduation assessment in history would form a wave of follow-up in the future. Many people greet each other when they meet. Have your child committed suicide? This sentence has become the most powerful pronoun for this class of graduates. It is also the title of a blood-colored Asura disciple. Has the title of suicide. Of course, all this is just an afterthought. At that time, I am afraid that even Long Yu would not have thought of his unintentional act. Let these 48 graduates become the mainstay of Konoha's future combat power. Suicide 48. Okay. 3 generations of Hokage glanced at it, and Sarutobi Shinosuke, who was in desperation, sighed secretly. He knew very well that if Sarutobi Shinosuke did not choose to run away, he would never become an alternative existence in this group of people. As long as he is killed by Long Yu, he will rebuild the illusion again, and muster the courage to choose suicide. Will also be shrouded in the present honor. Unfortunately, all this now makes his so-called refutation seem pale and powerless. Of Konoha Bashi couldn't fill him up. Next, the graduation ceremony of genin will be held. Since all the parents are here, let's join together. As for Long Yu, the 3rd Hokage looked at Uchiha Ryu. However, before he could speak, Long Yu, who leaned back against the big tree, smiled genially. A bang, his body turned into a cloud of white mist, which collapsed between heaven and earth. The violent scene left everyone stunned. The 2 horse-riding brothers have the same temperament. Using a shadow clone to deal with the graduation examination of genin is looking down on people, or making fun of people. Compared with the shock of everyone, Sarutobi Shinosuke can't wait to find a dog hole to burrow into. Even a mere clone can't fight, let alone seek revenge for Uchiha Ryu. Teacher, this Uchiha Ryu really doesn't play cards according to common sense, but everything he does is flawless, making people unable to picky. Tsunade suddenly spoke up. These 48 freshmen have changed their aura, giving them a sense of tenacity and decisiveness. If they are on the battlefield, they are comparable to experienced ninjas. This assessment method may be able to learn from 1 or 2. Faced with this proposal, the 3 generations of Hokage and Jirai also smiled helplessly, and couldn't help but roll their eyes. Tsunade, don't be too naive, you can instantly cast illusions to form a conjoined space. Looking at the entire Konoha ninja village, it may be a little bit possible except for the Kurama family. Everyone else should wash and sleep. He also reluctantly explained. Moreover, in order to maintain such a huge illusion space at the same time, I am afraid that there are also extremely high requirements for the mental strength of the practitioner, illusion skills, etc. It can be said that this time the assessment cannot be replicated. The 3 generations of Hokage on the side also nodded in agreement, looked at the direction in which Long Yuying's clone dissipated, and sighed. This kid, every time he does things, it is unexpected. Sometimes I really don't want to be an enemy of him, otherwise I'm afraid I don't even know how to die. After these words fell, Jiraiya and Tsunade who were present were silent, but they were unable to refute for a moment. Other hand, outside Konoha Ninja Village, a dark shadow fell on the basin like a ghost. Who had been sitting on the rock with a gloomy expression, woke up with a start. Master you are finally here. Zhao, all looked tense, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Long Yu nodded, frowned and said, what is it that made you contact me so urgently? Just now, after Long Yu had withdrawn from the illusion space, he saw the eagle used by Zhao, due for communication, so he left his clone in the ninjutsu school and left alone. In his eyes, Zhao, both possessed the strength of the shadow level, and accompanied by the red sand scorpion, I am afraid that facing a small country, it can be easily destroyed. It's the Loquat Shazang that has a news report. Corner, both turned their hands and took out a scroll. When he was approaching the dried persimmon ghost shark, he learned that Danzang was secretly in contact with the country of water, which seemed to be related to the killing of the 3rd generation of water shadows. Although I don't know the ins and outs of the matter for the time being, I think it has something to do with you, sir. So I decided on my own to come and report. Long Yu took over the scroll, and the content described above is more detailed than the content described by Zhao, Du. When the messenger sent by Danzang and the daimyo of the land of water talked is also clearly recorded. It seems that most of the 7 people in the ninja sword were slaughtered, and the 3 generations of Mizukage were killed for no reason. The status of the Loquat Tenzo and the dried persimmon ghost has been improved, and they have access to these key confidential information. Sir, do we want to strike first? Corner, they all suddenly opened their mouths. I found out not long ago that an Anbu stole out of Konoha Ninja Village alone. This should be Danzo's messenger. As long as the Lord gives an order, he can be killed soon. Speaking of which, Zhao, Du had a murderous look on his face. Corner, after all, they are walking in the ninja world as bounty hunters. In the original book, they are in the Akatsuki organization. It is also in existence that even dares to kill his teammates. Right now, it is only in the face of Long Yu that he will restrain his stinky temper a little. Haha, such a fun game, why did it end early? Let's continue to let Tuanzang dance. And Jugoyu's writing wheel eyes suddenly turned. The instant the black flames rose, the scroll was directly burned to ashes. Where is the scorpion? Long Yu frowned, he didn't want the younger brother he had just received, so he was disliked by Zhao, and directly attacked and buried it. He took a mission and went to destroy the country of soup. What kind of cult? I saw that the famous name was extraordinary and the reward was a lot, so I let him act without authorization. Corner, all explained. At the same time, he flipped his hand and took out a reward. There is no portrait of the character in Long Yu's mind, but a description of the text. Offer a reward of 50 million taels to destroy the evil gods in the country of Tang. According to time calculations, the heretic god follower Feijuan should be 11 or 12 years old now. In this chaotic ninja world war, if the evil god sect is to rise, it is right that the flying section should be released. It seems that because of this reason, the famous name of Tang Jiguo can't wait to carry out a bounty task in the black market. Although, the country of Tang and the country of Soil are bordered by the border, it is also one of the small affiliated countries. On weekdays, if something happens in the country of Tang, the name of the country of Tang will also pay, and let Yanran village take care of 1 or 2. Pity that Iwa Ninja village is now being attacked by the surprise troops led by the 3 generations of Reikage. The purpose is precisely the 2-tailed beasts, and a battle of offense and defense has started. A short period of time, it was impossible to free up his hands to suppress the evil gods for Tang Jiguo. Facing the invading evil gods, Daimyo Tang had no choice but to place a bounty on the black market. "Sir, you're not going to interfere in this kind of thing, are you?" "Corner," I couldn't help but ask. The young man in front of him, although he was decades away from him, faced the oppressive force of this back figure. It only appeared when facing the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Chapter 97, Removing the Patriarch. There is a very good goal within the heretic god cult, and it may be able to become our companion. Long Yu smiled warmly. "What's more, aren't you worried about Scorpion and plan to go together? Since we can meet, it is also a fate, and it is also a good thing to kill this boring time." Zhao Duo's expression froze. It was obvious that Long Yu had guessed through his thoughts, and embarrassedly touched the back of his head and said, "It seems that nothing can be hidden from the adults. That fellow Scorpion keeps saying that he is looking for some materials for the sake of art. I'm worried that he won't bargain. If he can't get back even 50 million taels, it's a loss-making business. So, I hope your lord will allow me to take a trip in person." Looking at an art madman and a rich slave, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. In his memory, the members of Akatsuki's organization were all problem characters. If it is placed in modern times, it can definitely be called a psychological, distorted terror, a terrorist. "Okay, since there's still some time before Danzang's attack, let's go to the land of soup to see, you lead the way." Long Yu patted the corner, Du's shoulder. He is very clear about the angle. The bottom line of the capital is money. If, in terms of money, he refused his request, it would probably not be worth the loss. "Sir, don't worry, I'm all set." Zhao all looked happy and said, "However, this time the bounty of Tang Zhiguo's name is the highest reward in recent years, which has led to many people taking the task in the black market. So, we will meet with them next, and if necessary, I want to solve some small problems." As for Zhao Du's proposal, Long Yu did not refuse. Moreover, facing the most mysterious black market organization in Hokage, Long Yu is still interested. After getting Long Yu's approval, Zhao didn't stop for a while, and his figure led the way in a flash. After Long Yu left Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku hurried back to the place where the Uchiha clan was stationed. When he returned home, not only did he not find Long Yu's whereabouts, but he was shocked by the scene in front of him, and his face turned gloomy. "Patriarch, the three elders have been waiting for you for a long time." The four guards guarding the gate said in unison. One of the leaders was Uchiha Stone, who was injured by Uchiha Ryu. I didn't expect your injury to heal so quickly. I think if Long Yu had attacked a little harder that day, you might have grass growing on your grave now." Uchiha Fuyu said coldly. Uchiha Shi's stride suddenly stiffened, and his cheeks couldn't help twitching. That he went to provoke Uchiha Ryu and took the bloody Asura as his younger brother had already spread in the station. However, because he was the deputy captain of the garrison, no one dared to mention it in person. Now Uchiha Fuyu dares to say a word, and for Uchiha Shi, it is simply a face. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shi's face turned gloomy and said, "Fuyu, I gave you face, so I called you the patriarch. If I don't give you face, you are not even a fart now. I tell you now, because of your incompetent leadership over the years, the three elders have decided to dismiss your patriarch position, and I will inherit it from now on." Uchiha Fuyu looked stagnant, then sneered and said, "You are a waste. If I am not the patriarch, even if it is Long Yu and Zishui's turn, it will not be your turn. As a leading dog, you'd better lead the way for me." "Damn." Uchiha Shi's face was ashen, and he shouted angrily. However, as soon as the voice fell, he instantly met Uchiha Fuyu's three-goose jade riding wheel eye. An inexplicable suppressed breath, like a frenzy, came head-on. This is pure murderous intent. Although it can't reach the level of Long Yu, it is enough to shock Uchiha Shi and the younger generation who have never been on the battlefield. Okay, now is not the time to quarrel. Don't blame Fuyu, he is also thinking of the rise of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fire put his hands behind him and said lightly. Looked back, and said without a smile, I heard that Makoto is pregnant with your child again. If there is another genius like Itachi, this is definitely the ancestors' treatment of our Uchiha clan. Blessing. So, as a father, you should protect them well, and don't let anything happen at this juncture. Aren't you guys planning to do something to Makoto? Uchiha Fugaku's voice suddenly became cold, and the breath he exuded rolled back like a frenzy. With a vain turn of the writing wheel, the three-pointed star kaleidoscope is instantly revealed. A tyrannical force of pupils rose through the sky, and with a tenor-like posture, it rolled away, causing the faces of the guards members around to change dramatically. The next moment, a black shadow flashed out in the dark, and the three-hooked jade writing wheel eye looked unusually infiltrating in the dark. A rise and fall, Kue was directly pressed against Uchiha Fire's back. Elder, offended. Uchiha Itachi said indifferently. In this world, in addition to his younger brother, Itachi Uchiha can only show indifference to those who respect him. Elder, this is the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and the three-hooked jade writing wheel eye. Uchihaishi's expression changed drastically. These words fell, everyone present changed their minds. In their eyes, Uchiha Fuyu, who holds the position of the patriarch, is neither plague nor fire. I didn't expect that such power would be hidden. Most importantly, even at the age of 7, Itachi Uchiha actually opened the three-goose jade writing wheel eye. This is something even adults like them can do with great effort. It seems that Fuyu really hid too deeply. Elder Huo seemed to have expected it long ago, and he was under this pressure, but he didn't take it to heart at all. However, it is precisely because you have this kind of strength that you choose to forbear, lacking the sharpness of Uchiha Ryu, and you do not strive for the benefit of our Uchiha family at all. So, after our elders, there is another kind of clan's main battle member who decides to remove your clan leader's position. These words fell, Uchiha Itachi's face changed drastically. Yesterday, when he was ramen at Yale, Ikea discovered the ambitions of the three elders and decided to graduate early. I never thought that the three elders would be faster than him. Speak, he was interrupted by Uchiha Fugaku's gaze. Are you guys going to push Long Yu up to compete for Hokage's position? Aren't you afraid of being attacked by him? Elder Huo laughed dryly and said, he is a hero, and you can't compare with him. Also, I have your family as hostages. As long as he really takes Hokage's position and everything is done, he won't be able to retreat from Hokage's position. Forgot to tell you, we cast a secret fire spirit technique on Makoto's body. Yin, as long as you do something wrong, don't blame us for not remembering our old feelings. The hoarse voice revealed a hint of threat. Uchiha Itachi's expression sank, and he was about to burst out, when Uchiha Fuyu's hands pressed his shoulders. Come on, let's go see your mother. Uchiha Fuyu said in a deep voice, I don't think the elders will stop me. Elder Huo said with a bark-like smile, don't worry, I will still allow this request, but for the next time, I hope you can stay at home and don't run around. Seeing Elder Huo give way, Uchiha Fuyu took Itachi with a cold face and walked towards the dining room. Just after taking a few steps, Uchiha Itachi couldn't hold back his breath. Dad, why don't we resist, dare to cast a curse on mother, and take us as hostages to threaten brother? This method is simply hateful. Fuyu patted Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder and said, did you look down on those clowns who jumped on the beam, or did you look down on your big brother Yu? They will regret it. The evil people in this world are not terrible. The most terrible thing is the smiling tiger. Don't look at your cousin's kindness. When you become crazy, no one will believe in doing anything. However, Konoha Ninja Village will be restless next time. The three elders, and Danzo, don't even have the last bit of Pure Land. I really hope Minato can come back soon. After watching Uchiha Fuyu and his son leave, Uchiha Shi was the first to lose his temper. Elder Huo, will I inherit the patriarch next? But does this plan really work? Fuyu doesn't seem to care about it at all. I thought I was going to fight him, and I arranged 30 confidants on all sides. In their eyes, in the face of this kind of rebellion, who would not resist furiously? This kind of natural feeling makes them not used to it. Kind of, the smell of the eve of the storm. Don't worry, I promised you. The position of the patriarch belongs to you. As for Uchiha Ryu, he is still a kid. I heard that he values feelings and loves Itachi. Elder Huo's eyes flashed a hint of coldness. With them as hostages, no matter how you try to turn it over, you can't turn it over. What a big wave. How can a mere brat fight with us old bones? Ha, the elder is right, he is just a little kid, and he is nothing if he leaves our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shi smiled recklessly. 3 days later, in a deserted town 30 miles away from the land of soup, 2 figures in cloaks flashed past the half-collapsed town gate. It landed on a road full of weeds. Boss, the meeting point is ahead. Corner, they all lifted their cloaks and led the way again. Long Yu quickly followed. Was the first time for him to come to Naruto World, and he felt like he was on a mission. Moreover, I learned from the news along the way that this time, the bounty quest of Tang Jiguo has attracted many wandering ninjas and some small country families. Among them, there are existences that Long Yu is interested in. Under the leadership of Zhao Du, Long Yu quickly came to an abandoned toilet. After knocking on the wall with a special rhythm, the roar of the organ soon came. A neat crack appeared on the originally solid wall, and a man with tattoos appeared as the stone door moved with a roar, and a dark passageway appeared. Who? The tattooed man asked warily. However, the moment he saw the token in Zhao Du's hand, his pupils suddenly shrank. Scarlet Shiro Order. It turned out to be a 9th-level bounty hunter. I was too rude. Tattooed man hurriedly gave way and looked at Long Yu. Do you have an ID card? If not, you can only wait outside. These words fell, the corners, all turned over with the right hand, and there was an extra kunai. The cold light of the blade circulated, and it went straight to the neck of the tattooed man. The speed was so fast that the tattooed man had no time to react, so he could only watch the attack in his pupils rapidly expanding. The attacking kunai quickly enlarged in his pupils, making the tattooed man's face turn pale instantly. Just as the thought of death sprouted in his mind, the next moment, he saw a hand clasped at the corner, Du's wrist. Okay, don't scare people off. Long Yu said lightly, put Kuu away, it seems to be very lively inside. It's the boss. Zhao, I didn't even refute it. After taking a look at the tattooed man, I put Kuu away. Face of the eldest tattooed man couldn't help but change, looking at Long Yu, who was shrouded in a cloak, and his body was obviously thin. It is too shocking to be called the boss by a 9th-level bounty hunter. This is an underground black market, respecting strength. It is different from the outside world's evaluation of status. The vicious 9th-level bounty hunter in front of him is so respectful. This means that the young man in front of him may be terrifying to another level. My boss asked what happened inside. Zhao Du asked coldly and quietly. Usually, every time he came, this underground black market was unusually deserted. It is so lively now that it has undoubtedly subverted his cognition. Yes, it's an auction. Tattooed man said anxiously, because this time because of the huge amount of reward, many small families and forces have been convened, so the person in charge made a temporary decision to hold an auction here. Auction. Long Yu couldn't help but be surprised. It was the first time he discovered that there was an auction in the Naruto world. However, it's really hard to say if anything good will come out. If it's just some rubbish, I'm afraid it's disappointing. My lord, it seems that you also have intentions. Tattooed man immediately. Seeing Long Yu's thoughts, he said anxiously, if your lord is also here for the mission of Tang Jiguo, and it's too early to set off, you might as well go and open your eyes. I heard that there are other items in this auction. The legendary artifact. The divine weapon Dragon Feather was surprised. In the world of Naruto, very few artifacts have appeared. Among them, the first so-called artifact that appeared was the Thunder God sword possessed by the second Hokage. Unfortunately, in the end, after the hard shake of the spiral pill, it was directly scrapped. My lord, let me tell you secretly, that divine weapon is unparalleled. An ordinary lower ninja possessing this divine weapon can instantly fight against the upper ninja. I think your lord is wise and talented. If you get this kind of weapon, you can go to the next level. Blue has become the dragon and phoenix among people. The tattooed man was not busy and slapped his ass a few times. Zhao, they all looked at Long Yu subconsciously. He didn't actually yearn for the so-called auction. After all, that kind of occasion, but it costs money. Ask for support. Update firepower burst. Ask for all support. Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupons. Immediate top-up event time. From August 7th to August 9th. Read the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates to find 99 novels and LT. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection IP will be banned. And GT. Chapter 98. The artifact at the bottom of the box. For the miser-like horn. This is simply torment. Go and see, you don't have to spend money anyway. Long Yu smiled warmly. The words fell, immediately. The tattooed man was startled. It doesn't cost any money, whether it's just to see it, or to grab it. Of course, the second idea, as soon as it emerged in the tattooed man's mind, was directly killed. In his eyes, although the underground black market is not a country, its power spreads throughout the entire ninja world, and it is even more prosperous. Whoever dares to make trouble in the underground black market will soon be hunted down by the entire ninja world. After all, there is no one person who doesn't like money. It's true everywhere that money can make ghosts run the mill. No money needed. Corner, they were all stunned. Long Yu patted his shoulder and said, let's go, let's take a look, you'll know soon. These words, Long Yu followed the tattooed man to the depths of the underground black market. Passing through 7 or 8 corners, they reached a depth of tens of meters underground. This is a huge circular space, surrounded by people in all directions. In the middle was a huge high platform, and a man who also had weird tattoos was standing on the platform, introducing things with a loud voice. Sir, I will send you to this place. Due to the temporary auction, there is no VIP room here. I hope you don't mind. The tattooed man said respectfully. The shadow of the corner, both. Go back, I just have a look. Long Yu said lightly. Voice fell, I soon heard the sound of the wooden seat beating on the stage. The third time in 3,000 tales, congratulations to the lady over there for getting 100 military ration pills. The tattooed man on the stage pointed the gavel at the crowd. Immediately on the field, all kinds of vulgar voices erupted. Haha, little beautiful girl, can you afford the 3,000 taels? I heard that your organization is old and poor. Why don't you stay with me for one night? I can give you 3,000 taels. Turtle Spider, you don't even look at your broken face. Who would be foolish enough to go to bed with you? Little girl, as long as you stay with me for one night, I will give you 200 ration pills. I am a poisonous bee. Pull. I'll give out 300 ration pills. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Facing the booing of hundreds of people, standing in the crowd, the 5 figures wearing flaming cloud cloaks trembled slightly. Obviously a little bit unbearable, this kind of coarse salt and crude language. Long Yu crossed the crowd and finally saw the thin figure of the leader. Xiaonan, one of the 3 apprentices that Jirai also accepted in Yuran village. However, compared with the original book, Xiaonan is only 17 or 18 years old now. There is no frosty coldness in the original book, and there is a hint of innocence. Faced with the provocation of these people, his cheeks also turned red. Xiaonan was about to open his mouth to refute, and an unpredictable voice broke the one-sided situation. This kind of thing can also be used for money. Long Yu said slowly, I usually treat my pets as snacks. Use this kind of thing to sleep with a little beautiful girl, it's worth a lot. The low voice, at this moment, is like a hurricane passing through. After all, some forces such as soil spiders and poisonous bees just opened their mouths to tease them. Now Long Yu's words have turned into a provocation. Boy, do you know what nonsense you're talking about? The earth spider's face sank and said sternly. This military food pill, in addition to the large number of medical ninjas in the 5 major countries, can be produced. It is a rare thing for our small families and small forces. You are so loud, if you can't take it out, don't blame us for being rude. These words fell, everyone showed a very interested expression. In their eyes, Long Yu was just a young boy who didn't know the darkness of the ninja world at all. Zhao, Du, is Bingliangwan really that valuable? Long Yu raised his brows, looking a little surprised. Zhao, they all nodded expressionlessly. He didn't care about the rudeness of these people. As long as Long Yu gave an order, he didn't mind taking action to kill the audience. Thank you for your kindness. I believe that Bingbaoan is also very important to you in this war-torn period, and you don't have to go through this troubled water. Xiaonan suddenly spoke up. In her eyes, what Long Yu said just now was extremely arrogant, but it was also for her relief. However, as soon as these words fell, he saw Sanwei crawling out of Long Yu's cloak with hazy sleepy eyes. Boss, what's going on? It's so noisy, is there any food to eat? This dry pill makes my mouth feel bitter. Three Tails yawned. Although the mouth said so, but on the paws, there was a bag of military ration pills. Undone, it fell directly into his mouth. 10, 20, 30. Have good deeds stare at the dark military ration and pour it directly into Sanwei's mouth. The amount is so large that it makes the scalp tingle. A 1 bill pill can supplement the intake of one thing. Now Sanwei swallowed 30 of them as soon as he opened his mouth, and this riding horse can hold a person alive. You still have military ration pills in your hand, give me 2 bags, don't look reluctant, didn't you say it's not delicious, I'll cook braised lion heads for you afterwards. Long Yu rolled his eyes, the miser like 3 Tails. He really doubted whether this guy was with Zhao, after a few days, and his temperament was almost red and black. However, when Sanwei heard Long Yu's enticement, he hurriedly handed over the 3 bags of soldier ration pills in his hand. Boss, you owe me 3 meals. Also, is the braised lion head edible, or I'll go find some lions and chop off the heads. I think it will take at least 7 or 8 so that I can eat enough. Looked like a porcelain doll, but when he opened his mouth and closed his mouth, all of them were lion heads in braised flames, with 7 or 8 heads, and the people present were stunned. Where did the confidence of this porcelain doll come from? Long Yu gave a white look, and reached out to press the 3 Tails back into the cloak. He was really worried that this guy really went to kill the lion. Taking the 3 bags of military ration pills, Long Yu looked at Xiaonan and threw it out in full view. Send you. Xiaonan was stunned. No, it should be said that everyone present was stunned. There are hundreds of pills in this small bag. Now when Long Yu makes a move, he has 3 bags, which is at least worth tens of thousands of taels. This is undoubtedly higher than the bid of the soil spider and the poisonous bee just now. I can't ask you for anything, and I am not that kind of person. Xiaonan's expression froze, a trace of anger appeared on his face, and he hurriedly wanted to return the ration pill to Long Yu. Just not. However, as soon as the idea emerged, it was interrupted by the next words. I don't need that. Long Yu touched the tip of his nose and said, it's a favor I owe your teacher. It's a help to your Shao organization. If you insist on that, I don't mind. In the Third Ninja World War, the Akatsuki organization under the leadership of Nagato and others was still under the so-called peace concept. As long as you hold a one and restore peace in the ninja world, no matter what. Whatever your background, you can join the organization. It can be said that the current Shao organization is not the awesome existence in the original book. No, sending any one person can also blow up the sky. Small civil organization active in Urin village. The reincarnation eye of the company Long Gate has not been activated yet, and it can scare anyone. It's just a poor little organization. Teacher. Xiao Nan was startled. Jirai was also leaving, but he told them that they must not reveal their relationship with him. Otherwise, there will be fatalities. After all, when Jirai also voluntarily stayed in Urin village to guide the three of Xiaonan 3, Orochimaru had the heart to kill. If Danzo were to know, one of the dignified three ninjas, known as the strongest being in the Konoha ninja village, actually guided the enemy. Moreover, each ninja guided by Sanin is not an unknown person. Among them, Jiraiya's subordinate even produced a Konoha golden flashing wave Feng Minato, who is a shocking ninja world. Under this premise, Danzo will never allow any threat to emerge. It is for this reason that in the original book, Akatsuki was in contact with Iwanan village. Danzo Kai and Sanshoyu Hanzo conspired to ambush the three Nagato who led Akatsuki to organize peace talks. Do you know who my teacher is? Xiao Nan couldn't help but ask. Of the three of them forming the Akatsuki organization was to catch up with Jiraiya. After all, letting teachers see their achievements is the best reward. Let's talk about the old things later. I still want to see the artifact in the auction earlier, but I don't want to stay in this smoky place. Long Yu laughed dryly and avoided answering. Xiao Nan's expression was stagnant, and when he stopped talking, he was stopped by a man on the side. Lord Xiaonan, don't forget the purpose of our visit this time. If we get that thing, our organization will be able to gain a foothold in the ninja world. The man hurriedly persuaded. What's more, what this kid said just now has offended many people. Speaking of this, Xiao Nan realized that the atmosphere in the scene had changed. Mention soil spiders and poisonous bees, even many powerful people looked at Long Yu with a little more murderous intent. Boy, your tone is really big. I hope you can leave this place alive after the auction is over. After the earth spider glanced coldly, he turned his gaze back to the ring. Looking at this scene, Zhao Du's expression turned cold. Boss, do you want to kill them all? They probably saw the speciality of the three tails. I can't blame Long Yu for being too high profile, and if I want to blame it, I can only blame Sanwei for being too flamboyant. Swallowing dozens of military ration pills in one bite, anyone can see the difference. However, if you let them know that the target they are targeting is the dignified tailed beast, I don't know if there will be such a confident expression. No, this scene has just begun. Long Yu smiled and shook his head, looking towards the high platform. Okay, I didn't expect that this auction would usher in a small episode, but don't worry about it, this auction is coming to an end. I believe everyone is eager to know what the artifact of this auction is. The tattooed man raised his throat and shouted. Soon, someone came up from the stage holding an old box. For a while, everyone held their breath, and the moment they watched the tattooed man open the box, their pupils shrank suddenly. Okay, I didn't expect that this auction would usher in a small episode, but don't worry about it, this auction is coming to an end. I believe everyone is eager to know what the artifact of this auction is. The tattooed man raised his throat and shouted. Soon, someone came up from the stage holding an old box. For a while, everyone held their breath, and the moment they watched the tattooed man open the box, their pupils shrank suddenly. I believe you will also think that this is just an ordinary ninja tool, but I want to tell you that this is the powerful ninja fan, the banana fan, owned by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops in the Mist Ninja Village in the past. Tone of the tattooed man instantly became excited. Perhaps, you don't know who the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn are, but as long as you know that the second Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village died under the riots of the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, it is enough to see how powerful this banana fan is. Now the last item is auctioned, the price starts from 100,000 taels, and the starting price for each auction is at least 50,000 taels. The slightly long-sounding words fell, immediately. There was an uproar in the arena. Not only amazed by the price, but also by the power of this banana fan. However, at the beginning, the price was 100,000, and every time it jumped at least 50,000. A high price, these small families and small forces will undoubtedly be discouraged. Was an inexplicable silence in the huge arena, and even the tattooed man on the stage couldn't hold his face. Subconsciously, he looked at Long Yu. Hee, it seems that no one dares to bid, then I will take the lead, 1,000,000 taels. Long Yu raised his hand warmly. Let the field immediately. There was an uproar. The moment before, let pets treat Bingbing pills as snacks. Now, the reserve price has been increased tenfold as soon as he opens his mouth, which means he has a lot of money. It's basically the performance of a playboy. 1,000,000 taels. A hint of disappointment flashed across Xiao Nan's cheeks. They know that the organization has always liked to save lives and help the wounded, and they often help refugees. Although often in the black market, or in other countries to take some tasks to earn bounties. Unfortunately, for the Xiao organization in the development period, it is undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. Originally, they were inquiring about an artifact auction, and they held 70 or 80, 10,000 liang, and they were lucky enough to be able to bring the artifact home. Now when Long Yu opened his mouth, he directly shattered the extravagant hopes of many people. Hee, I didn't expect this little brother, he really has a vision, this banana fan, but the powerful attack weapons of the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn can exert the impact of the 5 elements of ninjutsu. The power is very powerful. If anyone can buy it back, maybe I can become a shadow-level powerhouse on a par with the 5 great powers. The tattooed man is overjoyed. At the bottom of the box. If he can't even buy the price of this thing, and blame it on the top, he will be a dead end. Boss, is this thing really worth 1,000,000? Zhao Du's expression is still indifferent, but it's obviously a bit painful. Chapter 99. Kill me. Although, if he randomly takes a mission and kills an important person, he can get hundreds, even tens of millions of bounties. But for Zhao Du, every penny is taking his flesh. Hee, if I told you, this thing is worth at least hundreds of millions of taels, would you believe it? Long Yu laughed dryly. 6 ninja tools. This is the awesome coaxing ninja tool that appeared in the 4th Ninja War in the original book. In the end, if he hadn't exhausted his luck in getting married every day, he would become the king of leeks with the fate of being a single dog all his life. Once the 6 Paths ninja tool spreads out again, it will definitely create another great one. Hundreds of millions of taels, all stunned. In his concept, this is a lot of money. In normal times, at least dozens of people were killed to get this astronomical sum. If Long Yu can spend 1,000,000 in exchange for 100 million, this is simply a huge pie. 101 million taels. The soil spider gave Long Yu a vicious look and said. Just that the eyes just fell on Long Yu's body, and the voice that followed, made everyone's cheeks twitch. 2 million taels. Long Yu raised his hand with a smile and said, do you still have money, or in the next round, I'll shout less and let you shout a few more times. Kai Guguo's provocation made 2 spiders' face turn red, and the clansmen standing behind him drew their knives to face each other. A cold light shone on the blade, adding an inexplicable depression to the scene. Stop. The earth spider stared at Long Yu coldly, and after pressing down with his big hand, he said, boy, don't ask me, my earth spider is a 5th-level bounty hunter in the black market, and there are tens of millions of taels. I'm afraid to say it and be afraid. You. Is it? Long Yu smiled playfully. This scene made other forces interested in getting their hands on this banana fan, wishing they could slap the soil spider twice. Knowing that this kid is a dude, he opened his mouth to run the train, and even stimulated him face to face. If something goes wrong, they will directly take the price away again, which is not what they think. However, this idea had just emerged, and the words that fell in the ear the next moment made everyone's cheeks twitch. 20 million, this is my last offer. Any one of you who can quote a higher price can take this thing away. Long Yu said with a smile. Forgot to remind everyone, this time we are all here for the bounty task of Tang Zhiguo. If we spend 20 million to get the awesome artifact, after completing the task, we can get 50 million. This is a win-win situation. A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. Who were not very thoughtful at first suddenly brightened. As Long Yu said, this is not a short-term investment, as long as you get the banana fan. Even if the quest of the Land of Soup is solved, it can still be used on other quests in the future. This is a steady stream of wealth. Damn boy. The earth spider almost crushed its teeth. He had this idea from the very beginning, and originally planned to get the banana fan at the lowest price. Now that Long Yu has said it, he can't wait to swallow Long Yusheng, but, after feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, the spider has no time to bother with Long Yu, so he raised his hand and shouted sharply, I have 2 spiders. 15 million, I hope my friends on the road will save face and give me this banana fan. In the future, my soil spider will definitely repay it. Of course, if there is anyone who doesn't have long eyes, they can bid for it, but I hope he can leave the border of the Land of Soup safely. Having said that, the soil spider looked around the field with a sullen face. I have to say that these ruthless remarks undoubtedly made some weak people and forces dispel their thoughts. However, it does not mean that no one dares to bid. Hee, the idea of the earth spider is so cute, but I, the poisonous bee, are not afraid of your group of spiders. I will give you 27 million 2 tails. Poisonous bee is a feminine man with a pale face and a golden pattern on his face. There were also dozens of so-called clansmen standing behind them, and they looked almost the same as the spider clan. The tense atmosphere in an instant, Zhao Du couldn't help but stagnate, and said, Boss, aren't you determined to win this divine weapon? What you said just now seems to be detrimental to us. In Zhao Du's eyes, this banana fan is very valuable, and the method proposed by Long Yu is also very feasible. For him, the minimum cost is exchanged for the maximum value. This is the best solution. What Long Yu is doing now has undoubtedly subverted his cognition. Don't worry, we won't participate in the next auction, and this farce won't end so easily, we can just watch the show. Long Yu laughed dryly. Zhao all looked stunned, and was about to ask questions when he heard another voice. I'll pay 50 million taels. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded, shaking everyone's nerves. After seeing Long Yu's bidding, they thought that Long Yu had gone crazy. Pity that now suddenly another ruthless character who directly raised the bid from 27 million to 50 million is undoubtedly beyond their understanding. The earth spider and the poisonous bee, who were originally tit for tat, looked at the sound with a cold and gloomy expression. Long Yu and others also took advantage of this breathing opportunity. Saw the bidder. No, it should be said that the bidder this time is also a force. The number is about 12 or 3, the middle-aged man who took the lead, wearing a white cloak, with the help of strong eyesight. Long Yu could see the identity of this group of people. It turns out that a group of lunatics has come. It seems that this auction will be really lively. Long Yu said with a smile. Zhao, I was startled for a moment, he didn't have the vision improved by the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and Long Yu, who knew the original book so well, he couldn't tell the identities of these people at a glance. However, before they could speak, the earth spider's face sank, and he took the lead in drinking coldly. You bastard, don't think you can scare us by learning from that kid. My soil spider, in this underground black market, is also a bit prestige. If you say 50 million, I doubt if you can take it out. Of course, if you say, first deceive this plantain fan, and then make up the money after completing the mission of the Kingdom of Soup, I'm afraid anyone present can do it. Does your excellency mean that you have to bite the bullet and hold on to it? The middle-aged man who took the lead sneered. Zhao, they all raised their brows, and looked at Long Yu with a hint of surprise. He is different from ordinary people. He has lived for decades and has a wealth of experience. Also very sensitive to murder. But I didn't expect that Long Yu could see the other party's intention in advance. Hee, I just want to bite you and not let go, so what? The earth spider laughed playfully. However, the moment the smile appeared on his face, he saw the middle-aged man who raised his head and shook off his cloak. The pale complexion, different from the bones of ordinary people, and 2 black marks on the forehead. A pair of wide eyes, people's nerves suddenly tense. It's the lunatic in Wuyin village, the Bamboo Clan. Those with sharp eyes were the first to exclaim. Kill them all, isn't it 50 million? It's enough for me to get it out of you. The middle-aged man who took the lead jumped out frantically. As a race with one of the Otsutsuki bloodlines, it can be said that, like the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan, they all have unique strengths and advantages. Moreover, the Bamboo Clan is good at melee combat and taijutsu. The ability to freely manipulate their own bones and turn them into weapons greatly increases their melee combat strength. It can be said that every member of the Taikatori clan is a powerful taijutsu ninja. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, and more than a dozen ninjas from the Bamboo Clan suddenly burst into flames. The movement was as fast as a vigorous cheetah, and during several ups and downs, it landed directly in front of the members of the Earth Spider clan. Who took the lead, tore a hole in the palm of his right hand, and spat out a bone spear that was as sharp as a blade spear. Directly stabbed the soil spider in the face. With other ninjas, who tried ninjutsu at the first shot, the fighting style of the Taikatori clan was completely simple and rude. That can be used flexibly, the offensive has become more fierce than ordinary taijutsu ninjas. Kill me. The earth spider's face changed suddenly. He never imagined that in the underground black market, the other party would dare to attack violently. However, the earth spider is not an ordinary ninja, its mouth is agitated like a toad, and between its mouths, a white spider web is like a peacock opening its screen, headed towards the middle-aged man. For a time, the scene was completely chaotic, and some people who didn't want to be affected, even pulled away one after another. Come on, let's stop them. In the chaotic crowd, Xiaonan's expression changed drastically. Especially seeing the members of the Bamboo Clan, who are like wolves entering the flock, unscrupulously attack others. Completely unstoppable. Xiaonan is right. If he can subdue this madman from the Bamboo Clan, the prestige of our Xiao organization will also increase. The middle-aged man Karaki, who was behind Xiaonan, had a happy expression on his face. In their eyes, this is a wonderful opportunity to stand out. Therefore, as soon as this proposal came out, it was immediately seconded by others. Are you going to die? Long Yu's voice suddenly sounded. Looking at the chaotic crowd, the 2 Long Yu stood motionless in the field like rocks. The warm smile on his face made Kangmu startled and shouted unhappily, Boy, are you contemptuous of our Xiao? Sir Xiaonan. However, it has the strength of Shangnan, and the Earth Spider is the leader of the Earth Spider family, and it has the limit of blood. The leader of the Bamboo Clan has been subdued by the Earth Spider, and the others are not afraid. This is a good opportunity to form an alliance with the hidden world. Speaking of which, Kangmu was the first to lose his temper, and shouted violently, Do it! Voice fell, the members of the Xiao organization headed by him rushed out. After Xiaonan glanced at Long Yu hesitantly, he also took out kunai with his backhand and rushed forward. Thank you for your kindness, but you underestimated the strength of our Xiao organization. It's a little confusing here, so be careful. Xiaonan who left these words, he instantly rushed into the battle circle. Zhao, both snorted coldly and said, Boss, they really don't know what's good or bad. However, are the Bamboo Clan really that powerful? For Zhao, he lived for 70 or 80 years. Not even any race has ever encountered it. After all, he is a person who can't afford to be too early, there is no benefit, and he will never provoke people casually. Just look at it, it's not an ordinary bloodline boundary. Long Yu smiled playfully. At the moment when his eyes turned lightly and fell on the field, Xiaonan had already fallen beside the soil spider. In the face of Xiao Organization's shot, when Two Spider was in an accident, a trace of indifference appeared on his face, and he laughed heartily. Little girl, you were late. This kind of opponent, my native spider, can easily solve it. The soil spider took out a chakra machete with his backhand, raised his hand to face him, and slashed down with the force of the cocoon entangled in the spider silk. In his eyes, this knife is enough to kill the arrogant people of the bamboo clan. The patriarch of the earth spider keeps people. Xiaonan let out a loud cry. She made this move this time just for a win-win situation, so that the two families could shake hands and make peace. This is the purpose of their organization. Right now, the soil spider is a killer as soon as it makes a shot, which makes Xiaonan's nerves suddenly tense. Pity that she is still a short distance away from the two of them, so she can't keep up with the blocking at all. The only way is to watch the blade wrapped around chakra and slash directly at the cocoon wrapped around the spider silk. Little girl, your organization is too naive. On the battlefield, it's either you die or I die. How can you stop at such a good opportunity? The earth spider laughed horribly, and the offensive in his hand was even more swift and violent. Give me death. The hysterical roar echoed in the sky and the earth, and even the fleeing people couldn't help but stop and looked at the sharp knife. In the face of the madman bamboo clan who provoked trouble, they can't wait to teach them a lesson or two. Dang! The crisp metal collision sound resounded suddenly. The chakra easily cut the spider silk, but it gave the earth spider an illusion of slicing on the copper wall and the iron wall. The huge anti-shock force made his mouth hurt, and the sparks that spewed out made his pupils shrink. PFF'd. The spider silk cocoon was torn apart instantly, and white bone spurs, like long spears, stabbed directly at the body of the soil spider. Such a close distance, all this made people feel caught off guard, and the soil spider's expression was stiff, and he forgot to shoot for a moment or three. He just stared at the snow-white spikes and stabbed straight at himself. Pooh! Blood splattered, shining like fireworks. Looking at the body that was pierced in an instant, the earth spider's face was full of disbelief. Chapter 100. Absolute defense collapses. I am sorry, but the defense of my bones is comparable to that of fine iron. This is the strongest defense of our bamboo clan. The sharp bone blade pierced out of the spider silk cocoon, directly cutting the cocoon open. Patriarch Taketori walked out of the cocoon, wearing white bone armor all over his body, like a samurai wearing armor. However, his suit of armor looked extremely ferocious, with white bone spikes on his back, protruding like a hedgehog standing on a human. The chakra knife that the earth spider slashed down was being bitten by the bones on the neck of the Patriarch Taketori. That seemingly powerful blow only left a shallow white mark on it. Boss, this is like a monster. Zhao. They all looked the same, and said indifferently, as the boss planning to take him as his subordinate. It looks a bit special. In Zhao Du's eyes, Long Yu has a variety of subordinates. However, they all have one thing in common, and that is scary. Regardless of it was him, or the scorpion, or even the ghost shark he had never seen before, maybe it was like this. Zhao Du, are you belittling my eyes? Long Yu smiled playfully and said, it should be easy for you to kill him, how many tricks it would take. Zhao, I couldn't help but startled, and said, within 10 strokes and 10, there should be results. For Kaku, too, this kind of taijutsu ninja also has a bone armor that is as strong as iron. It is not easy for ordinary ninjas to subdue them. However, for the horns with the 5 elements attribute chakra and the hardened body of the earth, all. Such an enemy is not difficult to deal with. The unbridled chatter of the two seemed extremely disturbing in such a situation where the needle was falling. Hearing these words, the people present looked at each other even more. At first, they just thought that Long Yu was an arrogant dude, but they never thought that at such a critical point, they would dare to make a big deal. Their eyes, this is simply courting death. Hee, it seems that this time, I'm really lucky to meet such an ignorant kid. Patriarch Taketori laughed playfully. I really want to know. He said that he can beat me in 10 strokes and 10 strokes, so how many strokes do you arrogant person need? 30 strokes, 20 strokes, still the same 10 strokes 10 inches. Can I say something? Long Yu smiled playfully. A small voice swept the audience like a hurricane at this moment, making everyone's nerves tense. Crazy. At this moment, this adjective just flashed through everyone's mind. The face of such a vicious and wicked generation, who dares to say such frivolous words. If he is not a lunatic, he is a fool. This is simply a joke with his own little life. Good boy, really arrogant. I hope you don't run away secretly in the middle. Patriarch Bamboo Tori gave a playful smile. His eyes flashed a ruthless look. He directly raised the bone knife in his hand, and slashed towards the earth spider's neck. This blow, if it really hits, is definitely a dead end. Stop. Xiaonan's expression changed, and he shouted in a hurry. At the same time, the kunai in his hand, with a sudden shake of his slender hand, went straight to block the bone knife. Dang! The crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded. Under the splash of sparks, the bone knife's offensive suddenly came to a halt. What a little girl, dare to hinder my good deeds. Patriarch Taketori's face sank, and he shouted sharply, no one can save the person I want to kill. Patriarch Bamboo, the earth spider was also seriously injured, and you also let out a bad breath. I hope you will be merciful and calm down. Xiaonan hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Girl, it was I who made a rude remark just now, you must save me. The earth spider turned pale, and even his lips were trembling, and his appearance gave people the feeling that he was dying. Seeing this scene, Xiaonan's face flashed a hint of hesitation, and subconsciously took a step closer. However, as soon as this step was taken, the dying earth spider in front of him suddenly burst into flames. The whole person was like a flash of light, a fierce light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he directly reached out and grabbed Xiaonan's wrist. Under the venting of the giant force, Xiaonan was directly taken flying, and ran towards the clan leader of Taketori who was close at hand. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and even Xiaonan never thought that the person he wanted to save would betray him at such a critical moment. Looking at the bone spur that was so close, Xiaonan couldn't believe that there would be no more blood holes when his small body hit it. This is completely difficult for a good person to do. Zhao, do. Long Yu glanced at it lightly, as if all this had been expected. Zhao, all eyes were fixed, and the 5 fingers of the right hand hidden in the sleeve suddenly clenched tightly. At this critical moment, a big hand with black meridians suddenly appeared under Xiaonan's feet, grabbed Xiaonan's ankle, and threw it straight in the direction of Long Yu. This scene surprised everyone. In their eyes, they thought that Long Yu and Zhao were just talk on paper, but they never imagined that they would really step in at this juncture. And the timing of the shot was so precise, it felt like it was right from the start. Bang! A dull crashing sound suddenly sounded. Xiaonan only felt that his body was thrown away, and then saw the world turn upside down, and when he reacted, he realized that he had fallen into someone else's arms. At this violent scene, Xiaonan was stunned at first, then quickly turned crimson, and hurriedly broke free in Long Yu's arms. She was living in the war-torn years, but she knew exactly what men and women were. Even in the face of Yahiko and Nagato, she didn't have that kind of feeling. Aren't you going to say thank you? Long Yu smiled playfully. I saved you. Thank you. Xiaonan couldn't help being stunned. It was the first time she saw someone who would be cheeky and let people say thank you. However, what Xiaonan couldn't imagine the most was that she really said it in a mysterious way. However, this seemingly flirtatious scene made the soil spider and the patriarch Taketori in the field feel a sense of inexplicable slap in the face. If the earth spider's calculations were seen through, then the Taketori patriarch was the prey that slipped away under his nose. Especially when they were teased by a dude who didn't care about them just a moment ago. It was a shame for him. Boy, you completely angered me. Patriarch Taketori's face sank, and he roared in anger. If you don't do it now, when will it be? The awe-inspiring voice resounded, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. They thought it was just a one-sided battle, but they never imagined that there would be so many twists and turns. Haha, Bamboo Tori, I thought you alone would be able to wipe out this group of guys in one go, but I didn't expect you to let me do it. An unbridled laughter suddenly sounded. Figure, like a ghost, rushed behind Long Yu and the two in an instant. The beak cone-like weapon in his hand was also stained with purple venom, emitting an inexplicable stench. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and even Xiaonan's expression changed drastically. She never imagined that the poisonous wasp, who had fought against the earth spider just now, would explode at such a juncture. Lord Xiaonan, be careful. Karaki let out a sigh. Xiaonan's expression tightened when he heard the words, and when he hurriedly looked at it, he realized that the Patriarch of Taketori was directly violent. I didn't have time to think about it. I hurriedly threw out 7 or 8 with my backhand, a piece of kunai. At the same time, both hands fluttered, forming a series of magic seals. Paper spear, Xiao Nanjiao shouted, and a large piece of white paper flew out of her body quickly, and the next moment it condensed into a long spear. As Xiao Nan's 5 fingers clenched suddenly, the paper spear moved towards the Patriarch Zutori and instantly broke through the air. Little girl, your ninjutsu is really surprising, but if you want to beat me with these 3-legged cat kung fu alone, it's still too naive. The Bamboo Patriarch smiled grimly. Looking at the incoming attack, he didn't take it to heart at all, and the moment the meteor struck with a big stride, he directly collided head-on. Dang dang dang, the crisp metal collision sound echoed, and there were sparks splashing. The shuriken was directly knocked out, and as for the paper spear, it was hit by the backhand of the Patriarch Taketori at will. Tens of meters, in this rampant situation, as only a few short breaths. When Xiaonan watched his attack, he was instantly disintegrated and stunned. Feeling the tightness of the shoulders, the big hands were directly buckled on the shoulders, and they were directly taken and flew 7 or 8 meters away. The oil bottle should just stand aside obediently, and don't hinder others from fighting. Long Yu said lightly. Xiaonan, who was thrown away, just stood firm and hurriedly looked at Long Yu. Seeing that the Patriarch Bamboo, who had attacked her, was already less than 3 or 4 meters away from Long Yu, the fierceness and playfulness on her face tightened her nerves. In Xiaonan's eyes, Long Yu was in such a dangerous place, all because of rescuing her. Patriarch Taketori was also surprised, but the next moment he couldn't help laughing, and a fierce light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Boy, since you like to be a hero, then I will send you to be one on Wangquan Road. Words fell, and the 5 fingers of the right hand of the Patriarch Bamboo suddenly clenched tightly, instantly turning into a long bone knife about a foot long. Without any bells and whistles, he slashed straight down to Long Yu's neck. However, in the face of the violent combined attack of the poisonous bee and the Bamboo Tori, the dragon feather and the horn, both seemed dumbfounded, without the slightest evasion and defense. If the strange scene made the onlookers tense their nerves, the Patriarch Bamboo and the thin and slender poisonous bee showed hideous smiles on their faces. In their eyes, it will be a one-shot victory. The 2 people in front of them are indeed foxes and tigers. Dang! 2 crisp metal collision sounds resounded suddenly, which seemed a bit abrupt in this fatal situation. It was as if it was gripping the heart tightly like an invisible big hand. Looking at the bone knife that was splitting forcefully, at an inch away from Long Yu, it was isolated by the purple airwave. The iron cone smeared with venom directly touched the horn, there was no way to penetrate into the back. This bizarre scene made one couldn't help but take a deep breath. You broke my clothes, how are you going to pay? Long Yu suddenly raised his head. Hidden under the cloak, those scarlet eyes like blood, immediately. And look at it. This is 9 hooks, you or blood. Patriarch Taketori's pupils shrank suddenly, his face full of disbelief. However, before he could finish his words, Long Yu smiled warmly. You guessed it right, you can't afford it. Kill it. The small voice seemed to be filled with magical sounds at this moment. "Boss, I've been waiting for this sentence for a long time." Corner. They all smiled grimly, and the cloak instantly wriggled. Another. The jet black meridians shot out, turning into a large net and shrouding the poisonous bee's head on. At the same time, Long Yu also moved instantly. Right hand was entangled with lightning, the sound of crackling electric current echoed. And grabbed the face armor of the Patriarch Taketori. Without any bells and whistles, it slammed down towards the place suddenly. Thunder escape heavy storm. Boom! The tyrannical forces vented like a dike burst. Under the entanglement of thunder, the Patriarch Taketori smashed to the ground like a meteor from the sky. The 100-meter ground sank suddenly, and the next moment it shattered and opened. The air waves that were set off rolled back, and the gravel flew down, forming a dust storm. The people present only felt the whole ground shake. When he reacted, the huge square had been turned into ruins. Two figures stand in the center. Zhao, they have already opened a distance of more than 10 meters, and the tentacle-like resentment behind them has long since pierced the body of the poisonous bee like countless spears. The scarlet blood flowed out, and it was swallowed up by the blood vessel like a whale. As for the ruins, Patriarch Taketori, who was originally known as an absolute defense, had a crack in the bone armor all over his body. The next moment, as if a chain reaction had occurred, cracks like spider webs spread out. With the crisp sound of breaking, the absolute defense shattered. This scene made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. The young man in front of him was not lying. The Taketori Patriarch was killed in one blow. Who are these two people? They can kill the Bamboo Tori Patriarch and the Poison Bee with one blow. This strength is at least at the level of elite Jonin, and Taketori seemed to be terrified at the end. Scene was an uproar, and this scene was beyond their expectations. As for the people from the Bamboo Clan and the Tuspid Clan who were still fighting, they hurriedly ran away after being absent for a moment. "Don't run away, save me quickly." Being pierced by the bone spear, the soil spider, who was seriously injured, panicked. Secretly killed Xiaonan just now. This sentence exhausted most of his strength. The most important thing, in the corner, the moment when Xiaonan was taken away. The big hand connected by black blood vessels tightly clasped his ankle. No matter how hard he struggled, there was no way to get rid of it. Thought that with the help of the poisonous bee and the Patriarch Bamboo to kill Zhao, Du and Long Yu, he could also find an opportunity to escape. Can't be killed for a moment and and it can also let him find opportunities in the melee. In front of him completely subverted his cognition. Even the poisonous bee and the chief of the Bamboo Clan were killed by one move, not to mention him. Feeling the gaze that fell on his body, the soil spider instantly felt a kind of feeling like sitting on needles and felt, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Zhao, Du, he should still be of some use. Long Yu looked at Zhao, both.